Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. What? Everyone felt incredibly shocked and asked, Celestial Emperor stars are sovereign stars of the human race, so how could one appear in a remote region? This has never happened before. The scholarly middle-aged man lightly nodded. This is indeed the first time. Perhaps something big has happened there. We might as well send some people in that direction to see if we're lucky enough to obtain some information. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group, which was the faction that created the Heaven Spirit Steals, quickly sent reports to the higher-ups. Those who had been responsible for monitoring all sovereign bloodlines had immediately discovered the Celestial Emperor star when it had descended. They found that within the red blood they were monitoring, it suddenly gave off a piercing golden light that was incredibly noble and gave off an energy that could cause the heavens and earth to submit. Even though it was just an orb of blood, it caused everyone to tremble and want to kneel down. This sovereign bloodline was one that the Heaven Spirit Financial Group had paid special attention to. This was a decision made by the higher-ups, and no one dared to doubt this decision. Now, it had been proven that they had not been wrong. When this orb of blood started to go through changes, those responsible for monitoring it quickly reported this to the higher-ups. Those at the top of the Heaven Spirit Financial Group had also sensed the descent of the Celestial Emperor star. At first, they had not paid much mind to these reports, and just as they were about to start discussing the matter, the orb of blood started to give off the Celestial Emperor star's aura. This caused the higher-ups to feel incredibly shocked. They had never thought that this savage, violent, and bloodthirsty sovereign bloodline would belong to the person who had caused the Celestial Emperor star to descend. Right from the start, they had noticed that this sovereign bloodline was quite extraordinary, so they had ordered people to closely monitor it. However, things completely exceeded what they had expected. This person had become the 7th owner of a Celestial Emperor star. This person would have unfathomable prospects in the future. At the same time, they understood how important this matter was. No matter how many other factions tried to look for this emperor, they would not be able to find any information, but they already had a lot of information. The higher-ups immediately listed this to be a top-grade secret, and anyone who leaked this information would be heavily punished. The managers who had initially discovered this mysterious, savage sovereign bloodline were also forbidden to speak about this matter to anyone else. This sovereign bloodline was now the bloodline with the most attention paid to it. This caused those managers to feel incredibly shocked, and they felt that they had also underestimated that sovereign bloodline. It was already given a lot of attention, and now, it was under even greater examination. This was the same treatment as monitoring a peerless expert. They knew how important this matter was, so they obediently hid this secret deep within the recesses of their heart. They made sure to never speak about it, or there could be many deaths. At the same time, they were quite curious as to just who this person was. Who could make the higher-ups so interested? Within a grand, ghostly chi-filled palace, a pale-looking youth sat on a throne, giving off a terrifying might. He gave off an emperor's aura, and sensing the ripples in the distance, he could not help but frown. It seemed that the heaven-awakened world's fate had been preferring the human race recently, and there was now a 7th Celestial Emperor star. Their numbers now surpassed that of the god race, demon race, and devil race. The pale-looking youth could not help but mourn that the death race did not have more stars like this, giving them more power in the future. However, the death race had been on good terms with the human race recently. Right now, their only enemies were the god race, demon race, and devil race. With how proud they were most likely outraged at being outdone by the human race. As expected, the 7th Celestial Emperor star of the human race caused the 3 most dominant races, the god race, demon race, and devil race, to be quite displeased. When the Celestial Emperor star gave off those terrifying shockwaves, the sleeping demon ancestors, deities, and great devils awakened, and they gave off monstrous auras and announced their displeasure. They ordered people to immediately find the owner of that Celestial Emperor star. In just a short period of time, countless people from the demon race, god race, and devil race were given orders to seek out information about this 7th Celestial Emperor star. News of a seventh celestial emperor star descending quickly spread throughout the center of the heaven-awakened world, causing a great disturbance. Now, almost everyone knew about this seventh celestial emperor star, and everyone was talking about it. However, no one had any accurate and precise information. Some said it was this or that empire's emperor, others said it was someone from this or that sect. Some people said it was a woman, while others said that this emperor had some devil blood, as the celestial emperor star had a trace of devilishness to it. A man in black stood above a circular pool, giving off a terrifying aura that caused the space around him to be distorted and making his figure a bit hazy. Even an emperor would tremble in front of him. He was an almighty being awoken by the commotion from Chuoba King's bloodline's awakening. Ever since that matter, he had kept notice of her aura. Now, there was a trace of a smile on his face. Back at Great Kin, the enormous golden star had completely descended, peacefully floating above Great Kin. Zhao Fu's body was lifted up by a formless energy, taking him to float below the golden star. The immense pain had caused him to almost lose consciousness, and he was now being raised up powerlessly. Boom. Another massive explosion sounded out as the golden star gave off an even more brilliant golden light. At that moment, countless traces of violet aura flowed from the horizon, covering everything like a flood before rushing into Zhao Fu's body. The violet aura gave off an incredibly noble aura, and after entering Zhao Fu's body, it gathered at his chest. The golden dragon was quite perplexed, while the black dragon obediently retreated to the side. Countless traces of violet aura continuously gathered, forming a massive dragon egg. It gave off a supreme might, making even the golden dragon feel a trace of fear. 851 Violet Dragon. After this violet dragon egg was formed, it continuously devoured the ocean-like violet aura, causing its might to grow stronger and stronger. Even more violet aura rushed over from the horizon, entering Zhao Fu's body and causing the egg to go through changes. As the dragon egg absorbed the violet aura, it became bigger, and its terrifying aura continued to grow. Suddenly, all of the violet aura was absorbed by Zhao Fu. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens as the violet dragon egg started to crack. As the eggshell cracked, it turned into traces of violet aura again. Soon, a violet dragon appeared within Zhao Fu's body, giving off a powerful aura. It moved about within Zhao Fu's body, and an extremely mighty emperor's aura rippled out from Zhao Fu's body. In that moment, the heavens and earth really did seem to submit to him. It was incredibly shocking and unforgettable. After awakening the celestial emperor star, a violet dragon appeared within Zhao Fu's body. This violet dragon looked like a normal dragon except for the fact that its horns had many forks and its claws had 6 toes. It was most likely a dragon king. The massive golden star gradually disappeared, and the abnormal signs slowly disappeared. The world became peaceful once again. Only now did the countless kneeling people came to their senses, and they quickly came to their feet. They did not understand what was happening. They had only felt a powerful will descend, and their bodies instinctively knelt. The leaders of the various factions looked towards the direction that Great Kin was in, feeling incredibly confused. They had suddenly knelt towards that direction, and those who had not knelt had all been heavily injured. They were bloody messes on the ground, and they would take a long time to recover. Zhao Fu's consciousness also recovered. He stood in the air and sensed his changes. He did not know how to express it, but he could feel that he had become stronger. Elsewhere, the black-clothed man standing above the circular pool took out a blood-red stone that gave off origin aura. He tossed it into the pool below, causing a blinding blood-red light to come from the water, turning the water blood-red. The black-clothed man started to perform hand seals with both hands, causing the blood-red water in the pool to swirl, and a massive amount of energy rippled out. All of a sudden, the peaceful human world was once again sent into chaos. An extremely terrifying energy shot down from the sky, causing everyone to feel as if they had plunged into icy water. Their bodies and their souls all violently trembled. A blood-red vortex appeared above the Great Kin. This blood-red vortex started off about 10 meters wide but instantly became 10,000 meters wide and gave off an enormous attractive power. In the air, Zhao Fu's hairs stood on end as he sensed an unprecedented crisis. This blood-red vortex seemed to be targeting Zhao Fu, trying to drag him in. The golden dragon cried out, "Zhao Fu! Some higher being found your location using your new origin mark. Looks like he wants to steal your origin mark. Be careful. Even though he cannot personally come, his strength is incredibly monstrous." Zhao Fu understood and immediately hid the origin mark that Chuoba King had given him. He had never thought that something like this would happen, and since this higher being had found him, hiding the origin mark was already useless. The attractive power from the blood-red vortex covered Zhao Fu's body, trying to suck him in. Zhao Fu exploded out with all of his power and unleashed his emperor's domain. The black dragon inscription barrier appeared around him, defending against the attractive power. "Your Majesty." Seeing that Zhao Fu was in danger, his subordinates hurried over, wanting to help him resist that power. However, Zhaofu quickly told them to stay away, as this was not something that they could interfere with. That higher being's power was simply monstrous, and even though Zhaofu was not sure how much strength that person was using, Zhaofu had unleashed most of his power, yet he was still being slowly dragged towards the vortex. As such, he told them not to come close and told those near him to quickly leave, as their lives would be in danger. Beichi and the others obeyed and quickly left, and they began to evacuate residents nearby. Boom! Zhaofu completely unleashed the Great Ken Seal's power, causing a black flame to erupt from his body, and an extremely terrifying aura exploded out from Zhaofu. Clang! Zhaofu took out the Death Disaster's sword for the first time and sent all of his power into it. The grey sword gave off a chilling sword light, and as Zhaofu slashed out, an enormous grey sword light, bringing with it a ferocious wind filled with deathly aura, flew towards the blood-red vortex. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhaofu was shocked to find that not only was the Death Disaster's sword chi useless against the blood-red vortex, but it had also actually caused the vortex to expand out to 100,000 meters wide and give off an even stronger attractive power. Zhaofu was quickly pulled by this attractive power towards the blood-red vortex. He could only send all of his strength into his Emperor's domain, expanding it out to 100 meters to defend against this attractive power. This massive attractive power started to pull even trees up by their roots, and massive boulders were also lifted into the sky. Bits of the ground were also lifted into the air, and even though it was incredibly terrifying, Zhaofu was still able to defend for now. The black-clothed man standing above the circular pool stopped smiling and slightly frowned. He slowly stretched out his hands and pressed down towards the spinning water below, causing a powerful, formless energy to sink into the blood-red water. A pair of enormous hands giving off a terrifying aura slowly stretched out from the blood-red vortex above Great Kin. The entire world seemed to tremble, and time and space seemed to become somewhat chaotic. Those massive hands were the most monstrous power that Zhaofu had ever seen before, and even he felt a trace of terror. Og! In the face of this immense danger, Zhaofu gripped the Death Disaster's sword with both hands and roared as he gathered all of his strength. The Great Kin Seal within his body continuously trembled, gathering power from countless city lord seals. Whether they were great cities or basic cities, almost 3,000 cities' powers were gathered in his sword. Boom! Zhaofu slashed out, causing a 1,000-meter wide gray sword light, bringing with it a dense death energy to fly out. It seemed to slash apart the sky and flew towards those giant hands. Kai! The massive gray sword light gave off an aura of destructive and cut apart those massive hands, causing them to turn into blood-red chi and disappear. The gray sword light then continued onwards towards the blood-red vortex, causing it to gradually grow smaller. The black-clothed man looked at the small cut on his hand, a look of anger on his face. The vortex in the sky continuously grew smaller, looking as if it was going to disappear, when suddenly something unexpected happened again. 852 Black cough in the shrinking vortex suddenly expanded out again as the black-clothed man continuously performed hand seals. His body gave off a powerful blood-red light as he slowly sank into the blood-red water. The vortex expanded out to 1,000 meters wide and blood-red water gushed out of it. The sound was incredibly shocking, and as the blood-red water descended, it instantly covered the ground and killed all living beings it touched. The blood-red water covered the surrounding 10 kilometers, giving off a dense bloody odor. Everything was dyed blood-red, creating a hellish, horrifying scene. Soon, the blood-red water started to roil as if it was boiling. Bubbles started to appear as blood-red chi floated up, and at the center of the blood-red water, a man's image formed. The power that this image gave off was extremely terrifying. When it formed, time and space seemed to freeze, and his monstrous power was enough to make people feel suffocated. Under his pressure, ordinary Stage 1 soldiers would immediately explode and die. You lowly bug, you've angered this sovereign. If you kneel, I'll let you die an easier death. A low-grade human like you is not worthy of an origin mark. The image stood with its hands behind its back and spoke with a cold, calm voice. It looked at Zhaofu as if it was looking at a bug. Feeling this immense power, Zhaofu's body could not help but tremble. This image's power was simply too mighty and surpassed even Chuoba King's power. No wonder she had to leave. These sorts of higher beings would be able to kill even gods with ease. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhaofu used all of the Great Kin Seal's power. The Great Kin Seal continuously trembled and gathered power from the countless cities. The various city lords had all since noticed that a terrifying existence had descended, so they all responded, sending their city lord seal's power into the Great Kin Seal. Zhaofu raised his power to the maximum, causing a powerful flame to shoot into the sky. His aura blasted out like wild gales, causing countless creatures to feel terror. The image condescending smiled and waved its hand. In that moment, Zhaofu's body froze, and he felt a chill in his heart as he sensed an enormous wave of energy rushing towards him. He did not hesitate and unleashed his Emperor's domain with his full strength. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Zhao Fu's body was sent flying backward by the formless energy, and his Emperor's domain instantly shattered. Zhao Fu's body crashed 1,000 meters away, and a few of his ribs had been broken. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and felt incredibly powerless. This person was so powerful. The image sneered at Zhao Fu and stepped out, instantly crossing the 1,000 meters and came before Zhao Fu. "You're too weak." After saying this, the image lifted its foot and stomped towards Zhao Fu with immense strength. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and quickly dodged, turning into a ray of light and rushing 100 meters away. The image's stomp was like a meteor crashing down, creating a massive crater and causing a corporeal shockwave to blast out. The surrounding 1,000 meters instantly caved in, creating a giant pit that was tens of meters deep. If Zhao Fu had been hit, even if he did not die, he would have been heavily injured. Before Zhao Fu could rejoice at avoiding this attack, the image suddenly appeared behind Zhao Fu and kicked at him. Bang! Zhao Fu's body flew out like a sandbag, heavily crashing onto a small hill 1,000 meters away. The small hill was instantly destroyed, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. "Your strength is not enough to withstand this, sovereign. Kneel and I will allow you to die," the image mockingly said. Zhao Fu powerlessly lay among the rubble, his body covered with blood. His aura was quite weak, and the image once again blurred and appeared before him. The image prepared to end Zhao Fu's life, as it seemed that Zhao Fu could no longer retaliate. Suddenly, the image was startled and wanted to retreat but was blasted flying by a massive amount of energy, crashing hundreds of meters away with a look of shock on its face. A mass of gray aura had come out of Zhao Fu's body, causing the temperature of the surroundings to fall. A chilling wind started to blow as an icy, terrifying aura swept out, and there seemed to be the sound of ghosts howling as well. Zhao Fu's body lost all traces of blood and became extremely pale. His hair also became gray-white as fangs grew in his mouth and his hands became ghost-like claws. His body gave off a terrifying ghostly power, and the ground around him started to crack. 6 paths of reincarnation power. How could a weak bug like you obtain this sort of power? Feeling that cold energy from Zhao Fu, the image looked extremely startled and cried out. The 6 paths of reincarnation power was not something that could be obtained by humans, and even gods might not be able to. Yet, this person was using it. Zhao Fu did not answer his words and turned into a black blur and flew towards the image. The image's expression became serious and stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu, causing countless traces of blood-red aura to gather at its hand. Boom! The image grasped at the air, and an explosion sounded out as a formless, 1,000-meter-wide hand grabbed Zhao Fu's body. This power was incredibly terrifying, and even a mountain would be crushed. However, Zhao Fu roared, causing an even stronger wave of ghostly chi to erupt out of his body. The 6 paths of reincarnation power was simply too powerful, and Zhao Fu could not control it properly. His mind started to become hazy, and he became more and more like a ghostly demon, instantly breaking free of the formless hand. He appeared in front of the image, punching out with enormous strength and sending the image crashing into a mountain hundreds of meters away. The face of the mountain was left with a massive crater and countless cracks, socketing the image within it. The image became furious. It had never been sent flying by a low-grade human like this before. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Fu already reached the image, stabbing his sharp claw through the image's chest. The image did not expect this and could only hatefully glare at Zhao Fu, gnashing its teeth as it said, "You weak bug, this sovereign won't let you off." The image's body gradually disappeared, and Zhao Fu violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his body was being ripped into countless pieces, and blood started to flow out of his skin. Zhao Fu wanted to stop the 6 paths of reincarnation power, but something abnormal happened. Og! Zhao Fu howled as a cold and gloomy aura burst out from beneath him like a volcano erupting, and a hellish will began to enter his body. In a place filled with yin chi, there were countless black coffins orderly put together. There were 25 million of them, covering as far as the eye could see, and they formed a grand scene. At that moment, all of the soldiers' corpses within those black coffins opened their gray-white eyes. 853 Ghost World Boom! A shocking explosion rang throughout the entire human world. When all of the soldiers' corpses opened their eyes, an ocean-like wave of yin chi exploded out, forming a pillar of yin chi that shot into the sky. The pillar of yin chi was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, seeming to connect the heavens and the earth. The sound and shockwaves it gave off make it seem as if the world was ending, creating a shocking scene. In front of this pillar of yin chi, countless people felt incredibly tiny and insignificant. This power was not something that they could resist. Yin chi continuously shot into the sky, forming countless dark clouds and covering the entire sky. The temperature rapidly fell, and a chilling aura spread out. The clouds of yin chi continuously spread out, covering the entire human world in just a few moments. The ghostly chi filled the entire world, and the human world seemed to lose all life, turning into a gray-white world filled with ghostly chi and a gloomy aura. As ghosts sensed this overwhelming yin chi, they delightedly flew into the sky and swam about, giving off chilling howls. It seemed as if the world had turned into a world of ghosts. Near the human world, the fish-scale world, dark daemon world, and grassy world had only just come back to their senses from the descent of the celestial emperor star and felt quite afraid of the human world. They were not sure what had happened in the human world, but that will that made even the heavens and earth want to submit struck terror into their hearts. They would never be able to forget that sort of power, and it would become a nightmare for them. Even the dark daemon world, which had looked down on the human world this whole time, found that it had been wrong. These humans, who they had looked down on, were actually the dark daemon race's greatest enemies. At that moment, an extremely gloomy and cold aura came from the human world again. All people in those three worlds' hairs stood no end, and they gulped. Looking at the yin chi rushing over from the human world, their bodies trembled in terror. Just what was happening in the human world? The hellish intent continuously flowed into Xiaofu's body and corroded it. It felt like an extremely chilling chi had invaded Xiaofu's body, slowly tearing it apart. Even his soul was being slowly ripped apart, filling Xiaofu with immense pain. Xiaofu had not yet undone his 6 paths of reincarnation state, and he still looked like a ghost. Within his body, the golden dragon was quite shocked, not knowing what was happening, but it had an ominous feeling. Suddenly, a hellish intent wrapped Xiaofu's body and instantly brought Xiaofu within that massive pillar of yin chi. At the center of the pillar of yin chi, which was the ghost seal formation, there had been something growing this entire time. Because of what the golden dragon had said, Xiaofu did not stop it, but he had never thought that something like this would happen. Xiaofu's body was currently powerlessly floating within the pillar of yin chi, and the hellish intent continuously corroded his body and soul. The intense pain caused him to continuously scream, and his voice became quite hoarse. Within the ghost world Pearl, even the 6 paths demon images bound by chains felt a sense of terror. They madly roared as they struggled, but they were completely helpless. Wounds started to appear on their bodies, and boundless black blood was drawn out by a formless energy, fusing into Xiaofu's bloodline. The purest yin chi in the pillar of yin chi flooded into Xiaofu's body, and the massive amount of yin chi once again caused Xiaofu to go through changes. On the ground, the ghost soldiers simultaneously pushed open their coffins and walked out. They looked up at Xiaofu in the sky, their gray-white eyes filled with a resolute will. "We pay our respects to the Emperor." The 25 million ghost soldiers' voices boomed like thunder. They all half knelt with their heads lowered, calling out respectfully. In that moment, the countless ghosts, including even Great Ken's black and white impermanences and yin soldiers, felt an incredibly powerful might. This might weighed down on their souls and was something that they could not resist. All of the ghosts knelt on both knees towards the pillar of yin chi in respect and terror. Roar. In that moment, a dragon's roar sounded out throughout the entire world. Under the pillar of yin chi, a gray, ghostly dragon giving off an emperor's aura that could cause all ghosts to submit entered Xiaofu's body. Boom. A massive explosion shook the entire world. The enormous pillar of yin chi expanded out to become tens of times larger, and the ocean of yin chi continuously flooded into Xiaofu's body. Rays of gray light shot past mountains, oceans, out of the human world, past the surrounding worlds, and past the surrounding thousands of worlds. Feeling the coldness from those rays of gray light, everyone's body froze, and they looked in the direction of the human world. A gray star that looked like a moon gave off a ghostly intent and an eerie might that made the entire world want to submit. In that moment, the elder from the Heaven Path's expression became one of dismay as he looked towards the distance with eyes as sharp as swords. His disciple had just ordered people to collect information on the Celestial Emperor star, and seeing his master's expression become so serious, he asked curiously, "What is it, master?" The elder could no longer remain calm. His hand slightly trembled as he said, "In that direction, there is another Emperor star descending." Hearing this, the disciple also felt quite shocked. Nether Emperor stars are the sovereign stars of the death race. This is the 4th in the past 100 years, the death race must be incredibly happy. Who would have thought that right after a celestial emperor star descended, another emperor star would also descend? It's also in the same direction, what a coincidence. Because nether emperor stars belong to the death race, they were relatively rare. Above the Heaven Awakened world was the godly spirit world that had all sorts of godly spirits, and below the Heaven Awakened world was the ghost world that contained countless undead. The ghost world was about the same size as the godly spirit world and was the final place for countless living creatures. It was an ancient world that appeared during early times, and it was a world that relied on the Heaven Awakened world for its existence. The ghost world was filled with all sorts of ghosts and had many ancient races, including the black and white impermanences and yin soldiers. They all lived in the ghost world. 854 Fate Sovereign. Compared to the godly spirit world, the ghost world had a closer connection to the Heaven Awakened world. There were not as many restrictions, and they could even use certain things to move freely between the worlds. This was not possible for the godly spirit world. The Heaven Awakened world had many people from the death race, but the death race was somewhat different to the ghost world's races. Even though they were all created from yin-chi, there were some differences. Most of the ghost world's races came from ancient times and were mostly extremely pure. They contained a trace of yin-chi source energy. Even though most of the death race had yin-chi and their bloodlines had yin attributes, compared to the ghost world's races, they were quite impure and weak. Only someone with the purest ghost world bloodline could awaken a Nether Emperor star. It was quite rare for people from the death race to be able to awaken the Nether Emperor star, and even in the ghost world, it was quite rare. As the sovereign star of the death race, the Nether Emperor star was an extremely noble existence. It had the ability to make countless ghosts submit, and ordinary ghosts were unable to resist. It was able to suppress even the souls of ghosts due to the immense fate it contained. Even though there were many death race empires in the Heaven Awakened world, there were very few with extremely pure bloodlines, and thus, there were very few Nether Emperor stars. According to the direction the elder was pointing in, there was only one empire that could achieve this. Master, the death race and human race's relationship has been quite good recently. Now that the Ghost God Empire has awakened a Nether Emperor star, should we go and express our congratulations? The disciple confidently asked as he smiled. The elder shook his head, his expression serious as he replied, "It's not the Ghost God Empire, it's still a remote region on the boundary that awakened this Nether Emperor star." What? The disciple felt incredibly shocked. The Celestial Emperor star from before had descended in a remote region, and now this Nether Emperor star had also descended in a remote region. This was simply too shocking. There had never been two Emperor stars descending in remote regions before. Moreover, the conditions for awakening a Nether Emperor star were even more demanding than that of a Celestial Emperor star. Not only did one need a sovereign bloodline, but one also needed a pure ghost world bloodline. How could someone in a remote region fulfill both of those requirements? This disciple simply could not work out what was happening. At that moment, the elder said something that made him feel even more shocked. The aura that this Nether Emperor star gives off is extremely similar to the aura that the Celestial Emperor star gave off. It's quite likely that the same person awakened both of them. Upon hearing this, the disciple felt immensely shocked, and his voice trembled as he said, "Master, this is impossible. The Celestial Emperor star is our human race's sovereign star, and only someone with an extremely pure human bloodline can awaken it, while the Nether Emperor star requires an extremely pure ghost world bloodline. Both of these stars were two different races' sovereign stars, and even ordinary empires could not awaken one. Anyone who could awaken even one would have an enormous amount of fate. Perhaps in the entirety of the Heaven Awakened world, no one had ever awakened two sovereign stars. Even if someone could obtain two fate stars, they would at most be ordinary stars. However, these were both sovereign stars. Moreover, there was no way to explain how that person had fulfilled the issues of both of the bloodlines. One was a human bloodline and the other was a ghost world bloodline, and both had to be extremely pure in order to obtain those races' fate. A single person awakening two sovereign stars was simply unimaginable and inexplicable. The elder's expression was quite serious as he shook his head, unable to answer his disciple's words. This matter was indeed quite shocking. "Master, what should we do?" The disciple deeply breathed in and out a few times before calming himself down. This was definitely something that would shake the entire Heaven Awakened world. A Celestial Emperor star descending was already shocking enough, and now, two Emperor stars had descended. After thinking for a while, the elder said, "Gather all of the elders." Hearing this, the disciple quickly left to notify the elders of the meeting. Within the Heaven's Will organization, a few people reported to the leader, the Fate Sovereign, about two sovereign stars descending. A young woman who possessed ethereal looks and was wearing a white dress slowly walked over, and everyone nearby automatically made way. They all lowered their heads respectfully. Even though this young woman looked quite young, she had lived for an extremely long time. She was the leader of Heaven's Will, and her power surpassed that of ordinary people. She ordinarily remained within Heaven's Will and very rarely left. However, she was someone who all of the top factions in the Heaven Awakened world wanted to befriend. The elders who had coughed up blood and collapsed walked up to her and bowed, calling out, "Fate Sovereign." The young woman lightly nodded and said in an elegant tone, "Tell me everything in detail." The elders told everything to the young woman, from finding the Celestial Emperor star to seeing two fate stars, to then being blasted away by the two stars like bugs. A rare look of surprise appeared on the young woman's face. She walked over to the Heaven's secret device, and everyone looked towards her, feeling quite curious. Back when the sixth Celestial Emperor star had descended, The Fate Sovereign had not bothered looking into it, but now, it seemed that she was going to personally act. As the Fate Sovereign, her power was something that they could not compare to, and they believed that the Fate Sovereign could work out what was happening. After the young woman went to the side of Heaven's Secret, it started to quickly spin, and the young woman's consciousness gradually entered it. After following the tracks left by the elders before, she quickly found the golden star. If the elders' consciousnesses were bugs, then the Fate Sovereign's consciousness was a massive beast. Looking at this enormous golden star, the young woman became quite serious. She pushed against its massive might and advanced, and after seeing the red star next to it, her pupils constricted, feeling quite shocked. The young woman could immediately tell that this was a star of disaster fused from a Myrtle Imperial Star and a Chaos Devil Star. The aura of disaster and killing it gave off caused even her to feel shocked. This person actually had two Fate Stars, one was a Celestial Emperor Star and the other was a Chaos Imperial Star. This person would definitely cause massive waves in the future, changing the situation in the entire Heaven Awakened world. His potential was simply unimaginable. The young woman's expression became quite serious, and she stood there and looked closely at the two stars, trying to see the path of Zhaofu's fate. At that moment, the two stars sensed the young woman and gave off intense lights, once again blasting out with immense might. The young woman immediately performed hand seals, causing a white barrier to surround her. Against this attack, the young woman could only just hold on. 855 Six Paths Boom. A heaven-splitting sound rang out as the space within Heaven's Secrets violently trembled. Feeling this energy, a look of shock appeared on the young woman's face. She looked to the side and saw a star that looked like a ghostly moon slowly appearing. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the young woman's consciousness was blasted back. She had barely been able to resist the power from the two stars earlier, and facing three stars, she was completely helpless. As her consciousness returned to her body, her physical body was also blasted back by a formless energy, and she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. This startled everyone present. Even their most powerful Fate Sovereign had been injured and had not been able to find the location of that person. Their Fate Sovereign was incredibly powerful and they trusted in her abilities, so they could not understand what had happened. Suddenly, they all sensed something and looked towards the distance and found that another Emperor Star had descended. The aura was quite similar to that of the Celestial Emperor Star that had descended earlier, making them wonder if that person had awakened a third star. Instantly, they all looked incredibly shocked and could not believe this. They quickly helped the Fate Sovereign up and asked her, "Fate Sovereign, what is going on? Could it be that this Emperor Star?" The young woman coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked into the distance, a bewildered expression on her face, and she said, "This matter is to be listed as a top-grade secret of Heaven's Will. No one is to talk about it, and all of the Heaven's Will elders are to report to the Heaven's Will Pavilion." Hearing this, everyone felt quite shocked. They could guess as to what it was about, but they did not dare to say anything, as they understood the importance of this matter. Soon, all of the elders gathered at the Heaven's Will Pavilion. Within the Holy Book Pavilion, the scholarly middle-aged man's smile died down, and he looked into the distance seriously. Seeing the middle-aged man like this, someone asked jokingly, "Pavilion Master, why did you suddenly become so serious? Did another Emperor Star descend or something?" The scholarly middle-aged man looked away and said seriously, "Yes, another Emperor Star has descended, but it's the Death Race's Nether Emperor Star." Hearing his words, everyone felt incredibly shocked. They had never expected that two Emperor Stars would descend in such a short period of time. This was another big matter that they could record. One of the people smiled and said, "Pavilion Master, isn't this good? This will give us more content to write about. Since they descended at such close timings, perhaps there is a connection between them. Maybe two empires will start fighting." Everyone smiled as they looked at the scholarly middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man's expression was still incredibly serious as he said, "The Holy Book Pavilion cannot have anything to do with this matter. We can only mention this matter but cannot talk about it in depth." Seeing the Pavilion Master so rarely serious, everyone felt quite confused but still followed his orders. Sir, that orb of blood has gone through changes again. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group's higher-ups had just listed that orb of blood as the top priority to monitor and prohibited all people from talking about it. Just as they were about to engage in detailed discussions about the Celestial Emperor Star, a cry of terror sounded out, making them feel quite displeased. However, after hearing what that person had to say, their expression changed. At the same time, they looked into the distance and sensed that gloomy aura, causing them to look incredibly shocked. Could it have to do with that person again? The higher-ups hurriedly went to a room and looked at the orb of blood floating in midair. It was now giving off a ghostly light and an eerie aura, causing everyone to tremble, feeling as if they were being stared at by a ghost. It really is related to him. Even the higher-ups, who are normally extremely calm, felt greatly shocked. This person had once again exceeded their expectations. 2 Emperor stars had descended on him. If it wasn't for the fact that they had seen the proof themselves, they would not have been able to believe it. Give out the order. Anyone who leaks information about this matter will be killed without mercy. The people responsible for managing this orb of blood understood how important this matter was. They decided to forever hide this matter in their hearts and never speak of it. However, after hearing this new order, they looked at each other with eyes filled with disbelief. This time, it was an order with a punishment of death. They had once again underestimated how important this orb of blood was. This matter was now the greatest secret of the Heaven Spirit Financial Group, and they absolutely could not tell anyone even until they died. Within a ghostly chi-filled palace, the expert from the death race was just admiring the human race for having a celestial emperor star descending. Sensing the eerie ripples from far away, his expression changed. Even though it was a Nether Emperor star, he did not feel happy at all. Not only was it because this Nether Emperor star's aura was quite similar to that Celestial Emperor star's aura, but as someone part of the death race, he could also clearly sense that this Nether Emperor star was quite hostile to the death race. It gave off a pure ghost world aura and an aura of chaos and violence. This aura felt like that of the 6 Paths demon images, but how was that possible? He could not understand this, and the ill intent it gave off made it impossible for him to feel happy about it. It was not just him. All of the experts from the death race looked at the Nether Emperor star giving off the 6 Paths aura and looked quite serious. Not a single one of them seemed happy at all. The God race, Demon race, and Devil race, which had been trying to find the owner of this Celestial Emperor star, all suddenly fell silent as if nothing had happened. Many minor figures in the 3 races felt quite confused, but the experts all became serious and took this matter incredibly seriously. All discussions about this Celestial Emperor star suddenly ceased, making everyone feel quite perplexed. However, from the reactions from the experts of the various races, they could understand that this matter was not so simple anymore. Roar! 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 Within the depths of the ghost world, 6 massive, furious roars sounded throughout the entire ghost world. Yin Chi started to become chaotic, and countless ghosts howled in fear. Everyone within the ghost world looked quite shocked. They knew what it was that had caused those sounds. They were the most terrifying existences in the ghost world, the 6 Paths demon images responsible for guarding the 6 Paths of reincarnation. What had happened? Why were the 6 Paths demon images so furious? All of the ghost world's large factions started to investigate this matter, as it was quite a big deal. After all, it was the 6 Paths demon images who had caused this commotion. Through their investigations, they discovered that another Emperor star giving off the 6 Paths aura in the Heaven Awakened world. In response, everyone fell into silence. 856 5 pupils back at Great Kin, within a gigantic pillar of Yin Chi, Zhaofu's body went through some changes. He no longer looked like a ghost and returned to his human appearance. He no longer had fangs in his mouth, and his hands were no longer claws. His appearance did not look savage anymore, and his body was not as pale. His skin was still slightly pale but had some ruddiness, and his hair was still gray-white. The biggest changes were in Zhaofu's eyes. Before, Zhaofu's left eye had 4 pupils, 2 blood red, 1 white, and 1 gold. Each of the pupils gave off different auras. The blood red ones gave off evil and murderous auras, the white one gave off a peaceful aura, and the golden one gave off a noble aura. Now, there was an extra gray pupil in Zhaofu's left eye. This gray pupil looked like a ghost's, and it gave off an eerie aura. Normal people would feel quite frightened when looking at it and would not dare to look at Zhaofu directly, otherwise, they would probably have nightmares for a few days. Apart from this, Zhaofu's right eye also went through some changes. Before, Zhaofu's right eye had 3 pupils layered together. Now, there were 4 pupils layered together, with an extra gray layer. The 6 gray dots around the pupil also became a bit bigger. There was also now a gray ghostly dragon within Zhaofu's body. It was as big as an ordinary dragon, but it had 4 eyes and a bone horn on its head. It gave off an eerie and terrifying aura of a ghost and was extremely powerful. The 6 Paths demon images within the ghost world pearl looked quite weak and were no longer as ferocious. It seemed that they had been heavily injured and needed a long time to recover. Zhaofu opened his terrifying eyes and stood between the heavens and earth. His aura seemed quite strange, it seemed somewhat human and yet somewhat ghost-like, but it was extremely powerful and gave off the might of an emperor. Zhaofu came back to his senses, and the Nether Emperor star slowly disappeared into the sky as the abnormal signs in the surroundings also disappeared. The massive pillar of Yin Chi gradually shrank, and the clouds of Yin Chi covering the human world also receded. The Yin Chi that filled the heavens and earth gradually dissipated, and a few rays of sunlight started to pierce through the clouds, restoring warmth to the human world. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction of Great Kin. No one would believe that this had nothing to do with Great Kin. After experiencing the abnormal signs from the Celestial Emperor Star and Nether Emperor Star, everyone prepared themselves for more, not letting their guards down yet. After a while, nothing happened, and the warm sunlight was still shining, the birds were still singing and there were light breezes. Only then did they relax. From the 3 general stars gathering, to the golden star descending, to the ghostly moon-like star descending, no one had expected so many things to happen. This was much more terrifying than even when the Myrtle Imperial Star and the Chaos Imperial Star had descended. What was even more unexpected was that Great Kin's Fate Star now was not only the Chaos Imperial Star, there was also a mysterious gold star and that ghostly moon-like star. No one understood what was happening with those 2 stars. They had never seen those 2 stars before and naturally had no idea what they were. However, they could tell that they were at least king stars, or else they would not have been able to cause such a disturbance. Now, Great Kin's legatee's potential was simply terrifying. He had 3 fate stars that were at least king stars, making his future unlimited. This made the leaders of the various factions felt a headache coming on. Great Kin's legatee was becoming greater and greater. They desperately thought of ways to suppress Great Kin, but they felt incredibly helpless. The gap between them and Great Kin was too huge. As the time for the destruction of the world came closer and closer, many large families decided to make a decision. This matter completely destroyed their hopes of making a name for themselves, and they could only dispiritedly run to the Ying family, hoping that Great Kin would take them in. Ever since Great Kin had conquered 1/3 of its territory, Vietnam had viewed Great Kin as its greatest enemy, wanting to find an opportunity to take revenge. However, after this, they realized how naive they were. They were like a few ants wanting to kill a massive dragon. When the Celestial Emperor Star, giving off boundless heaven's will, descended, they felt completely helpless. Their minds felt as if they had taken a great blow, going completely blank, and their bodies had automatically knelt in the direction Great Kin was in. It was not just a few people but everyone in Vietnam. Very few people could even resist this terrifying might. Facing someone who is so many times more powerful than them, they felt greatly discouraged, and some factions started to change their minds. If they continued on like this, all of Vietnam would be destroyed at Great Kin's hand sooner or later. If they did not want to die, they could only choose to submit. As such, they could not continue to view Great Kin with hatred and calm themselves down so that they could make a rational decision. If Great Kin was willing to take them in, they would submit to Great Kin. The various dynasty legatees' expressions were all quite unsightly. They had not been able to fully withstand the heaven's will to kneel either, and as the legatee of a dynasty, kneeling to someone else was an incredible humiliation. What angered them even more was that not only did they kneel, but all of their subjects had also knelt to Great Kin. This made them almost go mad with anger, hating Great Kin to death. Out of the 8 legatees, only Tina Pendragon had been able to withstand that heaven's will, but she had been heavily wounded as the price. It was essentially impossible for humans to resist that power, and even some kings in the grassy world could not withstand it, much less humans who were not yet kings. This matter not only shook the human world but also the fish scale world, dark daemon world, and grassy world. The grassy world decided to change its original plan. Before, they had decided to wait until the heaven domain boundaries were gone to invade the human world. They viewed the human world as sheep, but now, it seemed that the human world could actually be a ferocious tiger. If they weren't careful, they could be in trouble. The dark daemon world was also greatly shaken. They completely gave up on any ideas of looking down on the human world, and almost all the factions gathered together to discuss how to deal with the human world in the future. The dark daemon world's world protector, Mochi, once again entered the human world to observe it. He did not act as unrestrainedly as before because there was a being even more terrifying than him here. The fish-scale world deeply regretted what they had done. If they had known this would happen, they would not have invaded the human world. Not only did they lose so many people, but they might also have brought great trouble upon themselves. In the future, there would definitely be a battle between the humans and fish-scale people, and when they thought of that, their expressions became quite unsightly. The fish-scale world's world protector, a young man with golden fish scales, had finished his long period of cultivation. He also stepped into the human world for the first time and seriously observed the humans. 857 half-human half-ghost Zhaofu stood in the air and examined his body. He was not sure how to describe himself, as his bloodline had become quite strange. It seemed like that of the human race but also like that of the death race. This was because he had fused in the Six Paths Demon Image's bloodline, so it was quite difficult to tell. Zhaofu's current appearance was now his fixed appearance, and it could not be changed. His body now had some Six Paths of reincarnation power. It was not from the Six Paths Demon Images but something that belonged to himself. The Six Paths of reincarnation power was one of the top-tier powers in the ghost world and could completely suppress all lower-tier powers. Even the Ghost King's Ghost King power could not rival the 6 paths of reincarnation power. There were also 2 new dragons in his body. One gave off an extremely noble and powerful Emperor's aura, while the other gave off an extremely eerie and powerful Emperor's aura. Zhao Fu could not help but ask the Golden Dragon, "What's going on?" Now, Zhao Fu had 4 fate dragons. Out of all of them, the Golden Dragon was the most special, as it not only had its own consciousness but could also think independently and knew much more than Zhao Fu. The Golden Dragon could only shake its head and say, "I don't know why you were able to cause so many things." The gathering of the 3 stars seemed to have been the catalyst to all of this. Ever since you awakened the Chaos Imperial Star, your fate has no longer been constrained by the heavens. After fusing with me and the Heaven Murder Empire's fate and obtaining the Heaven Murder bloodline, you have become more and more unpredictable. The reason you were able to awaken 2 Emperor Stars was because of the amount of fate you had gathered. Of course, another thing that greatly helped was your origin mark. Without the help of the origin mark, it would have been quite difficult for you to awaken those 2 stars. You should thank that young woman for giving such a valuable origin mark to you. Now, you understand how important an origin mark is. Even those higher beings can't help themselves from wanting to steal it. After all, the origin race is simply too rare and has disappeared since ancient times. That young woman's identity is far more complicated than what you think. After hearing the Golden Dragon's words, Zhao Fu sighed. He had to hide the origin mark in the future and could not release even a tiny bit of its aura. He had already offended a higher being. That had only been a clone of the higher being, yet it was more powerful than ordinary godly spirits. It was only by using the 6 paths demon image's power that Zhao Fu had been able to defeat him. If the main body had descended, even if he had used all of his powers, Great Qin would have been destroyed by that higher being. Back then, Zhao Fu did not have time to hide his appearance, and Great Qin's position had been discovered. If that higher being came, Great Qin would face a catastrophe. That higher being's power was simply too terrifying and made Zhao Fu feel greatly threatened. However, Great Qin was based here and could not move. If he came, Great Qin would be doomed. Apart from establishing a kingdom, the only thing Zhao Fu could do now was restore his 6 paths of reincarnation power. Because Zhao Fu had used the 6 paths demon images to awaken the Nether Emperor Star, they not only looked extremely wounded, but most of their source energy had also been absorbed by Zhao Fu as well. By restoring his 6 paths of reincarnation power, Zhao Fu would be able to have a trace of resistance against that higher being. After thinking to himself for a while, Zhao Fu looked at the ghost soldiers kneeling on the ground and said, "All rise." The ghost soldiers simultaneously stood up and stood there like wooden blocks. They obeyed Zhao Fu's commands and seemed like perfectly loyal soldiers. Even if Zhao Fu ordered them to die, they would not hesitate. Earlier, the Ghost King seal had already shown signs of melting, and within this valley, the Ghost King seal, the various gravestones, the flag, and the Yin Qi formation had all fused together, forming that ghostly dragon that had entered Zhao Fu's body. Even though the Ghost King seal had disappeared, Zhao Fu could now innately control 10 million ghost soldiers. After all, the Ghost King seal had most likely fused into the ghostly dragon. Zhao Fu had never thought that such a thing would be created. He did not know if it was good or bad, turning into a half-human, half-ghost bloodline. At that moment, Beiqi and the rest of Zhao Fu's subordinates hurried over. Facing those Emperor Stars and the higher being, all of them felt incredibly powerless. Now that things had ended, they were extremely worried about Zhao Fu's safety and rushed over. "Your Majesty, are you alright?" The various generals came to Zhao Fu's side and looked at him with concern. At the same time, they could clearly feel that Zhao Fu's aura had become more powerful and colder as well. Zhao Fu slightly smiled and said, "I'm fine. Let's all go back together." Following this, Zhao Fu and his subordinates returned to the Great Qin city and made some arrangements. The first thing to do was the issue of defense. They now had to be on their guard against 3 countries. Also, they had to increase the construction of the Great Wall and clear out more regions. Great Qin now only lacked a tiny bit of experience point in order to establish a kingdom, and they could not let experience point hold them back. After clearing out all of the regions, even if they did not level up, it would be quite soon. During this period of time, Zhao Fu decided to be more low profile and avoid all battles, focusing on steadily developing. Everyone obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and sped up those things. Zhao Fu then called over Li Si and asked him to make a high-quality yin wood coffin out of the best quality yin wood. Hearing Zhao Fu say this, Li Si was given a big fright and asked Zhao Fu about his body. After all, anyone would feel incredibly worried upon their liege asking them to prepare a coffin. Seeing that Li Si had misunderstood, Zhao Fu smiled as he explained. The recovery of the 6 paths reincarnation power required a large amount of yin qi, and that valley had become a special place that could create a lot of yin qi. He would stay there for a while, and coffins were the best tools for gathering and preserving yin qi. After hearing Zhao Fu's explanation, Li Si felt much more at ease and ordered people to make the best quality coffin possible. Of course, Zhao Fu would not stay at the valley all day, every day. He only went at night to absorb a large amount of yin qi in order to recover his 6 paths of reincarnation power. He remained within the Great Qin city during the day to take care of various matters. After resting for a few days, a large group of women came to see Zhao Fu. They were essentially all Vietnamese players. Before, when Zhao Fu had attacked Vietnam, not only had he destroyed 5 dynasty legacies, but he had also taken down many factions. Most of these women had been brought back in passing. They were all women from the dynasty legacies, and they all had a large amount of phoenix chi. Most of these women were relatives of the dynasty legatees, such as their mothers, sisters, aunties, cousins, etc. Of course, Zhao Fu only glanced at them before making them concubines and ordering people to take them to their residences, not paying much mind to them. 858 Vietnam. Before, they had all been incredibly teary and either looked at Zhao Fu hatefully or angrily. Even though their looks were all quite good, Zhao Fu was not someone who was interested in just any woman. Seeing them so teary, he lost all interest in them. He did not have to refine any nation armaments, so there was no need for him to have any relations with them. He ordered people to take them to their residences and essentially forgot about them. Now, a few days had passed, and Zhao Fu had no idea why they had all suddenly asked to see him. Originally, he did not want to see them, as there was no need to waste his time and their time, but after thinking about it, they were his concubines and his women at least in name. As such, Zhao Fu agreed and had them enter the palace. Following this, 120 or so women walked in and respectfully bowed to Zhao Fu, making him feel quite surprised. The woman at the head of all of these women was an elegant-looking woman, and she smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, after thinking about it over these few days, we are willing to serve you, but can you please spare our families? We really will serve you with all of our hearts." Zhao Fu understood and lightly laughed. It seemed that they understood their fates and knew that Vietnam was not a match for Great Qin. The destruction of Vietnam was something that would happen sooner or later, so they decided to think about their families. After the matter of the 2 Emperor Stars awakening, many factions wanted to join Great Qin, but Zhao Fu only accepted some system factions. He did not accept any player factions, as he did not trust them. However, accepting players in was something that would happen sooner or later. Great Qin couldn't just have a mere handful of players. Zhao Fu lightly nodded before replying, "If your families are willing to submit, I will not harm them." A look of delight appeared on the women's faces, and the face of the one leading them became slightly red. She looked at Zhao Fu while taking her clothes off, saying, "Your Majesty, we'll come and serve you now." The other women also blushed and started to slowly take off their clothes. At that moment, 2 young girls ran in, one of whom had 9 tails. She was dragging a paper kite and happily ran over, calling out, "Your Majesty, fly kites with us." There was a green-haired, green-eyed girl following behind her shyly, looking at Zhao Fu with a hopeful look. This caused all of the women's faces to become even redder, and they awkwardly stood there as they looked at the 2 young girls. Zhao Fu had the Vietnamese women leave before taking Little Nine and Little Rose to a flat place. At the same time, he brought Black Forest, Moon Wolf, and Fat Cat. Because of how busy he had been, he had not had much time to spend with them. Little Nine and Little Rose sat on Black Forest and Moon Wolf, respectively, their little hands holding onto the kite strings as they excitedly laughed. Zhao Fu relaxedly sat on the green grass, looking at the scene in front of him and enjoying the breeze, while Fat Cat lazily lay beside him. These days had been quite leisurely, and such days would be quite rare in the future. In actuality, being an ordinary person would not be too bad either. Some multimillionaires felt this way too, deciding to work as ordinary employees of companies. After returning to the real world, the family leaders came to visit him, notifying him of a banquet, as many factions had asked to join Great Qin. Some of the player factions that had become Great Qin's factions wanted to know when they could enter Great Qin. Even though Great Qin had acknowledged them, they had still been kept outside of Great Qin's territory and still had not been able to go in, making them feel quite unsettled. The current Zhao Fu was not the same as the Zhao Fu from before. As soon as he arrived at the banquet, he became the center of attention. Countless people walked over to greet him and flatter him. These people were all quite experienced. Zhao Fu understood that these people only came over to greet him so courteously and flatter him because of Great Qin's legatee. If he did not have Great Qin's legatee behind him, they would not even bother to look at him. Indeed, without Great Qin's legatee's support, Zhao Fu would just be an unremarkable minor figure. How could he have the right to stand with them? He would not have the right to speak with people like them, and even if he did, he would have to act incredibly servilely. In actuality, most of these people looked down on Zhao Fu because he was nothing. Everything had been given to him by Great Qin, and without Great Qin's legatee, Zhao Fu would just be a bug they could crush at any moment. Many of these people had such thoughts, but because they feared Great Kin's legatee, they could only hide these thoughts within their hearts. They did their best to curry favor with Zhao Fu, treating him like a friend whom they had known for many years. However, none of them would be able to guess that Zhao Fu was actually Great Kin's legatee who they feared so much. However, Zhao Fu had no intentions of leaking any information and simply gave a few courteous replies. Right now, Zhao Fu did not want them to enter Great Kin and planned to wait until the Heaven-awakened world devoured the real world. Only then would he be able to fully grasp them within his hands and would not have to worry about any rebellions. Only then would he be able to trust them. When they lowered their heads, kneeled on the ground, and realized that he was Great Kin's legatee, he wondered just how they would feel. Saying that he was the representative of Great Kin's legatee was a nice way of putting it. One could also say that he was a pawn of Great Kin's legatee who could be discarded at any moment. How could such a pitiful figure stand on equal terms with Great Kin? When Zhao Fu revealed his true identity, who knew how they would react? Zhao Fu quickly concluded this banquet. His requirements for accepting the various factions were not too strict. Anyone who wanted to join Great Kin would have to show their sincerity. Soon, many women, treasures, and resources were gifted to Great Kin in order to show the faction's sincerity. Zhao Fu saw many superstars, models, and singers, all of whom came willingly and did not seem like they were forced. He was not sure what they were thinking. They were all incredibly popular and had great looks and figures. They should be able to find better options, yet they were willing to jump into a pit of fire and become an insignificant concubine of Great Kin's legatee. Looking at them and seeing how stunning they were, Zhao Fu tried to change their minds, saying, "There's no need for you to do this. Great Kin's legatee is not as great as you think. Even after you enter Great Kin, you will not be favored highly by Great Kin's legatee, so I'm sure there are better options out there for you." 859 Clear Sable Sword. One of the famous singers hurriedly cut off Zhao Fu and said in a small voice, "Are you not afraid of dying? You dare to talk about Great Kin's legatee like that? We know he's not good, but we have no other choice. We know that the real world is going to be destroyed soon, and only he can give us a safe and fulfilling life. In actuality, there's someone else I have my eyes on, but the world will belong to Great Kin's legatee sooner or later. Even if I become someone else's woman, with how licentious Great Kin's legatee is, he will still snatch me for his pleasure. I know that most men like women to be virgins and think that women who have been with men before aren't clean. As such, if I stay a virgin for him, I'll receive more affection from him. Since we're going to be taken by him sooner or later, it's better to take the initiative. Maybe then we'll be given better treatment. If we wait until we're snatched, adding on the fact that we won't be pure anymore, we might be treated coldly and die somewhere without anyone knowing." Zhao Fu really did not know what to say. He was Great Kin's legatee, and hearing her speak about him like this, he wondered if he really was as bad as that. Zhao Fu dryly coughed before saying, "Great Kin's legatee is actually not too bad. He cares about his subjects, is fair to all, and treats his subordinates well. You don't need to say this. I know you'll definitely try to say good things about him. I know what sort of person you are." Another young woman said, discourteously cutting Zhao Fu off. Zhao Fu felt quite speechless. He was indeed trying to save some face for himself. "Alright, that's enough. You're called Zhao Fu, right? When are you going to take us to Great Kin?" A woman with an extremely good figure, looking like a model, asked impatiently. These women all looked quite prideful, and Zhao Fu replied, "I haven't decided whether I want to send you to Great Kin or not." All of the women, who did not even want to bother with Zhao Fu, felt incredibly shocked and stared at him. One of the women coldly harumphed and said, "Do you know what the consequences are? With how lustful Great Kin's legatee is, it's impossible that he won't want us. You're just a minor figure working under him, so if you dare to not send us to him, you'll be dead meat. Plus, I remember everything you said about him before, you'd best watch yourself." This woman's figure was incredibly sexy, and he remembered that he had watched a few movies she was in. He originally had a good impression of her but not anymore now that she treated him so condescendingly. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and did not reply, refusing to send them. The singer who had spoken first tried to persuade him in a soft voice, "Zhao Fu, I know you have good intentions, but this is our decision. Please help us. Even though we know that he's not good, the world is in such chaos, and without someone powerful protecting us, our outcome will be quite grim. We might even become a sex toy for countless men and might lose our right to even be human. You stay within Great Kin, so you don't know how evil and cruel the outside world is. The outside world is incredibly chaotic, and we are doing this voluntarily. No matter what happens, we won't blame you. If you don't help us, that will be the same as destroying us." This made Zhao Fu feel quite helpless, so he could only agree, although this would only add to his reputation of being licentious. However, since this was what they wanted, he could only accept them. Hearing that Zhao Fu was going to accept them into great kin, they all looked at him gratefully. He wondered how they would feel after knowing about his true identity. However, Zhao Fu temporarily did not bring them to great kin because a mysterious faction had sent something to Zhao Fu. They had not revealed their identity, and the thing that they had sent was a sword. This sword was about 1 meter long and 2 finger widths wide, and it was completely black. There were golden inscriptions on it, and it gave off an ancient aura but did not feel very sharp. Zhao Fu could sense that this sword was not ordinary at all, as it gave off a dignified and benevolent sword intent. This sword intent was extremely powerful and ancient, and even an ordinary legendary rank weapon in the Heaven Awakened world would not be able to compare to it. This sword intent could rival even a saint armament. Who would gift such a valuable sword to him? Zhao Fu simply could not understand. However, Zhao Fu knew of this sword's background. This was the second-ranked sword out of the 10 epic rank swords, the clear sable sword. The first-ranked sword, the Regulus sword, was a sword of legends, while the clear sable sword was a sword more grounded in reality. If it wasn't for the Regulus sword, the clear sable sword would definitely be the top sword in China. The clear sable sword was created by the epic rank master of sword making, Wu Yezi, together with the help of his wife Wu Jun, wife Mozi, and junior apprentice brother Ganzhong, for the monarch Yunchang. Wu Yezi was a grandmaster level figure in the ancient world of sword making. His sword making skills were unparalleled, and he was the #1 expert in the ancient world. Even now, his name was heard of by many. The clear sable sword was a sword but also an eye. This long, black sword made it hard for others to sense how sharp it was, and it instead gave off an aura of tolerance and benevolence. It was like a deep, black eye of the heavens, looking down on every action of a king. If a ruler was virtuous and capable, the sword would remain with them and help the kingdom prosper. If a ruler was immoral and incapable, the sword would desert them, and the kingdom would fall to ruin. When Wu Yezi completed the sword, he could not help but shed tears, because he had finally completed his lifelong dream, to create a weapon that was firm and indestructible yet did not give off any killing intent. After the clear sable sword was forged, it was given to the king Yunchang and passed on to his son, King Jian. After losing in battle, he gave the sword to the king of Wu, Fa-ai. However, King Fa-ai was tyrannical, and the clear sable sword left him, going instead to the king of Chu. From then onwards, the clear sable sword had been a sword that represented justice and kindness. As the saying went, those who acted with kindness would have no enemies. The clear sable sword was a sword of kindness. After recalling the information about the clear sable sword, Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite startled. Why did someone gift him this sword of kindness? Could it be because they wanted him to show more kindness and stop killing? Zhao Fu held this sword and felt quite uncomfortable. The path that Zhao Fu walked was not the path of kindness, one that convinced people to surrender through amicable means. It was one of domination through continuous killing. This sword did not suit him, and just as he was about to put the sword down, he felt that within a boundless darkness, an eye suddenly opened. Zhao Fu's hairs stood on end and looked at the sword in shock. This sword actually had its own consciousness. 860I This eye was not scary and did not contain any ill intent, nor did it contain any joy. It simply looked at Zhao Fu peacefully without reacting at all. Zhao Fu inwardly felt quite uncomfortable at suddenly being looked at like this. Even though this sword did not have any ill intent, Zhao Fu did not like this sword much. He did not know just who this mysterious faction was and why they had given him the sword of kindness. They most likely knew that he was not a kind person, so why had they sent this sword to him? Zhao Fu could not understand. This sword really did not suit him, and he did not want to use it either. It made him feel uncomfortable, and this was the first time that Zhao Fu did not want to use a sword. It was not because its quality was not good enough. Indeed, the clear sable sword was one of the most famous and top-quality swords in all of China. However, Zhao Fu simply did not want to use it. It was not because he despised it but because he walked on a different path. As such, he decided to gift it to someone who was more suitable. Not all of the swords Zhao Fu had were related to darkness. The Seraph sword and Royal Wood sword were light attributed, but that was only in terms of their attributes. Zhao Fu's Emperor's power was one of commanding, and light or darkness did not matter, allowing him to use all of them. However, this sword gave off a sword intent filled with kindness. Zhao Fu was not an especially kind person, so it did not feel very suitable. Zhao Fu put the sword back in its box and decided to see if he could gift it to anyone. However, Zhao Fu was surprised to see that the eye did not disappear. It seemed to remain within his heart, peacefully looking at him. What was going on? Didn't he put the sword back? Why did he still have this sort of feeling? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and immediately gave the sword to his bodyguard and had him pick it up to see if anything happened. However, after the bodyguard picked it up, he shook his head, indicating that he did not feel anything. To him, the sword was just a normal sword or even a wooden sword that gave off no killing intent or intent to harm. Zhao Fu still could not believe it and gave the sword to someone else, and he even had that person swing it a few times. However, that person felt the same. Now, Zhao Fu was certain that only he had felt that when he picked up the sword. It was most likely that the sword could see his identity. Indeed, even if Zhao Fu could hide it from people, he could not hide it from such items, as they could see into a person's essence. Surely this sword wasn't sent by some mysterious faction to make him feel uncomfortable. Zhao Fu simply could not imagine why that mysterious faction would gift him a sword like this. He could not help but wonder just who this mysterious faction was. Historical records had said that the clear sable sword had been passed from person to person. During the Tang dynasty, it had been obtained by Zhu Rengai, and it had then been obtained by a famous general of the southern Song dynasty, Yuf. After Yuf and his son were killed, the whereabouts of the clear sable sword became unknown. However, Zhao Fu felt that this was false. From the very beginning, the clear sable sword was a sword for kings. Putting aside ordinary people, even ordinary generals would not be able to use it. Only kings would receive the recognition of this sword. At the very least, that was what Zhao Fu believed. Zhao Fu could not do much about this and put the sword away for now before looking at the women and saying, "I'll give you one last chance. Don't regret your actions and don't blame me." Hearing this, all of the women said gratefully, "Thank you." There were some, like the model from before, who coldly harumphed and said, "It's in your best interests not to say anything bad about us to Great Ken's legatee, otherwise, I'll also leak the things you said about him. Let's all keep our lips sealed. As long as there's no one saying anything bad about us, with our looks and statuses, I'm sure ordinary people like you have all lusted after us in movies. I'm sure Great Ken's legatee will like us as long as you don't say anything bad about us." Zhao Fu did not know what to say. Before, he had indeed fantasized about being with such women before, but this was normal for any ordinary man or woman. In the end, Zhao Fu could only bring them to Great Ken. Because all of the regions had been connected, getting there was no problem at all. At the same time, Zhao Fu gave them each a reality fruit to eat, bringing their bodies into the Heaven Awakened world. "You're in Great Ken now." After passing through the teleportation channel, Zhao Fu brought these women to the Great Ken city. Looking at the grand buildings and wide, bustling streets, they were instantly dumbfounded at how lively Great Ken was. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. Even television shows could not portray imperial capital so well. Zhao Fu had people take them to the palace, and just as he was about to casually make them concubines, he remembered how cold and arrogant some of them had been. As such, he walked over to the model and lifted up her chin. They were within Great Ken's palace now, so Zhao Fu did not hold himself back, but he gave the women all a great fright. They were all gifts to Great Ken's legatee, and they now belonged to him. Zhao Fu was just a subordinate of Great Ken's legatee, yet he dared to make a move on them like this. This Zhao Fu was simply too daring. Moreover, this was inside the palace. Wasn't he afraid of death? He was too stupid. The women were all stupefied to notice everyone's reverence and respect towards Zhao Fu. The model coldly swatted aside Zhao Fu's hand and said angrily, "What are you doing with your paws?" The singer hurriedly walked over and said, "No one else saw this, but Zhao Fu, do you really want to die? If you try to make a move on us, Great Ken's legatee will definitely kill you. Also, Miss Zhang, I'm sure you don't want Great Ken's legatee to know about this either. Everyone, let's just pretend that this never happened and wait for Great Ken's legatee to come. Please don't make any trouble." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, and the model referred to as Miss Zhang coldly glared at him, not wanting to pursue this matter further. After all, if Great Ken's legatee heard about this, it would not be good for her either. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and stroked the face of the singer. This caused all of the women to gasp. Zhao Fu was simply too unbridled and dared to act so wantonly. Flirting with Great Ken's legatee's woman once could be disregarded, but this was the second time, and he was become more and more unrestrained. Zhao Fu did not want to live anymore. Was it because he had never seen so many superstars before that his mind had collapsed? He would definitely die a terrible death. Great Ken's legatee would definitely slaughter him. 861 Imperial Examination. No man would tolerate another man touching his women, and this was even more so for Great Ken's legatee, who was notorious for how cruel and cold-blooded he was. Zhao Fu would definitely die a horrible death. The singer's face became red, and she quickly pushed away Zhao Fu's hand, saying somewhat angrily, "You're going too far." Seeing this, Zhao Fu could not help but smile and say, "You're already my woman. Can't I touch you?" The women still had not realized what was happening and could not understand why Zhao Fu was calling them his women. At that moment, the palace maid responsible for bringing them here came forward and bowed to Zhao Fu, respectfully calling out, "Your Majesty." Only now did the 30 or so people realize the truth. They looked at Zhao Fu in shock. None of them had expected Zhao Fu to be Great Ken's legatee. This was an incredibly shocking turn of events. Two people so different were actually the same person. No one had guessed his true identity to actually be so monstrous. Thinking to everything that had happened before, all of the women's faces became pale, and they hurriedly knelt as they cried out, "Your Majesty, we're sorry. We didn't know who you were." Zhao Fu did not mind too much and lightly nodded. Right now, the model was the most scared, thinking about how she had treated Great Qin's legatee, with how savage he was. It was very likely that she would be tortured to death. She had heard that Great Qin often skinned their enemies or broke their bones and cut their flesh off bit by bit. When she thought about that, the model started crying in fear. She clung onto Zhao Fu's leg as she wept. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I really didn't know who you were. I'm sorry. Please forgive me and let me live. I'll definitely serve you with everything I have." Seeing how terrified she looked, Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Zhao Fu had experienced this quite a lot, and seeing that Zhao Fu had no intention of blaming her, the model relaxed. Zhao Fu then looked at that singer. Looking at her slim figure and full breasts, the singer's face became a bit red, and she lowered her head. Following this, Zhao Fu made them all concubines and had people take them to their residences. After returning to the heaven-awakened world, what surprised Zhao Fu was that the eye still had not disappeared, and it seemed to have been implanted into Zhao Fu's heart. It continued to peacefully look at Zhao Fu, and feeling this gaze, Zhao Fu could not help but frown. Zhao Fu could do nothing about this except ask the Golden Dragon how to get rid of the eye. At the same time, Zhao Fu told the Golden Dragon about the eye. After hearing about it, the Golden expressed that it did not know either, but it said that this eye had a benefit. This eye was called a heart eye, and it was a formless eye that could enter one's thoughts. With this eye, one could sense all hostile intents and could prevent other people from sensing their thoughts. It was also a great help to one's cultivation. In actuality, if Zhao Fu wanted to get rid of it, that was up to him. If his thoughts drastically changed, the eye would disappear or completely fuse into Zhao Fu's mind. Zhao Fu could only put this matter aside and turn his attention back to Great Qin. Now, the development of Great Qin's Great Wall and the clearing of regions were progressing incredibly quickly. Soon, another month had passed, and they had cleared out 1/3 of the regions. This provided Great Qin with a large amount of population and experience, and one side of the Great Wall was nearly complete. Because Great Qin was about to become a kingdom, all of its resources were focused on this. Soon, Great Qin would be an official kingdom as opposed to a formless faction. Every region had to have villages, towns, and cities, and they could not all be clumped together. They had to fill out all of Great Qin's territory, only then would they be able to solidify their fate and make Great Qin's foundations even firmer. Moreover, every region had to be laid out properly with villages spread out, towns at the center of the many villages, and cities at the center of the many towns. The cities would administer the towns, and the towns would administer the villages. This would form a proper system of governance. Great Qin did not have many normal cities yet, so they would use great cities for now. Before, Zhao Fu had named the various regions as provinces. Now, he had to split the provinces into counties. Each province could be split into roughly 5 to 8 counties depending on the size. Each county was then split into towns and villages. Each region was split into tiny segments. This was not easy to do and had to be done ahead of time. It could not be left until they had established their kingdom. This was left to the various ministers, who gathered people to draw detailed maps before creating counties. At the same time, the establishment of the kingdom required a large number of talented people to fill many new positions. As such, Zhao Fu conducted an imperial examination. This imperial examination was split into a civil examination and a martial examination in order to choose ministers and generals. There was no limitation to age and race, anyone with the ability to do so could participate and become an official. After all, Great Qin did not just have one race. Apart from the indigenous residents, there were many different types of outlanders and many Vietnamese indigenous residents now. Zhao Fu had never discriminated between the different races, all were equal and had opportunity to become an official. Moreover, he did not restrict people by their age because those who were talented and capable were not just the young and able, many older people were quite capable as well. Zhao Fu did not restrict the imperial examination to those in the academy either. Even though there were now 120 branches of the Rising Qin Academy and they had 2 million students, limiting the examination like that would be far too restrictive. Great Qin had taken down many regions and system main cities, from which they had gained many learned and scholarly people. As such, Zhao Fu decided to pick anyone who performed well in order to help Great Qin develop. This was the same for the martial examinations. Not only did the participants not have to be students of the Rising Qin Academy, but they also did not have to even be soldiers. Anyone who was capable could participate. Of course, leading troops in battle was extremely dangerous, and they could not take this casually. Those who led others had to have a certain amount of battle experience, so most would be chosen from the army. If there were any people with exceptional fighting power, they could be gradually nurtured. They first sent an announcement to all of the regions about the imperial examination, and the response from the people was quite passionate. Naturally, many people were incredibly excited and happy about the prospect of becoming an official, and there were many people participating. The examinations were conducted in stages, with each stage becoming harder than the previous stage. In order to pick suitable people from an ocean of participants, they had to have strict requirements. After 6 days, roughly 30,000 people reached the final stage. 862 martial examination. The final stage was held at a very large stag, and there were all sorts of scholars there. Many of them wore long robes and seemed full of metal. There were both men and women, and they all waited for the final stage to begin. His Majesty has arrived. A cry sounded out as Zhao Fu led a group of people and walked out. Because the final stage of the imperial examination was quite formal, he wore his black and gold dragon inscription robe but did not wear his crown. Apart from some palace maids, there was also Li Si, Shang Yang, Meng Han, Shang Guanwaner, and Li Muqing. There was also Wu Zishan, who was quite familiar with imperial examinations. After all, imperial examinations became popular during the Tang dynasty, and Wu Zishan had personally created the martial examination system. She was capable of overseeing both the civil and martial examinations. As such, Zhao Fu had brought her here, because as a person of the modern world, Zhao Fu was not very familiar with such things. He knew that he did not have the ability, so he brought the right people with him to watch the imperial examinations. We greet His Majesty. Hearing that Zhao Fu had arrived, all of the participants simultaneously knelt and called out, their voices loud and bright. Zhao Fu came to the throne and said in a mighty voice that was not too loud yet filled the surroundings, "All rise." The countless participants rose, and some people could not help but slightly look up to take a look at Zhao Fu. The scene was incredibly silent, and everyone was filled with awe and respect towards Zhao Fu. Following this, the final stage began, and Zhao Fu and his various subordinates sat down and waited for the examination to conclude. "Who do you have your eyes on?" Zhao Fu asked his subordinates as he glanced over the participants. Meng Han, the president of the Rising Kin Academy, was the first to step out. He slightly smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate is confident in all of the Academy's students." Those words were completely useless, meaning that he had his eyes on all of the Academy's students. Zhao Fu could only turn to the others. Li Si was the next to step out. He bowed before saying, "Your Majesty, this subordinate has his eyes on 3 people, Pei Zishi, Hui Tong, and Xindong. I've tested the 3 of them before, and they are quite capable. They have unique philosophies on governance and will be able to help Great Kin greatly. It will be no problem for them to become ministers." This made Meng Han feel quite displeased, as none of those people were from the academy. As such, he could not help but say, "Minister Li, is there no one you're impressed with from the academy?" Li Si could tell what Meng Han was trying to say, and he added, "Wei, Lu Xunzi, and Ma Pazong are all quite good." Hearing this, Meng Han smiled and nodded courteously at Li Si. Hearing that these people were all men, Li Muqing and Shang Guanwaner inwardly sighed. Even though Zhao Fu viewed men and women as equal, it seemed that his subordinates viewed men higher than women. After all, most indigenous residents were quite traditional-minded and viewed men as superior. Their goal was to change all of this, so Li Muqing stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, from how I see it, Yu Xia, Zhang Sichu, and Brong are all quite good as well, and they are not inferior to any of those men. This is especially so for Yu Xia, who wrote the Snowy Creek poem. These women are incredibly learned and are far superior to ordinary scholars." These words made Li Si and Meng Han feel quite displeased. Shang Yang inwardly chuckled but did not mind at all. Following this, more people expressed their own opinions, and Zhao Fu started to tell that factions had started to form within Great Kin. Wu Zishan looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously, seeming like she was trying to steal his soul, but she did not express any opinions. As they spent more and more time together, day and night, Wu Zishan became even more enchanting than before. She no longer called Zhao Fu directly by his name, either calling him Your Majesty or husband, and she gave her body and heart to him. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Wu Zishan smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to bicker, we'll know once the results are out." This was quite true, one's abilities were the things that determined everything. It was inevitable that there would be factions among those in power, and this was the case in ancient times and in modern times. This required good management, and everything was for the sake of power. Time gradually passed, and soon, the civil examination concluded. The examination papers were all collected and given to the various ministers to read, and the better ones were handed to the higher-ups. Zhao Fu would also read some of them, as the examinations were based on governance and administration. Zhao Fu knew a bit about those things. As for the martial examination, It was simpler and rougher, being conducted through fighting. Those who led others in battle were promoted from within the army, and they were chosen by commanders and generals like Beiqi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, Beize, Sun Hengxiang, etc. The martial examination was to pick out those with high combat power, and this was best done through direct fighting. Because some special professions had special bonuses, everyone was told to change to the same profession for fairness' sake. Everyone could only rely on their own abilities. Zhao Fu also went over to take a look. There were many stages on which two people fought each other. In order to avoid any casualties or heavy injuries, most of the weapons were made of wood. Because people could still use their cultivation power, these wooden weapons were not inferior to real weapons, so they had also prepared many medics. Watching these fights was naturally more interesting than watching the civil examination. However, there were far fewer women than men. For the civil examination, 60% of the participants were men and 40% were women, but for the martial examination, 90% of the participants were men and only 10% were women. In terms of fighting, women naturally had a disadvantage, and most ordinary women would not be able to face men's savage attacks. However, the women who did dare to participate were extremely powerful and were not inferior to the men. Most of them were outlanders or from ancient fallen clans, as they were innately wilder and more powerful. By the third day, after the various stages, they had chosen many talents. The top performer in the civil examination was Yusiaya, one of the women Li Muqing had endorsed. The winner of the martial examination was someone from the ice and fire cities called Liu Zhao. Using his control of ice and fire, he had been able to obtain first place with great difficulty. The battles in the martial examination had been quite intense, and those with high-grade bloodlines or high cultivations had had an advantage. Zhao Fu personally met with those who had performed well in the imperial examinations and set a banquet for them in order to celebrate their achievements. Next was the matter of an empress. The best choice was, of course, Nu Lu. She was a descendant of Nu Hua and was also a player. Moreover, she was gentle and mild, making her quite suitable. Before, Chuoba King also would have been a good choice. However, because of her identity as someone from the origin race, there was nothing Zhao Fu could do about this. It was a pity that she had left, so she was not an option. 863 Ascending the throne. In actuality, Wu Zixin would not be a bad choice either, but because she had been the empress of the Tang dynasty, she would not be very suitable. As such, she could not be the empress of Great Qin. Wu Zixin understood this, so she did not try to vie for this position. She had already been made a concubine and was one of Zhao Fu's most beloved concubines, so she was already quite satisfied. Some of the ministers suggested choosing some of the other women, such as Daphne. She was the city lord of the Maurya city, the inheritor of India's #1 dynasty. Being an inheritor was different from being a legatee, as the true legatee, Shama, had already been defeated by Zhao Fu, and the Maurya dynasty had been conquered by Great Qin. Now, the Maurya city belonged to Great Qin, so Daphne could only be said to be an inheritor. Some people supported Erling becoming the empress. She was the inheritor of the Vile dynasty and was the city lord of the Demon King city. With her as the empress, they would be able to subdue the Dark Demon world easier, increasing the affinity between Great Qin and the Dark Demon fate. Everyone had different viewpoints, and some people even suggested making the Flower Fairy the empress. After all, if the emperor made the Flower Fairy his empress, they would definitely receive blessings from the heavens. This made Zhao Fu feel quite speechless. Zhao Fu had not even made the pure Flower Fairy a concubine, yet they wanted him to make her a concubine. Others suggested making the water god the empress. There had never been a godly spirit being made an empress before, and Great Qin would receive the protection of the fate of godly spirits, which was quite useful for Great Qin. At the same time, some people suggested making Beize, Sun Xiang, Wei King, and Zhu Liui empresses. They were all commanders and gifts to Great Qin from the heavens. If they became empresses, Great Qin's aura of conquering would become more powerful. They would be able to increase the offensive power of Great Qin's fate and solidify Great Qin's fate. This would make it easier to devour other nations' fate, as Great Qin had always been a nation of conquering and fighting. Some people suggested making Chuoba King the empress, as her bloodline was incredibly prestigious and no one could rival her. The Golden Dragon also agreed with this, as an empress would have a massive impact on a nation. Even the Heaven Murder Empire never had an empress from the origin race, from ancient times till now. This was incredibly rare. What surprised Zhao Fu was that even Xianru had a small group of supporters. It was the first time he had seen her blush embarrassedly before. In the end, Zhao Fu was unable to decide who to make the empress. However, he told his subordinates not to talk about this anymore, as he would make the decision himself. Time gradually passed, and Great Qin continued to build the Great Wall and clear out regions. Soon, 2 months had passed and autumn had come. The heat had disappeared, and the weather became colder. The leaves were no longer as lush and green, and they started to wither melancholically. Roar! A domineering and mighty dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire human world. In that moment, clouds started to gather and swirl, and a powerful might rippled out from Great Ken through the rest of the world. Rays of golden light spilled down from the heavens, and auspicious golden clouds floated towards Great Ken. Beautiful celestial music sounded out from the sky, and the image of countless auspicious beasts appeared in the sky, joyfully gathering towards Great Ken. Sensing these shocking changes, the entire human world paused what they were doing and looked in Great Ken's direction. Most of them felt incredibly shocked and bitter as they muttered, "Great Ken has established a kingdom." The news of Great Ken establishing a kingdom quickly shook the entire world. Great Ken was the first in the world to establish a kingdom, and countless people intensely talked about this. Many ordinary people participated in these discussions, excitedly talking about this. After such a long time, a faction had finally established a kingdom, and they had personally borne witness to this. Even though the various factions had seen this coming, now that they had personally seen Great Ken establish a kingdom, how could they feel good about this? Great Ken was simply far too ahead of them, making them feel helpless and terrified. Everyone looked in Great Ken's direction and looked at all of the abnormal signs, waiting to see if there were any changes. Right now, the entire world's attention was on Great Ken. Over at Great Ken, Zhao Fu had already put on a black and gold dragon robe and wore his crown. He stood on the heaven prayer platform, preparing to ascend the throne as emperor. The Great Ken city's city heart continuously trembled, and it gave off a powerful pillar of black light that shot into the sky. Traces of black aura started to rise up from Great Ken's territory and from Great Ken's residence, gathering towards the powerful pillar of black light. Zhao Fu stood on the heaven prayer platform by himself, looking at the pillar of black light. As more and more of Great Ken's fate gathered, black clouds of fate started to gather in the sky, and they gradually spread out and covered the sky in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, giving off a powerful aura of suppression. All of Great Ken's residents excitedly and happily knelt down. No one could feel happier about this than them, as they were the subjects of Great Ken. Under the formless fate energy, Zhao Fu's body was slowly lifted up and brought towards the pillar of black light, and he fused into it. Boom! An almighty explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body entered the pillar of black light, and its light became even more intense. The black cloud started to form an enormous vortex, the terrifying might weighing down on everything. Within the pillar of light, Zhao Fu was washed by the massive amount of Great Ken fate. No matter if it was his body, bloodline, aura, or soul, everything went through changes. The Great Ken seal slowly rose out of Zhao Fu's body and turned into a ray of black light before shooting into the massive vortex in the sky. Boom! The Great Ken seal entered the black vortex before exploding, turning into countless motes of black light that fused into the vortex. The aura that the black vortex gave off became even more terrifying, and even more fate rushed up into the sky from the ground. The black clouds that covered the surrounding 10,000 kilometers instantly expanded out to cover the surrounding 100,000 kilometers. That noble and domineering might became even more intense than before. Roar! 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 9 dragon roars sounded out as 9 savage-looking black dragons danced amidst the black clouds. Sometimes, their black, glowing dragon scales could be seen, sometimes, their powerfully claws could be seen, and sometimes, their savage-looking heads could be seen. As the 9 black dragons appeared, the powerful might became even more intense, and sensing this power, the various legatees' expressions became quite unsightly. Boom! Another shocking explosion sounded out as the 9 massive dragons gathered at the center of the vortex, and a powerful black light burst forth as the 9 dragons slowly fused into a large seal. 864 Great Ken Kingdom. This seal was black and gold and was about as wide as 2 palms. It had 9 savage, domineering black dragons engraved on it, looking as if they were alive. The seal gave off an intense black light and gave off an incredibly prestigious emperor's might. The instant that the large seal completely formed, a black wave of light rippled throughout all of Great Ken, causing Great Ken's territory to give off rays of black light. Great Ken's countless residents felt an energy restoring their bodies. Some sicknesses and injuries were slowly healed, and the residents felt their strength increasing. The sky above Great Ken was still covered with golden light and auspicious clouds, and the celestial music could still be heard. Now, golden flowers started to rain down, making the world within Great Ken seem incredibly beautiful, like a golden wonderland. After the seal fully formed, the city heart gave off powerful ripples, and black gales blew within the Great Ken city. The city heart gave off countless rays of black light as 9 little black dragons that were each 30 centimeters long slowly appeared, floating around the city heart. They remained beside the nation armaments and clan armaments, absorbing a large amount of fate and becoming more powerful. System announcement. The Great Ken city has leveled up into a royal city. You have fulfilled the conditions for establishing a kingdom. System announcement. The Great Ken Kingdom has been established. System announcement. The Great Ken Kingdom is the first kingdom established in this world and has obtained a large amount of fate. System announcement. You have conquered 520 regions, and the Great Ken Kingdom has obtained the region power of 520 regions. Your barony has leveled up into a level 5 barony. System announcement. As the legatee of the Great Ken Kingdom, you have officially become a king. You have obtained a large amount of fate, obtained Great Ken's king's power, and obtained Great Ken's king's profession. System announcement. You have already obtained a king's profession and king's power and cannot receive it again. The king's profession and king's power have fused into your emperor's power, strengthening your emperor's profession and emperor's power. System announcement. As the first person to establish a kingdom in the human world, you can receive additional rewards. Note, only the first 3 will receive additional rewards. System announcement. You have received 100 great cities, 200 cities, 400 towns, and 2,400 villages. These will be given as city creation stones that have fused with Great Ken's aura and will automatically become Great Ken's cities, towns, and villages. System announcement. You have established a kingdom and unlocked official positions. System announcement. You have established a kingdom and can establish core. System announcement. You have received kingdom border power. You may create a great wall to protect your territory, which will receive your kingdom's power, becoming incredibly firm. System announcements continuously sounded out within Zhao Fu's mind, and he could not help but smile. The abnormal signs gradually disappeared. Now, Great Ken could formally be called a kingdom, and Zhao Fu was officially a real king who could be called His Majesty. The Great Ken seal in the sky slowly descended and re-entered Zhao Fu's body. Now, this seal was no longer the Great Ken seal but the Great Ken royal seal. It contained the highest authority in Great Ken and naturally had king's power. Now that Zhao Fu had become a true king, his power greatly increased. What was key was his bloodline. Before, his bloodline had already been a level 17 sovereign bloodline, and the descent of the Celestial Emperor Star and Nether Emperor Star had also greatly affected his bloodline. Now that he had become a true king, this had given him the final push, causing his bloodline to become a level 18 sovereign bloodline. A level 18 sovereign bloodline was far more powerful than ordinary sovereign bloodlines. Just from the levels alone, Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline was immensely powerful. Zhao Fu landed down on the Heaven Prayer platform and went through the system announcements in detail. These were all system announcements relating to the establishment of a kingdom, and he could not just casually glance through them. The Great Ken city had now become a barony royal city, as Great Ken was only a barony. These were the Great Ken royal city's new stats: resident, 3,492,950 out of 80,240,000 soldier, 892,640 out of 32,482,000 village name, Great Ken royal city, legendary, level, barony royal city village area, 729,400 square kilometers village territory, 62,421,800 square kilometers residents, 3,492,950 out of 80,240,000 military, 892,640 out of 32,482,000 popular support, 86 village special stats, territory crop output plus 260%, territory crop growing time minus 260%, population limit plus 165%, residence stats can randomly plus 20, soldiers stats plus 25%, population attraction plus 200%, chance of attracting higher grade population plus 200%, subsidiary village limit, 896,930 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Drun Village, Lee Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. It could be seen that after becoming a kingdom, there was no longer an experience point bar, meaning that they no longer needed experience point to level up, rather, this was done through conquering regions. The fourth system announcement stated that Great Ken had conquered 520 regions, so it had received the region power of 520 regions and had leveled up into a level 5 barony. Each rank of kingdoms was split into 9 levels and was then ranked barony, marquisate, dukedom, etc. Leveling up of kingdoms did not depend on experience point but on conquering regions. The more regions one conquered, the faster one would level up. Great Ken had conquered 500 or so regions, so it was currently a level 5 barony. The Great Ken city no longer needed experience point, and it instead needed region power. Essentially, the level of the kingdom and the level of the Great Ken city would be the same. Now that the Great Ken royal city was a level 5 barony city, Great Ken was a level 5 barony kingdom. If Zhao Fu wanted to level it up quickly, he would have to conquer more regions. The more regions conquered, the higher a kingdom's level would be, the fewer regions conquered, the lower level a kingdom's level would be. In future wars, territory would be incredibly important. They could allow one to quickly gain levels, and could also allow one to quickly lose levels. The more regions one lost, the more levels one would lose. Not needing experience point was quite good, as the massive amount of experience point they gained in the future could be distributed to the various other cities, towns, and villages to help them level up faster so that Great Ken would have more and more cities. As for the announcement about the king's profession and king's power, Zhao Fu had already obtained them when he had defeated that mysterious skeleton in the underground region. Now, he already had the emperor profession and emperor's power. Zhao Fu now looked down on king's power, but seeing that it could increase his emperor's power, this was quite good. Zhao Fu sensed the power within his body and found that it had indeed increased by a bit. The last system announcement made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. There were actually such generous rewards. 100 great cities, 200 cities, 400 towns, and 2,400 villages came as a very pleasant surprise to Zhao Fu. Just the number of cities alone totaled 300, and there were many towns and villages for free. Zhao Fu naturally felt quite happy. These rewards would only be given to the first 3 kingdoms. Great Ken was the first, and he wondered who the second and third would be. They would most likely also receive great rewards. Right now, the most important things were the official positions and core. Any kingdom was powerful mostly because of the official positions and core, and they were why Zhao Fu had wanted to establish a kingdom as quickly as possible. With those 2 things, fighting against even godly spirits was no problem. 865 seal. The official positions were split into civil officials and military officials, and they would have their own official seals. These official seals had Great Ken's power, making them quite powerful. They were quite similar to City Lord seals, but even if they were stolen by someone else, they would be useless. Only those appointed by Great Ken could use them. Before, Zhao Fu had split the provinces into counties, and each county had a county seal, while each province also had a province seal. Those who administered 10 provinces had a baron seal, those who administered 100 provinces had a marquis seal, those who administered 1,000 provinces had a duke seal, and those who administered 10,000 provinces had a lord seal. A county seal's power could rival that of a basic city, and a province seal's power could rival that of a great city. A baron seal could rival a level 5 great city's city lord seal, a marquis seal could rival a capital city's city lord seal, and a duke seal could rival a barony royal city's city lord seal. Now that Great Ken had cleared out 520 regions, it had 520 provinces that had been split into 2,846 counties. This meant that they had 520 province seals and 2,846 county seals. They could also have 52 baron seals and 5 marquis seals. With that in mind, Great Ken's strength would increase monstrously. This was just the benefit brought by establishing a kingdom and did not even factor in Great Ken's current strength. Just establishing a kingdom alone made Great Ken an existence that no one dared to offend. However, the civil official seals were only used for internal governance and were not used for fighting. They could only be used within Great Ken's territory and could not be used in regions that did not belong to Great Ken. This made them not as effective as City Lord seals, which could be used anywhere. However, these civil official seals were quite effective for defense, which was also quite good. With them defending Great Ken, Zhao Fu could feel at ease and not worry about others attacking. Even though the civil official seals could not be used for conquering, there was still the martial official seals. Civil officials were responsible for internal governance, while martial officials were responsible for fighting and conquering. Those who led 100,000 soldiers could be given a basic general seal, which could rival a basic city's city lord seal. Those who led 1,000,000 soldiers could be given an intermediate general seal, which could rival a great city's city lord seal, and those who led 10,000,000 soldiers could be given an advanced general seal, which could rival a capital city's city lord seal. Those who led 100,000,000 soldiers could be given a marquis general seal, which could rival a barony royal city's city lord seal, while those who led 1,000,000,000 soldiers could be given a duke general seal, which could rival a marquisate royal city's city lord seal. Right now, Great Ken had 200,000,000 city lord seals, so it could have 2,000 basic general seals, 200 intermediate general seals, 20 advanced general seals, and 2 marquis general seals. The number of martial official seals was quite frightening, and as general seals, they were not as restricted as the civil official seals. They were just like normal city lord seals that could be used anywhere. However, they had one limitation, which was the number of soldiers. The number of soldiers that a kingdom could have could only be 1/10 of its entire population. Extra soldiers would not be acknowledged. If it wasn't for this limitation, Great Ken could make its 1 billion or so residents all into soldiers. Even if they did not fight, Great Ken would be able to obtain many general seals. That way, they would be able to obtain over 10,000 general seals, and everyone would instantly be annihilated by Great Ken. Now that Great Ken had conquered 520 regions, its total population had reached 1.8 million, and it had 200 million soldiers. There were 170 million or so Stage 1 soldiers, 6.2 million Stage 2 soldiers, 700,000 or so Stage 3 soldiers, and 30,000 or so Stage 4 soldiers. It also had 3 capital cities, 2,628 great cities, 521 cities, 860 towns, and 39,489 villages. There were also 68,000 corpse soul soldiers, 1,400 corpse soul commanders, 2,700 wyverns in total, and 2,300 wyverns that could fight. Now that Great Ken had 1.8 billion people, they could have 180 million soldiers in the army. This would mean 1,800 basic general seals, 180 intermediate general seals, 18 advanced general seals, and 1 marquis general seal. In total, Great Ken had 4,649 official seals that could rival a basic city's city lord seal and 700 or so official seals that could rival a great city's city lord seal. Those were the benefits of having official positions. It was simply shocking. Without even doing anything, Great Ken's strength had greatly increased. At the same time, because these were official seals, not city lord seals, they could be used together. This meant that people could use the 2 seals' power together without any clashes. Next was the core. They were a powerful resource that only kingdoms had. Level 1 baronies could establish 5 core, and each core could have 1 million soldiers. Core would also level up as the kingdoms level up, and every level gave core an extra 200,000 soldiers. Every level that a kingdom increased by, they could obtain another 2 core. In other words, every time a kingdom leveled up, they could create 2 new core. Now that Great Ken was a level 5 barony, it could have 13 core, and each core could have 2 million soldiers. In total, they could have 26 million soldiers in the core. Kingdoms were only so monstrously powerful because of the official positions and core. Just as the official positions were quite terrifying, the core were just as important and had special effects as well. Special Effect 1, Core Power. All soldiers in core will obtain all stats plus 10 and all stats plus 5%. Special Effect 2, Core Courage. Greatly increases morale and helps soldiers be resolute, making them fearless in the face of death and courageous when killing enemies. Resistance to illusions and formations plus 200%. Special Effect 3, Core Light. Increases soldiers' recovery rate and has some healing effects. Special Effect 4, Core Might. Causes soldiers to give off an innate sense of intimidation that can affect the hearts of ordinary soldiers and cause them to cower. Special Effect 5, Core Shield. Soldiers can explode out with power and condense a powerful defensive barrier that can protect the entire core. The barrier is more powerful than ordinary barriers and is boosted by the core stats. Special Effect 6, Core Formation. Every soldier can release his or her soldier aura, which can be gathered to form a powerful weapon or beast. However, all soldiers must be united in their thoughts and cannot think about other things. Special Effect 7, Great Core. Any core of the same kingdom can join together to become even more powerful. The more core that join forces, the more powerful they will become. 866 core. Those were the 7 special effects of core. Their effects were quite similar to those from general armaments, making all soldiers much stronger. However, the general armaments did not give an intimidation effect, and the 7th effect was the biggest advantage of the core. Out of the first few effects made ordinary soldiers immensely powerful, as it gave them simply too many advantages. Soldiers in core were definitely more powerful than ordinary soldiers, this was undisputed. Out of the 6th special effect, the core formation, was quite similar to the soldier aura formation from general armaments, but there were some differences. Even though both of them had soldiers giving off an aura, which gathered together to form weapons or beasts, the main difference was that for soldier aura formation, the soldier aura was controlled by the general armament. The person wielding the general armament could gather the soldier aura into a certain form, and this had nothing to do with the soldiers themselves. However, for core, the core formation relied on all soldiers working in unison to control their soldier aura. This required an incredible amount of cooperation. General armaments relied on the leader, while the core relied on the group. Comparatively speaking, general armaments were more convenient, but general armaments were not so easy to obtain. Even after establishing a kingdom, Great Ken only had 10 general armaments, while every kingdom would have core. Even though core formation was more troublesome, it was better than a general armaments soldier aura formation. The core formation united all of the soldiers' thoughts, and if they could unite such powerful battle intent, what they created would naturally be more powerful than what a general armament could create. Of course, if the soldiers' battle intent was weak and they could not unite their thoughts, then they would not even be able to gather their auras. In the past, if one city lord faced off against 100,000 stage 1 soldiers, the city lord would definitely be more powerful. After all, The city lord had a city lord seal, and if the 100,000 soldiers could not gather their attacks, they would not be able to threaten the city lord. Moreover, the soldiers would not be able to avoid the city lord's attacks easily, as there were so many of them, while the city lord would be able to easily dodge their attacks because he was by himself. If the city lord wanted to run, the soldiers would not be able to do anything about it because the city lord could fly. If the city lord did not want to directly face off against the 100,000 soldiers, he could also launch sneak attacks to kill them. The soldiers would not be a match for the city lord at all and would be completely annihilated. That was the advantage that top-tier factions had. Before, Great Ken had used many city lords to suddenly attack various regions, easily destroying them. The soldiers could do nothing against Great Ken's city lords and could only watch on. Great Ken had used this method to attack many regions, and had swept across dozens of regions. It was only when other city lords arrived and faced off with the same power that Great Ken was forced to stop. However, if those city lords did not come, would those system soldiers be able to do anything against Great Ken? After all, the system main cities had been taken down by Great Ken one after the other. The weakness of the system main city soldiers was that their strength was scattered and could not be gathered to resist city lords. However, this was different now that there were corps. The corps formation formed by 100,000 stage 1 soldiers would be enough to resist a city lord. What was even more important was that a city lord's power came from his or her city lord seal, while the corps had a city-destroying attribute that somewhat suppressed a city lord's power. When it was a corps facing off against a city lord, it was often the city lord running in fear. That was why corps were so powerful. What's more, the Great Corps special effect was something that kingdoms used to resist monster-level powers. These monster-level powers were either incredibly terrifying beasts or peerless experts. They were simply too powerful and could threaten an entire kingdom. If a kingdom did not have powerful experts, they would only be able to use their corps to resist. When using the Great Corps special effects, the soldiers received all sorts of powerful buffs, and the more corps that joined together, the greater their power. They would not lose to even peerless experts, and this was mainly used to defend against terrifying existences that could threaten the entire kingdom. The corps were also split into normal corps and special corps. Any kingdom could establish a normal corps, but their effects were quite ordinary. They only had those 7 special effects and did not have any special powers. However, special corps were different and were incredibly powerful. Normal corps naturally were not as powerful as special corps. Because of this, special corps had quite a few requirements. First, they had to have a corps vessel. This item had to have powerful attributes, and even though it did not matter whether the attributes were good or evil, it had to be able to fuse with the core. Moreover, there was an issue of computability. Some items were extremely powerful, but they were not suitable to fuse with a core. The core was an orb of light that was about as big as a basketball, and it gave off a faint white light and a formless aura. It was the most important thing to establishing a core, and it was something birthed by a kingdom's fate. Only certain things could fuse with the core, and if a core could fuse with such an item, a kingdom would be able to establish a special core. The special core attributes would be greatly linked to that item. This sort of knowledge was quite commonplace, so it was not too surprising that Zhao Fu knew about it. This was the strength of core. However, the number of core that Great Ken could have was quite small, as Great Ken could only establish 13 core right now. This was only a total of 26 million soldiers, while Great Ken overall had over 200 million soldiers. 100,000 soldiers in a core could suppress one city lord, so 26 million soldiers could suppress 260 city lords. The soldiers would be able to fight effectively against other soldiers and would also be able to kill city lords together. The power of official positions and core was a kingdom's greatest protections. Only with these powers could a kingdom become truly powerful. Having a kingdom and not having a kingdom were completely different levels, and this was why. Of the various system announcements, there was also one about the border that was quite important. The Great Wall had the kingdom's power reinforcing it, making it not only incredibly tough, but it also acted as an isolation barrier. Even extremely powerful teleportation channels could not cross the border because of the Great Wall. Zhao Fu stood on the heaven prayer platform, and after looking through the many system announcements, a slight smile appeared on his face. His heart pounded as he felt a powerful sense of confidence. Great Ken had finally established a kingdom, and it was no longer a mere faction but a real nation. 867 Royal Core. This had been the Ying family's dream from generation to generation, to re-establish the Great Qin Empire. Now, Zhao Fu had fulfilled their dream. After accepting Great Qin's legacy, Zhao Fu had gradually accepted the identity of Great Qin's legacy and a Great Qin bloodline. Even though Zhao Fu was only part of the collateral family, which was quite far off from the Ying family's main bloodline, because his legacy became stronger, His great kin bloodline had become incredibly pure. Zhao Fu had accepted his identity as part of the Ying family as well as his legacy's mission. Out of today, Zhao Fu had officially re-established great kin. He was not only going to restore it to its former glory but bring it to even greater heights, establishing an everlasting empire and making the entire Heaven Awakened world know the name Great Kin. Out of Zhao Fu slightly smiled and walked down from the Heaven Prayer platform. All of the ministers, generals, and residents were reverently kneeling with joyous looks on their faces. Out of you may all rise. Zhao Fu looked over these people and said as he smiled. Out of everyone came to their feet and bowed to Zhao Fu, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on officially becoming the King of Great Kin." Out of Zhao Fu lightly nodded and took his subordinates back to the palace. Zhao Fu now had two main tasks, which were conferring official positions and establishing core. Out of within the Grand Palace, Zhao Fu wore his black and gold dragon robe and wore his crown, giving off an aura of dignity and might as he sat on his throne. Behind him was an exquisite black and gold screen, while those below stood in ranks. Out of all of Great Kin's officials were wearing their court dresses, which were primarily black, with different auspicious beasts embroidered on them to show different ranks. Out of Li Si stood beside Zhao Fu with a long scroll. This scroll was completely black, the outside was of black and gold embroidered fabric while the inside was paper. People's names and positions were written in blood red ink. Out of Bei Qi. From the beginning of the Heaven Awakened world, you have been supporting His Majesty with your utmost being, and you have contributed greatly to Great Kin's current position. You are awarded 1 Marquis General Seal and given the title Protector of the Kingdom. You are awarded 5 million gold coins, a mansion in the western region of the Great Kin City, and a number of servants. Out of as Li Si read out the names and rewards in a loud voice, people stepped up to accept these positions and rewards. Seals appeared in the air, giving off white lights and ascending into their hands. Out of an actuality, provinces and counties were something that the Heaven Awakened world already had. Regions were split into counties, which had county administrators, and counties were part of provinces, which had province administrators. There were also barons, who delegated power. Out of however, this was not enough to create a comprehensive form of governance. Great Kin's various departments and various officials all needed appropriate official positions, and they would be responsible for various things in Great Kin. Out of the Heaven Awakened world system was not that great, so Zhao Fu decided to mimic ancient times. He split the positions into 9 ranks, which were further split into 2 classes, A and B, for a total of 18 ranks. Out of Zhao Fu gave out ranks based on what the officials did in their roles and their importance to Great Kin. For example, Bei Qi was a rank 1A Kingdom Protector Commander. Out of most civil officials had official seals, but they did not have much power, only the authority to manage. Normally, managing a city or a region required a City Lord seal, but the official seals allowed them to conduct management without City Lord seals. Out of Zhao Fu quite liked the ancient system and did not want to use the Heaven Awakened world system, and this was up to him. However, as a level 5 barony, Great Kin did not have much strength yet. He already had to split the strength between the general seals and minister seals, and now that Zhao Fu wanted to use the ancient system with more ranks, there would be more minister seals, resulting in a greater dilution of strength. Out of in the end, a rank 9 minister's seal would barely have stage 1 strength. Now that Great Kin had only just established a kingdom, it was still facing many dangers, so Zhao Fu could not completely use the ancient system. Out of as such, Zhao Fu decided that he needed to establish a unique system. However, he could only do this once Great Kin became powerful, and it was not at that stage yet. As such, even though Zhao Fu decided to use the ancient system, he would not split any power and would only give them authority. Out of the official positions with actual power remained at the same number without much dilution. Out of for now, Zhao Fu only conferred titles down to rank 3A. In the future, he would give out more positions using imperial edicts. Otherwise, Li Si would not be able to go through all of the positions even if he read out names for an entire day. Out of after many positions were conferred, all of Great Kin sank into celebrations. Everyone wore bright smiles and set up feasts in their homes, welcoming guests to celebrate. Out of Zhao Fu also set up a banquet in the palace to celebrate the establishment of the kingdom and the conferment of so many positions. Even Zhao Fu, who did not like large gatherings or drinking, stayed till midnight and also had some drinks. Out of by now, many people were lying on the ground, drunk, while others were competing to see who could drink more. The scene was quite chaotic, but everyone was incredibly happy and joyous. Becoming an official was an extremely important matter to these people and was something that countless people could only dream of. Out of luckily, Zhao Fu had long since made preparations to select talents to become officials. If they had left this until now, they would have to work themselves to death. Out of seeing that there were still people drinking, Zhao Fu did not disturb them and silently left. Even though he had drunk a lot of wine, because of his powerful constitution, he was not affected at all. Zhao Fu decided to take this opportunity to look into the core. Out of right now, Zhao Fu had 13 orbs of light. These were all core cores that he had received after establishing the kingdom. Out of Zhao Fu first went to the city hall. The Great Qin City's city heart was legendary grade, and it was the core item of Great Qin, so it could be fused with the core cores. Out of many kingdoms used the city heart of their capitals to fuse with the core cores. Such core would become a kingdom's royal core, making them the strongest core in the kingdom, and they were usually personally controlled by the ruler. After coming to the city hall, Zhao Fu looked at the cube giving off black light and the 9 savage-looking black dragons around it. Zhao Fu took out one of the core cores and fused it with the city heart. Out of the Great Qin City's city heart and the core were extremely compatible, and they instantly fused together, causing a powerful aura to burst forth. Out of countless rays of black light exploded out, instantly filling the entire city hall. Heaven and earth essence chi madly gathered as a black dragon gradually formed in front of Zhao Fu, giving off a powerful dragon's light. Out of roar. This black dragon gave off a massive roar. It was 10 or so meters long, and luckily the city hall was large enough to contain it, though it was a bit cramped. The black dragon flew around the city heart before turning into a stone steel with a black dragon engraved on it. 868 Great Qin Imperial Core. The stone steel in front of Zhao Fu was naturally a core stone steel. Soldiers could use this core stone steel to become part of the core, and this black dragon stone steel was that of a special core. Zhao Fu walked over to the black dragon stone steel. Because it was fused from the Great Qin City's city heart and a core, its attributes would most likely be quite close to Great Qin's, Great Qin Imperial Core, with Great Qin's most important core item as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from Great Qin, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive King's Guard power, and the core formation will be a black dragon. The limit for this core has increased by 3 million soldiers. After reading this, Zhao Fu grinned. He had never thought that those in the core would be able to obtain King's Guard power. It was a power similar to King's power, and their power came from the king. For example, Zhao Fu had given King's Guard power to Jnaya, Zhaosha, and Chuoba King, and they had become King's Guards. King's Guard power was incredibly powerful, and those who possessed it were not weak at all. If everyone in a core could obtain King's Guard power, that core would be simply monstrous. Also, the core formation was a black dragon, which would be easier for Great Qin's soldiers to form, and its power would be more powerful than ordinary soldier aura formations. Moreover, the limit of the core increased by 3 million soldiers. The core leveled up as a kingdom leveled up, and after being established, the Great Qin Imperial Core was level 5 and could have 2 million soldiers. Now, however, it could have 5 million soldiers. Every core had its own flag, and Zhao Fu planned to have a blood red flag with a savage black dragon on it as the Great Qin Imperial Core flag. This would give off a bloody, austere aura. In ancient times, Great Qin was often represented by black and red, black for nobility and red for blood. This not only increased soldiers' battle intent but also intimidated their enemies. Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and put away the stone steel. This was the city hall, and it was not suitable for the stone steel to be here. Now, Zhao Fu had used one of the cores and still had 12, so he decided to look for other suitable vessels. The Vile Dynasty was one of the top dynasties of the Dark Demon world and was not weak at all. It also had a large amount of fate, and the Demon King City was one of Great Qin's 3 capital cities. It should be able to be a vessel. Zhao Fu went to the Demon King City and fused a core into the city heart. This process was also quite smooth, and dense demonic chi flooded out as the city heart gave off a demonic light, and the image of a demon king with 2 horns, a muscular body, and sharp claws appeared. Roar. The Demon King gave off a heaven-shaking roar as a powerful aura exploded out, and a stone steel with a Demon King engraved on it appeared before Zhao Fu. Demon King Core, with the Vile Dynasty's most important core item as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from the Vile Dynasty, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive Demon King power, and the core formation will be a Demon King. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. These stats seemed a bit weaker than a Great Qin Imperial Core but only by a bit. There was not an increase of 3 million soldiers, instead, it was 1 million. It seemed that only the core fused with the city heart of the royal city would have an increase of 3 million soldiers. However, this special core was already much better than a normal core. An increase of 1 million soldiers was quite good as well. Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and put the Demon King Core stone steel away. He then headed to the Maurya city, the legacy city of the Maurya dynasty. The Maurya dynasty was India's #1 dynasty, and it had held a clan armament. It was incredibly powerful, and as one of Great Qin's 3 capital cities, it most likely could be a vessel as well. After coming to the Maurya city's city hall, Zhao Fu took out a core and fused it into the city heart. This also went quite smoothly, and a blinding five-colored light shot out as the city heart continuously trembled, giving off waves of powerful aura. Scree-ee-ee. A five-colored peacock condensed from the light, and it lightly flapped its wings, bringing about massive winds as it transformed into a stone stele with a peacock engraved on it. Moria Core, with the Moria dynasty's most important core item as the vessel, this stone stele has received a massive amount of power from the Moria dynasty, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive Moria power, and the core formation will be a peacock. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Zhao Fu felt quite pleased and put this stone seal away before heading to Great Ken's final capital city, which was the Seven Kill City. As one of Great Ken's capital cities, the Seven Kill City was also quite powerful, and this was especially so after fusing with the terrifying Seven Murders power. After reaching the Seven Kill City's city hall, Zhao Fu also successfully fused a core into the city heart. A powerful aura rippled out as a dense blood-red aura spread out, while the city heart continuously trembled and gave off a ray of blood-red light. This blood-red light gave off an extremely powerful killing intent, enough to make people's hairs stand on end. Ordinary people would have collapsed to the ground in fear. Scree-ee. A piercing cry sounded out as a blood-red eagle appeared. Its gaze was incredibly sharp, and it gave off a powerful aura of suppression before turning into a stone stele with a blood-red eagle engraved on it. 7 Kill Core, with the 7 Kill City's most important core item as the vessel, this stone seal has received a massive amount of power from the 7 Kill City, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive 7 kill power, and the core formation will be a blood-red eagle. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Now, Zhao Fu had created 4 special core. They were the Great Kin Imperial Core, Demon King Core, Moria Core, and 7 Kill Core. There were still 9 cores that he still had not used yet. The most suitable vessels had already been used, and Zhao Fu started to think about what else could be used as a vessel. Special core were much more powerful than normal core, and cores could only be used once. After creating a core, it could not be changed. As such, if he created a normal core, it would forever be a normal core and could not become a special core. As such, Zhao Fu decided to tread carefully and not casually establish core. He wanted to find more suitable vessels to create powerful special core. Now that he had used the royal city and capital cities, Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the other cities. As long as the city heart was powerful enough, it should be easy to fuse. 869 Ice and Fire Core. At that moment, Zhao Fu thought of the other nation legacies. Great Qin had taken down many nation legacies, starting from Great Shun, and by now, Great Qin had taken down 10 or so more. If they could also be used as vessels for the cores, there would be nothing for Zhao Fu to worry about, and Great Qin would be able to immediately obtain 13 special core. Zhao Fu went to Great Shun City. It was the first nation legacy that Great Qin had taken down, and it was developing quite well. It was now a great city. Zhao Fu went to the city hall and took out a core. He threw it towards the city heart, and the core lightly floated over before fusing together. At first, the process was quite smooth. The core slowly fused into the city heart, but the speed of the fusing gradually slowed down. In the end, the core gave off a bang and flew out. The fusing had failed. It seemed that the city heart of a nation legacy city could not be a vessel for the cores, and this caused Zhao Fu to frown. After thinking for a moment, he headed on to the next nation legacy city, but the result was the same. The city heart and core could not be fused together. Zhao Fu tried a few more times but found that it still was not possible. Nation legacy cities most likely did not have enough power and could not be the vessel for cores. It seemed that only dynasty legacy cities could be vessels. Zhao Fu had already used Great Qin's most powerful cities. It seemed that these nation legacies were not good enough, so what else could he use? Zhao Fu could not help but think of the ice and fire cities. These two cities had immense power and were most likely more powerful than an ordinary nation legacy city. Back then, Zhao Fu had even considered making them capital cities. Zhao Fu felt that these two cities should be able to fuse with the cores. Zhao Fu first went to Fiery Flame City. Looking at the fiery cube floating in the air, Zhao Fu took out a core and started the fusing process. The two items started to quickly fuse, but the fusing speed gradually fell. Just as the orb was about to fully fuse into the city heart, the core was once again blasted out. It was incredibly close, and Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. Zhao Fu suddenly thought of two people. They were the city lords of the ice and fire cities. They had incredibly monstrous ice and fire power. Since it was just a little bit off, they could be quite useful. There was a way to increase the chance of fusion, which was by choosing a captain of the core. The captain's attributes had to be incredibly similar to the vessel's attributes, and it was best for them to have perfect affinity. That way, not only would the core fuse with the vessel, but it would also bind to the captain. Banosh and Carrie both had powerful ice and fire attributes, so they naturally had high affinity with the ice and fire cities. There would be no problem with making them captains. As such, Zhaofu called Benosh and carry over. Seeing that Zhaofu was here, Benosh dissatisfiedly harumphed and said, "We've been waiting for you in the palace for so long, what are you doing here?" Zhaofu lightly laughed. They were naturally waiting for Zhaofu to do all sorts of adult things to them. "I have some things to do, so I won't be going back for today. Also, come over and fuse some of your blood into the city heart." "How are you going to reward me?" Benosh asked as she crossed her arms and raised her chin, a flirtatious look in her fiery eyes. Zhaofu could only helplessly say, "I'll reward you properly after today. Hurry up. I still have other things to do." Benosh smiled and walked over before taking out a dagger and cutting open her white palm. Fire-colored blood flowed out, which Benosh controlled and fused into the city heart. At that moment, Zhaofu also took out a core. The three things instantly fused together incredibly quickly, and a wave of heat burst forth. The city heart gave off an intense fiery light as flames filled the surroundings. The flames quickly gathered together to form a fiery woman. Even though her features were quite hard to make out, she looked like Benosh and gave off a powerful fire attribute power. Finally, this fiery person transformed into a stone steel with a fiery person engraved on it. Fire core, with fiery flame city's most important core item as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from Fiery Flame City, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive fire power, and the core formation will be a fiery woman. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. After seeing this, Zhaofu gave a trace of a smile and put the stone steel away before taking Carrie to Icy Spirit City. Within the city hall, Zhaofu looked at her and said, "Carrie, fuse your blood into the city heart like Benosh." Carrie coldly stood by the side and lightly nodded before saying calmly, "I also want a reward." Even though her voice was incredibly calm, Zhaofu could see a trace of shyness on her face. He could not help but lightly laugh, and Carrie's face became red. She then cut open her palm, and a slightly icy blood fused into the city heart while Zhaofu also fused the core. Instantly, a bone-chilling coldness swept out, and the city hall became frozen at a speed at which the eye could see. The city heart gave off a powerful chilling chi, forming the figure of a woman. This woman was made out of chilling chi and her looks were also quite hazy, but she looked similar to Carrie. This image gave off a powerful ice attribute power that seemed as if it could freeze everything, and it then turned into a stone steel that had an icy woman engraved on it. Ice core, with Icy Spirit City's most important core item as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from Icy Spirit City, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive ice power, and the core formation will be an icy woman. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Another special core had been established, and Zhaofu smiled as he put away the stone steel. Greatkin now had 6 special core, and he could still establish 7 more. Now, Greatkin did not have any more special cities to fuse with the cores. Zhaofu thought of some other things that could potentially be used as vessels. Because they had immense power, Zhaofu decided to go and test out his thoughts. "Your Majesty, I'll be waiting for you in the palace as well." Seeing that Zhaofu had things to do, Carrie maintained her cool as best she could and went to the palace to await Zhaofu's reward after he had finished the things he needed to do. 870 special core. Hearing this, Zhaofu smiled and nodded before going over to the Fountain of Life. He looked at the big tree next to the Fountain of Life that was hundreds of meters tall. Its crown was incredibly lush and seemed to cover the whole sky. Its green leaves seemed to be full of life, and the entire tree gave off a faint green light and a dense aura of life. It had been a few months since the world tree had been planted, and Great Ken had used all sorts of spirit liquids to nurture it. The world tree also absorbed the life essence from countless corpses every day, which was why it was so big and powerful. The world tree was a divine object of the elf race, and it was normally incredibly difficult to obtain. Even some elf kingdoms did not have one, and Zhaofu had been quite lucky to obtain one. This world tree had powerful life energy and a trace of the world's source energy. Just like normal trees of life, it also had a divine tree warrior profession, and with its attributes, it should be able to become a vessel for a core. Of course, this was only a guess, so Zhaofu still had to verify it. Zhaofu took out a core and pressed it against the massive trunk of the world tree. The core gradually fused into it, and the process was quite smooth. Suddenly, the world tree gave off an intense green light that covered the surroundings, and an aura of life swept out like a torrent of water, bringing with it a powerful aura. A 10 or so meter image of a tree, giving off a faint light, floated out of the trunk before becoming a stone steel with a tree engraved on it. World Tree Core, with the powerful life attributed World Tree as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from the World Tree, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive life power, and the core formation will be a World Tree. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. It turned out that it was indeed possible. Xiaofu felt delighted and put this stone steel away before going to a place filled with flowers. This was the place where the flower devil were being nurtured, and Xiaofu's next target was the world flower. Since the world tree could act as a vessel, the world flower should be able to as well. The world flower had powerful flower energy and a trace of the world's source energy, so it was quite similar to the world tree. With Great Kin's nurturing, the world flower was now 20 or so meters tall and had a few large leaves, but it still had not grown any flowers. There were only green buds that had not yet developed into flowers, and no one knew when they would actually bloom. Xiaofu was not completely sure if the world flower was ready yet, but he took out a core and tried to fuse it into the world flower. A pink aura came out from the world flower. It was not very powerful but gave off an intoxicating flower fragrance that could almost make one hallucinate, and a small image of a flower appeared. This flower looked quite special, looking like a rose and changing to all sorts of different colors. Its branch was dark green and had a few leaves as well. After the flower appeared, it turned into a stone stele with a flower engraved on it. World Flower Core, with a beautiful world flower as the vessel. This stone stele has received a massive amount of power from the world flower, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive flower power, and the core formation will be a world flower. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. Another special core had been established. Great Kin now had 8 special core: the Great Kin Imperial Core, Demon King Core, Moria Core, 7 Kill Core, Fire Core, Ice Core, World Tree Core, and World Flower Core. After developing, these 8 core would all be incredibly powerful existences and would be able to take down all of Great Kin's enemies. They would have a massive advantage over ordinary armies, and their names would be remembered by all, causing others to fear it. After establishing these 8 special core, Xiaofu had used up more than half of the core cores. Now, Xiaofu still had 5 core cores. Xiaofu once again sank into his thoughts as he considered what else could be used as a vessel. Apart from powerful cities and powerful items, Great Kin had 2 other things, which were the Corpse Soul Blood Lake and the Wyvern Den. The Corpse Soul Blood Lake had been strengthened by the 10,000 Blood God Stone and some other things obtained during the Ghost Festival. It could now spawn 500 Corpse Soul Soldiers and 10 Corpse Soul Commanders per day, which had Stage 4 or Stage 5 strength. Based on their immense innate power, 5 or 6 soldiers of the same level would not be able to defeat them. If they were given heavy armor and weapons, they would be killing machines on the battlefield. The Wyverns were the same. Even though Great Kin could only spawn 5 per day, with how powerful they were, with their ice and fire mutations, they were also immense killing machines. If Xiaofu could use the Wyvern Den to create a core as well, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying special core. However, Xiaofu did not keep his hopes up and could only try it. He first went to the Wyvern Den. This den had originally been a universal den that was only fine gold rank. Now, it had been leveled up to epic rank and could spawn 5 wyverns per day. The universal den could be used to spawn anything, and Great Kin had previously used it to spawn void beasts. However, there were still limits. Some beings that were too powerful could not be spawned. For example, world beasts and powerful guardian beasts could not be spawned. Xiaofu decided to fuse a core into the den, though he was not sure what would happen. He took out a core and threw it out, causing it to lightly float towards the den and start to fuse with it. The process was extremely smooth as well. It was as if the universal den was absorbing the core into itself, and the process was even faster than fusing into the Great Kin City's city heart. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the universal den gave off a rainbow light. A powerful aura swept out like a wild gale. This power was extremely mighty, and even Xiaofu was forced back a few steps. Seeing this, Xiaofu felt a bit shocked. He had already created 8 special core, but he had been sent back a few steps by this power. What made Xiaofu even more surprised was that this power was not weakening and was instead becoming stronger. The core of the universal den, the clay-like substance, gave off a brilliant rainbow light that covered the surrounding dozens of kilometers. The terrifying aura became more and more powerful, creating a massive typhoon. Massive rocks rolled along the ground as large trees bent and swayed. Xiaofu was forced to unleash his emperor's domain to defend against the debris. Crack! A massive sound rang out as if something had cracked. A large tear had appeared in the sky, through which countless rainbow light flooded out, bringing about an otherworldly, mystical aura. A rainbow-colored orb of light lightly descended from the tear in the sky, containing countless images, including humans, demons, elves, orcs, angels, dragons, animals. 871 Universal Core. The orb seemed to contain images of all living creatures and even some that Xiaofu had never seen before. Xiaofu felt quite shocked about this. He had never thought that it would be like this. Originally, Xiaofu had thought that the image would be of a wyvern, But it turned out that this was not the case. The rainbow orb containing countless images slowly descended from the sky and turned into a stone steel. All of the images were fused into the stone steel, and Xiaofu was quite curious. Just based on the abnormal signs alone, it seemed that this core would be stronger than an ordinary special core. As such, Xiaofu immediately went up to look at it. Universal core, with the Universal Den as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from the Universal Den, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive universal power, and the core formation will be a crystal orb. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. So this was what it was like. What caught Xiaofu's attention was the universal power, as well as the detailed description. The so-called universal power was a power of countless races fused together. This sort of power was naturally extremely powerful and was not much weaker than the world's source energy. The universal core was more or less the same as other special core, but it had an ability that distinguished itself from others. No other core could rival this ability, and with this ability, the universal core would be one of the top core in the world. This core was simply too powerful, and would be able to suppress all core. After all, the universal core ability was to suppress all other core. No matter if it was a royal core or another powerful special core, everything would be countered by the universal core. The true use of the universal core was to make other core ineffective for a certain period of time. It was a core that could dissolve other core power. If another core charged over with a ferocious aura and condensed a terrifying tiger, the universal core ability would render that core powers ineffective, their buffs would all disappear, and the tiger formed from the core soldier aura would dissipate as well. This was because the universal power could nullify all powers and had its own universal domain. Any core that entered this domain would have their powers suppressed and nullified as if they had dissolved. This universal core was a great counter to all core. However, it might not be as effective against core with very high stage soldiers. If the gap in strength between the two core was too great, the universal core would not be as effective. However, obtaining this universal core was a great surprise, and Xiaofu could not help but rejoice that he had obtained the universal den. It had simply helped Great Ken far too much. It could spawn wyverns and also establish a universal core. Nothing in Great Ken could compare to it. Xiaofu grinned as he put the stone steel away. After creating the universal core, there were still 4 cores, and Xiaofu went to the corpse soul blood lake. There was a dense stench of blood here, as the hundreds of meters wide blood lake was formed by dissolving countless corpses in order to provide Great Ken with corpse soul soldiers and commanders every day. After arriving at the corpse soul blood lake, Xiaofu did not feel too confident, as the corpse soul blood lake was not a city or a den. Even though he was not sure, he still decided to try. Xiaofu took out a core and threw it towards the corpse soul blood lake. The white orb of light floated towards the blood red stone at the bottom of the corpse soul blood lake before slowly fusing into it. The process was quite slow, and Xiaofu could only wait beside the lake. Suddenly, countless rays of blood red light shot out from the water, and a massive power burst forth from beneath the water. All of the water in the lake started to quickly spin, forming a gigantic blood red vortex. The blood lake gave off terrifying sounds as it quickly spun, and traces of blood red aura floated out, forming a vicious-looking monster in the air. This monster looked quite like a corpse soul soldier. It had a tall, muscular body, gray skin, and no hair. It had a savage appearance, with its mouth filled with fangs, and a pair of sharp claws. It looked quite terrifying and could scare children. After this monster appeared, it turned into a stone steel with a monster engraved on it, which floated above the water. After this, all of the abnormal signs ceased. Seeing that the fusing had succeeded, Xiaofu looked quite pleased and grabbed at the air. A formless hand brought the stone steel to Xiaofu, and he looked at its description. Corpse Soul Core, with the Corpse Soul Blood Lake as the vessel. This stone steel has received a massive amount of power from the Corpse Soul Blood Lake, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive Corpse Soul power, and the core formation will be a Corpse Soul monster. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. After reading through this description, Xiaofu found that the Corpse Soul power still brought with it a berserk and chaotic power, which ordinarily could not be controlled well. Only people from the death race or other races with powerful bodies could use this power, or they would be harmed. Right now, the only death race seemed to be the ghost soldiers. However, the ghost soldiers were not suited to this barbaric power, but luckily, Xiaofu had a group in mind. These were the orcs. With this power, they would become even more powerful. The orcs had naturally powerful bodies and a savage nature, so they would be quite compatible with the corpse soul power. Xiaofu put away the stone steel. Now, there were only 3 cores left. What else did Great Ken have that could be used as a vessel? He sank into his thoughts when an idea flashed in his mind, and he realized that he had forgotten about something. During the 6-day festival, Xiaofu had obtained 3 cities. Celestial City and Sword Mountain had been obtained from the event, while Disaster City was a city that had fused with the Disaster Seed. They most likely could be used as vessels. Firstly, they were all epic rank, and because they all contained immense power, there should be no problem. Zhao Fu just so happened to have 3 cores remaining. Zhao Fu first went to Disaster City. The 3 cities had already been developed into great cities and had even greater power now. Disaster City did not have a big population, as it was disaster attributed and was harmful to ordinary people. Ordinary people who remained there would get sick, but those with a disaster attribute were immune. The core fused into the city heart, and a powerful aura of disaster rippled out. The city heart shined with light as a berserk wind blew. A bolt of lightning blasted out, an icy wind rushed out, and a wave of searing heat rippled out. All sorts of natural disasters appeared in the city hall before a black fog appeared, giving off an aura of disaster and turning into a stone stele with fog engraved on it. 872 Disaster Core, with the Disaster City as the vessel. This stone stele has received a massive amount of power from the Disaster City, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive disaster power, and the core formation will be Disaster Fog. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. In a more detailed description, there was information that the soldiers part of the disaster core would not be negatively affected by disaster power and would instead be able to control it. Following this, Zhao Fu went to Celestial City. This was a city that any cultivator would like because it naturally gathered the spirit chi in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers. The things grown here also had a trace of spirituality, and it gave off the aura of a holy land. Those who lived here had faster cultivation speeds, and their bodies would be nourished by spirit chi, making them less susceptible to illnesses and increasing their lifespan. As such, there were many people living in Celestial City, a clear contrast to Disaster City. Zhao Fu fused the core into Celestial City's city heart, and a dense, white wave of spirit chi rushed out, instantly filling the city hall. It was as if a white fog had filled the hall. The city heart gave off a sunset glow, and a figure seemed to walk out. This figure was an illusory image and seemed to be a man. He was wearing white clothes and gave off a powerful aura, with a dense celestial chi around him. He seemed like a real celestial. Following this, the image turned into a stone stele with a celestial man engraved on it. Celestial Core, with Celestial City as the vessel. This stone stele has received a massive amount of power from Celestial City, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive celestial power, and the core formation will be a celestial image. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. The celestial power was indeed the power that belonged to celestials, but it was quite relatively weak, not even 0.001% of true celestial power. However, it was still quite powerful, as celestials in the Heaven Awakened world were peak experts who stood at the top of the world. Following this, Zhao Fu went to Sword Mountain. Jnai was the city lord here, and almost everyone learned the way of the sword. Zhao Fu went to the city hall and once again fused a core into the city heart. Xing. A clear sword hum sounded out as the city heart exploded out with a sharp sword chi. It was enough to cut even Zhao Fu's skin, so he put up his emperor's domain to resist it. At that moment, the city heart gave off countless sword lights that gradually gathered into a white sword. This sword of light was 3 meters long and 15 centimeters wide, and it gave off a massive sword aura as if it could slash through everything. Following this, the sword of light turned into motes of light and formed a stone stele with a sword engraved on it. Sword Mountain Core, with Sword Mountain as the vessel. This stone stele has received a massive amount of power from Sword Mountain, greatly raising all attributes. All members of the core can receive Sword Mountain power, and the core formation will be a sword. The limit for this core has increased by 1 million soldiers. The Sword Mountain core power leaned towards destruction and was one of the most powerful core in terms of attack. Overall, it was one of the best core that Great Ken had. Now that Zhao Fu had established 13 special core, he could finally relax. Zhao Fu smiled, as Great Ken now had a massive advantage. Right from the beginning, it was a level 5 barony and had 13 special core. Whether it was now or in the future, they would be a big part of Great Ken's strength. It was now early in the morning, and it would nearly be dawn. Zhao Fu finally returned to the palace, and after opening the door, he found that the women were all asleep, so he did not disturb them. It was nearly time for the morning audience, and Zhao Fu had many important matters to discuss with his various subordinates. Now that he had taken care of the official positions and core, it was time to start acting again and level up Great Ken. The real world had not yet been devoured, and the heaven domain boundary had not disappeared yet. And yet, Great Ken had already established a kingdom. This was a massive advantage, and after the heaven domain boundary disappeared and the grassy people attacked, they would be shocked when facing Great Ken, which had been developing as a kingdom for many years. The sun started to rise, causing sunlight to cover the land, and the morning sky was incredibly blue. Even though most people had partied and drunk for most of the night, with their powerful cultivations and constitutions, they were not greatly affected. At the morning audience, Zhao Fu asked his subordinates what Great Qin's next step should be. Unexpectedly, everyone's thoughts were the same: to destroy Vietnam. Vietnam was north of Great Qin, and of its 350 regions, Great Qin had taken over 120 of them, leaving 230 regions. If Great Qin took over these 230 regions, any further north would be the ocean. Anyone who wanted to attack the north of Great Qin would have to cross the ocean, and as long as Great Qin set up some defensive lines there, it basically would not have to worry about anyone attacking from the north. That way, Great Qin's north would be completely secure. When that time came, they would only have to defend the eastern, western, and southern sides, greatly reducing the pressure of defending. As such, all of the ministers and generals supported taking down Vietnam. What should they do after taking down Vietnam though? Vietnam was already Great Qin's for the taking and could be conquered at any time. What was more important was what Great Qin should do after doing this. After conquering Vietnam, Great Qin would have to face a large number of system factions from the east, west, and south. There were also the two countries next to Vietnam, Myanmar and Laos. This still gave Great Qin some pressure, as they would have to face many enemies. Now, they had two options: attack the two countries next to Vietnam or attack the system factions in the three directions. Your Majesty, this subordinate has an idea. Wei Liao stepped out and bowed before speaking. Zhao Fu nodded and motioned for him to continue. Wei Liao said, this subordinate believes that after conquering Vietnam, we should first attack the system factions on the three sides. Right now, the biggest faction is to Great Qin's west, and they only have 900 or so city lords. The eastern side has 700 or so city lords, while the southern side has 600 or so city lords. In total, they only have 2,200 city lords, which Great Qin can take down quite easily. The western faction occupies 300 regions, the eastern faction occupies 230 regions and the southern faction occupies 190 regions. Even though they've grouped together, many of those regions have become empty. Despite there being many player factions in those empty regions, with Great Qin's power, dealing with those player factions will be no problem at all. If we take down all of those regions, Great Qin will have 720 regions, and with the 230 from Vietnam, Great Qin will have 950 regions. More than half of the northern side of China will fall into Great Qin's hands. This will be enough for Great Qin to stably develop for a while. 873 Hongbang Dynasty. There is also the problem of Myanmar and Laos, as well as what your Majesty will do with the 80 million players who live in Vietnam if we kill all of them. It will come at a great cost to Great Qin and will cause a lot of anger. If Great Qin slaughters an entire country, the whole world will fall into panic and join together to attack Great Qin. Right now, Great Qin does not have the strength to resist an entire world. As such, we should never slaughter an entry country. This subordinate believes that we should scare them off. Not only will this reduce Great Qin's losses, but we will also be able to avoid slaughtering a country. This subordinate has a plan to achieve this. After conquering Vietnam, we can conquer some regions between Myanmar and Laos and give those regions to Vietnam. After dying, Vietnamese people will be able to spawn there. However, that will be the region right between Myanmar and Laos, so they most likely will not accept the Vietnamese people. After all, it won't just be a few Vietnamese people but an entire country. Their resources will be decreased by half, their living space will be decreased by half, and their opportunities will be decreased by half. This will affect the country's benefits and cause conflict. They will start to fight amongst themselves, helping us deal with the issue of 80 million players and whittling away at Myanmar and Laos' strength. In the future, it will be much easier for us to take down those two countries. As for whether or not they will band together, with the selfish nature of humans, this is impossible. After all, this will come at a great cost to their interests, which is something that they will not be able to accept. As long as Great Qin temporarily expresses that it will not attack them, they will not band together, allowing the conflict between them to continue. This plan caused Zhao Fu to slightly smiled, and he looked at the others as he asked, what does everyone else think? We have no objections. The other subordinates bowed as they simultaneously replied. Zhao Fu felt quite pleased and decided to use this plan. However, because Great Qin had only just established its kingdom, it was not ready to attack yet, and they would have to wait a few days for the other factions to let down their guard. Indeed, the other factions all felt quite wary of Great Qin because it had just established a kingdom, and they were worried that Great Qin would attack. However, after half a month, Great Qin had not done anything, so they started to slightly relax. Before, Great Qin had 2,628 great cities and 521 basic cities, which was roughly 3,000 or so city lords. It now had 1,800 basic general seals and 180 intermediate general seals, which was around 2,000 general seals in total. This meant that Great Kin had around 5,000 city lords. The Vietnamese system factions had around 600 or so city lords, and the player factions had around 400, which was less than 1,000 or so city lords in total. Moreover, all of those city lords belonged to different factions and could not all gather together, so they were a pile of loose sand. This would make it quite easy for Great Kin. The only thing that they had to worry about was the Hong Bang dynasty, which controlled Vietnam's only nation armament. It was Vietnam's most ancient dynasty and was seen as the beginning of Vietnam. The Hong Bang dynasty was established in 2879 BC and lasted until 258 BC. The rulers were called Hung Kings, then Zichqui, and then finally Van Lang. The Luo you mentioned in China's ancient chronicles was related to the Hong Bang dynasty. This dynasty had 2,000 or so years of history and had an immense amount of fate, which was why it was able to birth a nation armament. In the end, the Hong Bang dynasty was destroyed by Nduang Vuong. Nduang Vuong was a prince of the state of Shu. After Great Kin destroyed the state of Shu in 316 BC, the royal family escaped to the northern part of Vietnam and established the kingdom of Olac. Zhao Fu had complete confidence in taking down this dynasty. After all, it was just a single dynasty legatee, and he was nothing to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu decided to use his top-tier battle force to destroy them, as they had not yet established a kingdom and did not have any core to use. As such, Zhao Fu could unreservedly use his most powerful forces. However, when they conquered Vietnam, the two other countries could interfere. After all, they understood that after Vietnam was destroyed, Great Kin's next target would be them. That was the only reason why they would be willing to help Vietnam defend against Great Kin. That would be when Great Kin's civil officials came into play. They were unable to attack and could only defend. On a dark night, when there was no moon or stars, the lighting was quite dim and it was difficult to see into the distance. A cold wind blew, and with the darkness of the night, it created an eerie atmosphere as if there were ghosts hiding in the darkness. Zhao Fu looked at the 5,000 people behind him and said, "Your goal is to take down the city, don't waste any time with soldiers and residents. After taking over the city and relocating it, immediately leave." Everyone else replied in the affirmative and started to quickly move. Figures turned into rays of light and disappeared. At a large assembly area, this was one of Vietnam's two largest factions. There were 300 or so cities gathered here, and they spanned across 10 or so regions. These regions were completely controlled by the system main cities, and there were practically no players here. Suddenly, powerful auras shot towards the city halls of the system main cities on the outskirts. The city lords were greatly shocked and quickly drew their weapons as they quickly notified the other city lords to come and defend. However, what surprised them was that not a single city lord came to help. This made them feel quite startled, and they came to a terrifying conclusion. A chubby middle-aged man looked at the 5 city lords in front of him with an unsightly expression. One of the people laughed coldly and said, "Vietnam is about to be conquered by Great Kin. We'll give you one chance, will you surrender to Great Kin?" "So it's Great Kin." The chubby middle-aged man's heart plummeted. Hearing that all of Vietnam was going to be conquered, his body felt a chill as a sense of grief and terror washed over him. Boom. The 5 city lords did not give him much time to think. They did not waste any more words and directly attacked. A terrifying saber light, bringing with it a massive amount of saber chi, flashed out, and the middle-aged man could only quickly dodge. He did not have the ability to fight against 5 city lords. The 5 city lords all unleashed monstrous saber lights, reducing everything within 1,000 meters to rubble. There were massive gashes on the ground, and even though the middle-aged man had focused on running and dodging, he had not been able to avoid all of the attacks. He was blasted out by a shockwave and was somewhat injured. Right now, he had only a single thing on his mind, which was to run. He definitely was not a match for those 5 people. 874 King Seal. Not only did the 5 people hold a numerical advantage, they had better equipment. The chubby middle-aged city lord knew that if he stayed here, he would die. As they had said, Vietnam was going to be conquered, so there would be no one to come and save him. As such, he could only run. However, even though he wanted to run, how could those people allow him to? The 5 people scattered and rushed at the chubby middle-aged man. One of them stabbed his spear towards the middle-aged man, who used his sword to block. However, another person immediately attacked from the side, forcing the middle-aged man to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, he was not very agile, and even though he was able to dodge the second person's attack, he was unable to dodge the third person's attack from behind. The massive saber, bringing with it a sharp saber chi, split open the middle-aged man's back, causing blood to fly out. The 5 people quickly dealt with this chubby middle-aged man and relocated his system main city before turning into rays of light and flying away, leaving behind the furious residents and soldiers. Within the center of the assembly area, all of the most powerful cities were gathered there, and the city lords of those cities were stronger than most. Suddenly, a gloomy-looking man woke up from his sleep as he sensed something. His expression changed, and he rushed out of the room. He saw a young man wearing white robes and holding a steel sword in the darkness slowly walking towards him. The young man's entire body gave off a sword intent, and it seemed incredibly sharp. It was as if the aura itself could take someone's life. This person was definitely incredibly dangerous. Of course, it was Jnaya. I don't want to kill unnecessarily, submit to great kin. Jnaya calmly looked at the gloomy-looking man without any emotion in his eyes. Seeing that he was being underestimated like this, the gloomy-looking man instantly felt quite furious. He took out a bone halberd and exploded out with an eerie aura as he tapped off the ground, causing it to crack. His body shot out like an arrow, reaching Jnaya in an instant. The gloomy-looking man gripped his bone halberd with both hands and stabbed forwards. The head of the halberd gave off Chi and a terrifying destructive power as it stabbed towards Jnaya's chest. If he was hit, his body would definitely be pierced, causing him to die. Shing. Facing this terrifying attack, a clear sword hum sounded out as a silver-white sword light flashed out. Jnaya continued to stand on the spot, his sword in the same position, but there was now a few drops of blood rolling down from it. The gloomy-looking man looked quite shocked as he gripped his throat and looked at Jnaya in disbelief before collapsing to the ground, dead. A gray city lord seal floated out of his body, and Jnaya's expression did not change much. He waved his hand, putting the corpse and city lord seal into his spatial ring. He then headed to the city heart and relocated the system main city. Jnaya was incredibly strong and was one of the top fighters in Great Kin. Because the system main cities were all great cities, Great Kin used the city lords of great cities to deal with them. The city lords of basic cities were used to deal with player factions. Countless city lords suddenly descended on player factions and started to kill the city lords. Great Kin had never even considered taking in any player factions and directly killed all players. As faction after faction was destroyed, all of Vietnam became panicked. News of Great Kin attacking Vietnam not only traveled through all of Vietnam but was also spread to all factions monitoring Great Kin. Everyone had the same thought, which was that Vietnam was finished. In the future, Vietnam would no longer exist in this world. Great Kin was simply too terrifying. After establishing its kingdom, the first thing it did was destroy a country. This shocked everyone. Zhao Fu led 500 or so city lords to the Hongbang dynasty. Zhao Fu had detailed information on the Hongbang dynasty's strength. It had 8 million residents, 1 million players, and 50 or so city lords. News of Great Kin attacking Vietnam had not yet spread because everyone was acting simultaneously. Zhao Fu's target was the Hongbang dynasty, so he directly took his group and descended there. Even though they had not noticed Great Kin attacking Vietnam, there was still heavy security. There were soldiers standing guard everywhere, warily monitoring the situation. Great Kin's 500 city lords went near the Hongbang dynasty. They had never expected Hongbang City to have a powerful void formation that made it impossible to fly in the area around the city. However, this power could restrict 100 city lords' power. As such, Zhao Fu and his city lords simultaneously released their power, blasting apart the void formation, and they charged into the city. They savagely attacked everything, and their powerful attacks leveled Hongbang City. Shockwaves rippled out, killing many people, and pained cries continuously sounded out as Hongbang City also fell into chaos. Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster sword and sent his Emperor's power into it. The sword gave off an intense gray light, and Zhao Fu slashed out. A ghost-like figure, giving off a massive amount of deathly aura, surged towards the city hall. The massive amount of deathly aura swept forwards, and those who were covered by it were corroded and instantly lost their lives. Immediately, 40,000 to 50,000 people died, most of whom were residents. A crimson energy barrier appeared around the city hall as it went into self-protection mode. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He frowned as he found that the eye from the clear sable sword seemed to be stabbing at his heart. This was not a fleshly pain but a pain in his spirit. At that moment, Zhao Fu inwardly cursed at the clear sable sword, saying that it was not a good thing and that he had fallen for a trap. Normally, the eye did not show any abnormal signs, but after killing those 40,000 to 50,000 civilians, the eye had suddenly stabbed Zhao Fu. The reason was clear, as the clear sable sword was a sword of kindness. Instantly killing so many people was naturally quite evil and was contrary to the path of kindness. The pain started off quite minute, but it was growing stronger and stronger. Boom. A massive aura exploded out as a thin young man gave off terrifying power and rushed at Zhao Fu. This young man was the Hongbang dynasty's legatee, Hung Song. Zhao Fu used his emperor's power and forcefully suppressed this pain. At that moment, Hung Song gripped his saber and hacked at Zhao Fu, bringing about a massive saber wind. Facing this attack, Zhao Fu's sword gave off an immense sword light as he sent Hung Song flying back. Hung Song's body crashed to the body, smashing open a 10-meter-wide crater. Zhao Fu now had the power of a barony royal city, and he had a true king's seal's power. The great city's power that Hung Song had exploded out with seemed incredibly small in front of Zhao Fu. 875 Crimson goes. Zhao Fu did not even put his full strength into that strike because he had only just suppressed that eye when Hung Song had attacked. Og! A roar sounded out from within the crater as a crimson aura exploded out like a wild gale. A crimson dragon rushed out from within Hung Song's body, shooting into the sky and giving off a massive roar. The crimson dragon's body gave off a powerful crimson light, dyeing the entire sky crimson. The spirit chi in the surroundings quickly gathered, causing Hung Song's strength to continuously rise. After suppressing the eye, looking at Hung Song, Zhao Fu disdainfully harumphed. Zhao Fu started to unleash the true power of the Great Ken Seal. An even more powerful energy ripple came from Zhao Fu's body. He held the Death Disaster sword with one hand and slashed out, causing a 1,000-meter-long gray sword light, giving off a boundless deathly aura, to fly towards Hung Song. Hung Song looked quite startled and quickly used his saber to block in front of him. However, he was still sent flying, crashing through many structures and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Even if he used up all of his fate to increase his strength, in front of Zhao Fu's King's Seal, he still could not put up much resistance. Zhao Fu looked at the heavily wounded Hung Song and prepared to kill him to end this quickly. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura instantly covered all of Vietnam. Everyone in Vietnam sensed this monstrous aura, feeling a sense of fear within their hearts. A statue of a monster giving off intense crimson light appeared in front of Hung Song. This monster statue was that of a malicious ghost. It had a tall body with crimson skin, a savage face, and a horn on its head, with beast skin covering its body. This was the Hongbang dynasty's nation armament, the Crimson Ghost statue. As a nation armament, its power was quite shocking and was not something that ordinary people could resist. Facing this power, Zhao Fu did not plan to use Great Ken's nation armament. After all, the Hongbang dynasty's nation armament was only a level 5 nation armament. The higher level a nation armament, naturally, the more powerful it would be. The things that determined the level of a nation armament was one's fate and the strength of one's faction. The more powerful one's fate and faction, the higher level one's nation armament would be. Zhao Fu felt that his King's Seal, the Great Ken Seal, would be enough to deal with this, so he did not bother using his nation armament or any of Great Ken's fate, which was incredibly precious. Boom! An explosion rocked the surroundings as the Great Ken Seal within Zhao Fu's body gave off black flames. Countless black aura rushed out from within Zhao Fu's body, causing his aura to become stronger and stronger. Clouds started to swirl as 9 black dragons that were 2 meters long floated around him. Zhao Fu slowly lifted his Death Disaster sword and sent the Great Ken Seal's power into it. A shocking sword light shot into the sky, and a gray-white deathly intent covered everything within 100 kilometers. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed downwards, making it seem like 1,000 mountains were falling. The air exploded as a terrifying sword light slashed down at Hung Song. At that moment, facing Zhao Fu's attack, Hung Song did not dare to be careless at all. The Crimson Ghost statue fused into his body, and a massive power rippled out. A crimson flame burst forth around his body, and the ground beneath him continuously collapsed. Ha! Hung Song roared as he gripped his saber with both hands and slashed out as well, sending out a crimson sword light towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two attacks clashed, seeming as if 2 worlds were colliding. A blinding white light covered the surrounding 100 kilometers, forming a terrifying shockwave that obliterated countless structures. The people in the surroundings looked at these monstrous shockwaves in terror, and they could not help but tremble. Hung Song was sent flying by the shockwaves and crashed hundreds of meters away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu was also sent back dozens of meters, and a trace of blood leaked out from his lips. Zhao Fu wiped away the blood. He had somewhat underestimated this nation armament's power. His gaze became cold, and he turned into a ray of light as he shot at Hung Song. Hung Song was now severely injured, and seeing this, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as if a mountain had dropped out of the sky. An enormous impact caused the surrounding 1,000 meters to cave in, and even though Hung Song avoided being directly hit, he was still hit by the shockwaves and was once again blasted away. The air seemed to freeze as Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes looked at Hung Song in the air. His body blurred as he once again rushed up. Seeing Zhao Fu shooting at him, Hung Song loudly roared and forcefully stopped his body from flying back. He gripped his saber and slashed out towards Zhao Fu, sending out a terrifying crimson sword light. Boom! Zhao Fu also slashed out, and a gigantic explosion rang out as the 2 terrifying attacks collided, shaking the surrounding 10 or so kilometers. The two people at the center of the explosion were also sent flying backward. Zhao Fu was sent flying 100 or so meters before he stabilized himself. His clothes were in disarray, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, whereas Hung Song's entire body was bloodied and he crashed to the ground, looking gravely injured. This was Zhao Fu's best opportunity to kill Hung Song. Zhao Fu immediately walked towards him, and a Hongbang dynasty general fighting nearby desperately escaped from a few city lords' attacks and rushed at Zhao Fu, yelling to Hung Song, "Your Majesty! Hurry and escape!" Seeing the general charge at him, Zhao Fu disdainfully stabbed out, causing a sword light to easily pierce through that general's chest, killing him instantly. Zhao Fu arrived at Hung Song's body, and Hung Song prepared to release the last of his strength to fight with Zhao Fu to the end. However, Zhao Fu did not give him this opportunity and ended his life before he could do so. A Crimson City Lord seal, as well as a crimson ghost statue that was as big as a palm, floated out of the corpse. The City Lord seal had turned dim, but the crimson ghost statue still had some power and turned into a ray of light as it tried to escape. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, locking it down. The 500 city lords he brought forcefully suppressed the Hongbang city, and a mournful dragon's cry sounded out in the northern side of the Midland continent, concluding this operation. At that moment, Great Kin received urgent news that a large number of system factions and player factions in the east, west, and south had gathered together and were attacking Great Kin. There was also Myanmar and Laos, who had gathered two massive forces and were also attacking. 876-13 Corps. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu and the other city lords quickly returned. The factions attacking Great Kin had never thought that Great Kin's forces would be able to return so quickly, so they instantly lost their confidence and stopped attacking. Luckily, Great Kin had not used its army, only its city lords, so the civil officials and soldiers in the army were able to hold on until Zhao Fu and the other city lords returned. If it wasn't for the civil officials and Great Kin's massive army, it was possible that Great Kin would have been broken through. After all, the enemy forces had come with immense momentum. The western side had sent 800 city lords, 80 million soldiers, and 10 million people from player factions. The eastern side had sent 600 city lords, 60 million soldiers, and 10 million people from player factions, and the southern side had sent 500 city lords, 50 million soldiers, and 10 million people from player factions. Myanmar and Laos had also formed an army of 10 million people and were attacking from the north. It could be said that Great Kin was being attacked on all fronts. This was something that all of the attackers had planned. If they had not made preparations, they would not have been able to act so quickly at the same time. Moreover, those people from the player factions were not actual players. After all, no one dared to go up against Great Kin with its reality-harming talismans. Rather, these people were all spawned from villages of player factions. Most of them were actually indigenous residents. After all, if Great Kin was to destroy everything, they would naturally also be wiped out, so they had to join the resistance against Great Kin as well. There was a total of 240 million people attacking, and Great Kin also had 200 million or so soldiers. Moreover, they were all Stage 1 soldiers. As Great Kin's city lords returned to defend, with the civil officials, the attackers naturally did not dare to continue. However, they did not leave, as they knew that they had to fight with Great Kin sooner or later. As such, both sides face off in a stalemate. Great Kin did not take the initiative to attack, as it held the geographical advantage, and there was no need to let go of this advantage. At the same time, they were choosing people to join the various corps. Great Kin now had 13 corps, and there were no special restrictions. All excellent soldiers could join a corps and obtain that corps attributes. There was no need for any special attributes to join. If there were people with special attributes joining a special corps, the effects would naturally be better. For example, the residents from the disaster city innately had a disaster attribute, so after joining the disaster corps, their disaster attribute would become much more powerful. Because Great Kin's 13 corps were all special corps, they could all have 3 million soldiers, while the Great Kin Imperial Corps could have 5 million soldiers. In total, this meant that Great Kin could have 41 million soldiers in the corps. This event gave Zhao Fu a warning to be more careful when sending out his army. There were far too many people investigating Great Kin, and if Zhao Fu sent out too many soldiers, how could they defend against a force of 240 million soldiers? Right now, both sides were facing off against each other. Both sides gave off intense auras, filling the surrounding 100 kilometers with an aura of oppression. Zhao Fu went to the western side. This was where the largest attacking army was. Why have you suddenly attacked Great Kin? Great Kin is friends with everyone and has maintained friendly relations with everyone. Great Kin has treated you all with courtesy, and yet, you have all done such a shameless thing. This is such evil and treacherous behavior. Zhao Fu stood in the air, speaking with a loud voice that rivaled a wave crashing onto the shore. Even though Great Ken had long since decided to attack them after dealing with Vietnam, it was them who had attacked first, so Great Ken could stand on the side of justice to rebuke them. There were benefits to this, as it placed Zhao Fu on the side of righteousness, which would result in many people supporting them. At the same time, it would decrease the morale of the other side. After all, Great Ken had treated them well, and yet they were attacking Great Ken. Another benefit was that this would prevent factions further away from joining in right now. Great Ken did not threaten them, and because Great Ken was in the right, they naturally would not help others attack Great Ken. Afterward, Great Ken would continue to maintain fake friendly relations with those factions. Now that things had become like this, there was no more need to keep pretending, and they would destroy these factions first. Facing Zhao Fu's criticism, the Western factions felt incredibly angry. They could tell that Great Ken would make a move on them, so they had decided to attack first. They were simply protecting themselves but were said to be evil and treacherous. Zhao Fu's words also caused the other side's soldiers' morale to slightly decrease. Even though these soldiers completely followed their city lord's commands, it seemed like they were indeed in the wrong. Someone noticed the changing atmosphere in the army and shouted angrily, "Everyone, don't listen to Great Ken's legatee's nonsense. Great Ken has always planned on conquering us, and them attacking Vietnam is proof. With how bloodthirsty and ambitious Great Ken is, we were forced to attack to protect ourselves. We've done nothing wrong." Hearing this, Zhao Fu rebutted him, saying, "China is the Celestial Empire, and clearing out other nations is only right and proper. You are all part of China. Has Great Ken ever attacked you in the past year?" This made the other side speechless, and this sounded quite reasonable. They could not find any way to rebut this, making them feel quite sullen and angry. Zhao Fu did not continue talking to them, and he ordered the army to continue to defend this place. If the other side attacked, they were to vigorously fight back. At the same time, Zhao Fu ordered Li Si to send out ambassadors to factions far away and to send big gifts while also telling them about these factions' evil deeds. This would cause Great Ken to receive more support, and it would also make Great Ken seem more righteous and the attacking factions seem evil, so that anyone would think that those factions deserved to be destroyed. Following this, Zhao Fu left them to their own devices. If they wanted to fight, Great Ken would fight. Great Ken was not afraid of them. Zhao Fu still had many things to take care of. There was the issue of their gains. This time, Great Ken had taken down a dynasty legacy, 4 nation legacies, and countless system main cities and player cities. All of the dynasty, state, and player cities had been relocated, and Great Ken had not taken anything else. Many of the system main cities had surrendered in front of Great Ken's pressure. 300 system main cities had surrendered, providing Great Ken with 100 million residents and 30 million Stage 1 soldiers. These gains were quite shocking, so right now, Zhao Fu did not want to fight. After completely devouring Vietnam, they would start attacking those around them. 877 relocation taking down all of Vietnam had brought immense benefits. In total, they had obtained 620 system main cities and 300 cities. These cities were essentially all from players. Of course, it was likely that there were some that they had missed. After all, the factions had suddenly attacked, so Great Ken had not had enough time to properly clear out those regions. Vietnam was now essentially finished. Whether they were system main cities or player factions, they had all perished, and Vietnam had no more strength as a nation. The indigenous residents had all given up on their identities as Vietnamese indigenous residents and had sought refuge in other countries. The 80 million players were in a state of panic. Because Vietnam had been destroyed, they had nowhere to go. The place where they were now was no longer Vietnam's territory but Great Ken's territory. Some people suggested banding together and fiercely attacking Great Ken together with the other factions. However, they were all scattered and belonged to different factions, and they were not united. Most importantly, they were scared of death. Before, Great Ken had killed millions of people like they were ants. This had dealt a great blow to the minds of all Vietnamese players. Countless factions were quite rational. Now that Vietnam was gone, there was no need to cling onto it. What was most important was to survive, so they set their sights on Great Ken. Now, Vietnam was essentially part of Great Ken. With how powerful Great Ken was, if they could become part of Great Ken, they would have nothing to worry about in the future. As such, countless factions did not resist Great Ken, and they instead expressed their goodwill to Great Ken. They understood that Vietnam had perished, and because they were not a match for Great Ken, they could only give in and submit to Great Ken. Many famous people and upper-class people understood this too and tried all sorts of methods to try to enter Great Ken. All former officials, aristocrats, geniuses, and beauties had to act subserviently and bow down to Great Ken. This was the state of the chaotic world. There was no order, and fighting was everywhere. Those who were strong ruled and those who were weak perished. Anyone who wanted to live had to follow the law of the jungle. Fortunately, Great Kin was not weak. As a strong faction, it had the power to establish a new order. Since they wanted to join Great Kin, Zhao Fu naturally would not reject them. When the real world was destroyed, Vietnam would also disappear. However, Zhao Fu would not accept them right now. Currently, Great Kin was not taking in any player factions. Seeing that they were so willing to cooperate, he naturally had to properly use them. For this, Wei Liao had already thought up a plan. With these factions leading the way, it would be even easier for Wei Liao's plan to succeed, which was to have a large number of players enter the regions between Myanmar and Laos. Even though many factions were willing to submit to Great Kin, there were still some factions and ordinary people who greatly hated Great Kin. This was their land, and it was likely that they would not leave and might even resist Great Kin in trying to clear it. For this, Zhao Fu had to even create a crisis. Right now, Great Kin's soldiers were tied up by the attacking factions, but luckily, Great Kin had another card up its sleeves. I just saw so many skeletons rushing towards where we are. Those skeletons don't look weak at all, and there are so many of them. What should we do? A terrified cry sounded out. It's not just our region, every single region is filled with undead. What's going on? Why have so many undead appeared all of a sudden? Another shouted out. It's Great Kin. It's definitely Great Kin. Only Great Kin has this ability. They want to use undead to slaughter all Vietnamese people. I don't want to die. Someone yelled. They were not sure how Great Kin killed people and thought that if they were killed by the undead, they would die a true death. This caused all of Vietnam to fall into a state of panic, as everyone was afraid of a true death. At that moment, a faction acted like a light in the darkness, holding up Vietnam's last flag. Don't worry everyone, the Vietnamese alliance will protect you. We can't stay here anymore, this is already Great Kin's territory. We don't hold any advantage here, and there are undead disasters everywhere. If we stay here, we can only die. Even if we can stop this undead disaster, Great Kin will still find other ways to destroy us. Do we have the power to stand up to Great Kin? Follow us, we have a place to refuge. Even though it's not entirely safe there either, it's definitely better than staying here. If you don't want to die, come with us. The Vietnamese alliance was made up of the top-tier factions, and it was now the biggest faction in Vietnam. Most people were able to trust them, and they understood that what the Vietnamese alliance said was true. They were not a match for Great Kin at all. They were in utter chaos, and no one knew what to do or what Vietnam's next step would be. The appearance of the Vietnamese alliance was like a torch guiding them in the darkness, so they naturally chose to believe in it. In actuality, they had no choice but to trust in the Vietnamese alliance. The Vietnamese alliance was made up of 70% of all of the top-tier factions, and if even they were leaving and not choosing to resist Great Kin, what could they, the ordinary people, do? The ordinary factions were the same. Since these top-tier factions had left, staying here would be the equivalent of committing suicide. As such, they also followed the Vietnamese alliance and left. As for those who dared to stay, there was soon news of their true deaths in the real world. This made everyone who had left feel quite relieved. If they had not left, then they would have turned out the same. They were now terrified of how cold-blooded Great Kin was and felt incredibly grateful to the Vietnamese alliance. The regions that they were teleported to were regions near the center of Laos territory. This made countless people feel quite surprised, but this land evidently belonged to Vietnam, not Laos. The Laotian people were also quite shocked. Laos had plenty of regions, and it was only slightly weaker than Vietnam, having roughly 70 million people. However, their regions had suddenly been taken over by Vietnam, and a large number of Vietnamese people had suddenly been moved over. How could they accept another country's people staying within their territory? All of the Laotian people wanted to chase these Vietnamese people out, and many of them even formed groups and attacked the Vietnamese players. However, there were simply too many Vietnamese players, and they failed in the end. This was because whether it was in terms of strength or numbers, Vietnam was overall stronger than Laos, so it was only natural that small groups of Laotians could not drive the Vietnamese players out. 878 Emperor Phoenix. Right now, their only advantage was in their player factions, city lords and system factions. The system factions were all gathered together and had given up many regions. As long as Vietnam did not threaten them and only took over the regions they had given up on, they did not care much. As such, the only ones who would be willing to do anything were the player faction city lords. Only through them could the Laotian people chase the Vietnamese people out. On the other hand, the Vietnamese people had finally found a safe place where they did not have to fear Great Kin. Before, because of the chaotic world, various countries had fought, and there had been some conflict between Vietnam and Laos. As such, the Vietnamese people intensely resisted being chased out. There had been many large battles between the two sides. Because they had an advantage in terms of top-tier forces, Laos was able to suppress Vietnam, making the Vietnamese side feel quite sullen. However, something greatly changed the situation, forcing Laos to give up on chasing out Vietnam, as Great Khan suddenly started to attack Laos. It continuously conquered 20 or so regions, sending all of Laos into a panic. In order to prevent the tragedy that happened at Vietnam, all of the Laotian players' factions went to defend against Great Khan's invasion. In light of the threat of Great Khan, getting rid of the Vietnamese people was but a minor matter. The Vietnamese side also suddenly obtained dozens more city lords, allowing Vietnam to stand their ground within Laotian territory. The unsettled Vietnamese players could finally relax, and they felt incredibly grateful to the Vietnamese alliance. There were all sorts of coincidences in this, such as the appearance of the Vietnamese alliance. It was as if some invisible power had fused all of the top factions together and helped them take over some of the Laotian regions and transported the countless Vietnamese players to those regions. Moreover, just when the Vietnamese people were in crisis, Great Khan had suddenly attacked Laos, resulting in the safety of the Vietnamese people. Everything pointed at Great Khan, and it was indeed Great Khan who had orchestrated all of this. The original plan was for Great Khan to chase the Vietnamese players into the neighboring two countries, but the Vietnamese factions had been incredibly cooperative, so Zhao Fu had changed his plan and had them invade Laos. Comparatively speaking, Laos and Myanmar were weaker than Vietnam, so with Great Khan's help, Laos would not be able to chase away the Vietnamese people. The Vietnamese people were now an important piece that Great Khan had buried in Laos, and they would be quite useful in the future. Of course, none of the ordinary players or factions knew anything about this. Perhaps some of the Chinese people could tell what was happening, but they did not have the time or strength to do anything about it. They were currently fighting against Great Khan themselves and were completely invested in this struggle. After Great Khan destroyed Vietnam in one night, the atmosphere in China changed and became darker. Everyone knew that they had to resist Great Khan because just from this development alone, they would never be able to surpass Great Khan, and the gap between them would grow wider and wider. If they did not destroy Great Khan, they would be destroyed by Great Khan sooner or later. All of the dynasty and nation legatees all decided to start to target Great Khan, but during this time, all of the 100 schools of thought and sects all fell silent. Most of them chose to remain neutral. Even though they had opposed Great Khan a few times before, that was only when Great Khan had threatened the world. The various legatees, factions, and heroes would all vie for supremacy sooner or later, and originally, the 100 schools of thought had been planning to help various factions obtain victory and establish an eternal empire. However, things were different now. The rise of Great Khan was simply too shocking, and they had already offended Great Khan many times. If they continued to casually get involved and if Great Khan won, they would definitely be destroyed. As such, they could not support either side in this conflict. They would only support whoever won, as they would be the new rulers. Within the Grand Palace, Zhao Fu sat on his throne and looked at the 600 or so Vietnamese women below. There were women from the Hongbang dynasty and the various nation legacies, and they were all relatives of the legatees, such as their mothers, sisters, aunties, cousins, etc. There were 65 of these relatives, and the women from the Hongbang dynasty were crucial for refining the nation armament. There were another 570 women who were all top-tier beauties from Vietnam. They all had different statuses and all had decent amounts of phoenix chi. Most of these women had come voluntarily, and Great Khan had not gone out of its way to capture them. When Vietnam had perished, most of these women had been sent over by Vietnam's large families, wanting to provide a safe place for their families. Others were here for their own interests, but they were all gathered here in the palace. The women gathered here could represent 80% of Vietnam's top-tier beauties, and they were all gathered in Great Khan. This was something that countless men could only dream of. Who else could gather all of the beauties in a country for themselves? Zhao Fu calmly looked over them as Li Si, who had their information, was writing imperial edicts. Li Si then handed them to Zhao Fu, who took out the Great Khan seal and stamped them, filling them with the Great Khan Empire's power. As the King Seal of Great Khan, the Great Khan seal controlled all authority in Great Khan. Before, Zhao Fu had used the imperial ruler's seal for imperial edicts, but now that Zhao Fu had his own King Seal, it was better to use the Great Khan seal rather than China's clan armament. Now, making these women concubines was not as simple as before. Because he had established a kingdom, Zhao Fu had to follow certain rites and systems. Li Si stood beside Zhao Fu and read out all of the women's names, and the imperial edicts turned into rays of black light and entered their bodies. Immediately, a massive wave of phoenix chi rose up out of the women, giving off shocking sounds, and Zhao Fu was somewhat startled at how much phoenix chi there was. The phoenix chi was guided by a formless energy and floated out of the palace. Scree-ee. A massive aura exploded out, shaking the heavens and the earth and causing the weather to change as a phoenix cry sounded throughout the entirety of Great Khan. Feeling those terrifying ripples, the golden dragon said, The Phoenix statue has reached the level of a nation armament, and it is finally going to be useful. Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite surprised and also quite excited, because even the Golden Dragon had been shocked by the Emperor Phoenix statue. As long as he provided it with enough Phoenix Chi, it could surpass even clan armaments. Xiaofu went out of the palace and looked up at the 1,000-meter-wide Golden Phoenix dancing elegantly in the sky. There were countless birds flying alongside it, and it gave off a golden light that dyed the entire sky gold. All of Great Ken's territory was covered by this golden light, and traces of golden phoenix like aura fell as countless traces of black dragon like aura rose from the ground, and the two auras fused together in the air. 879 Ken goes. All of Great Ken's residents felt an energy descending onto them, healing anyone who was sick or injured and making their bodies even stronger. All of Great Ken's fate became even purer at that moment, and Great Ken's massive amount of fate seemed to solidify and become incredibly stable, making it difficult for it to scatter or dissipate. This was most likely the effect of the Phoenix Chi. Phoenix Chi was used for solidifying one's country and establishing a foundation. However, that was only one of the functions of the Emperor Phoenix statue. Another function was actual power. Now that Great Ken had gathered many women with Phoenix Chi and they had gathered almost 80% of the Phoenix Chi of Vietnam here, the Emperor Phoenix statue's power reached nation armament level. When using it, Xiaofu would be able to obtain power equal to a nation armament, but it did not use fate, using Phoenix Chi instead. Great Ken had once again obtained a nation armament level item. What's more, this Emperor Phoenix statue could continue to evolve and had the potential to surpass clan armaments. However, that was still not the extent of the Emperor Phoenix statue's functions. The golden phoenix flying in the sky circled in the air above Xiaofu, causing countless traces of golden light to fall down onto his body, and a massive wave of Phoenix Chi entered his body. At the same time, all concubines' bodies gave off Phoenix Chi, and it floated towards Xiaofu's body before rushing into him. Soon, a golden crystal condensed within Xiaofu's body. This golden crystal was spherical and transparent. It was only as big as a peanut and gave off a powerful Phoenix Chi aura and a powerful Fate aura. Following this, the abnormal signs gradually disappeared, and the golden phoenix became the Emperor Phoenix statue again on the Heaven Prayer platform. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Felicitations, Your Majesty. After seeing this, everyone understood that it was something good and congratulated Xiaofu after it was all over. Xiaofu sensed the power within his body and smiled as he nodded. He took everyone back to the palace, and looking at the women, he said, "You've all contributed to this, so I will reward you all. You may all leave, but the women from the Hongbang dynasty are to stay." The women all felt quite happy. They did not know what they had done, yet they were going to be rewarded, so they thanked Xiaofu before leaving with some palace maids. Now, it was just the women from the Hongbang dynasty who looked at Xiaofu with either looks of anger or fear. An elegant middle-aged woman said angrily, "You've already destroyed the Hongbang dynasty, you can kill us or torture us if you want, but we won't submit to you." "Mother, I feel the same way. This person killed my big brother and destroyed the Hongbang dynasty, he's our greatest enemy. We definitely won't submit to him, even if I die, I'm not afraid." A beautiful young girl said bravely. "That's right. The worst that can happen to us is dying. I heard that Great Ken's legatee is incredibly perverted. Whenever he takes down a faction, he always violates the female relatives of the legatees. I won't submit to you either, kill me if you dare." A valiant-looking woman said resolutely. A few other women nodded, but others looked at Xiaofu fearfully, seeming ready to submit and not even try to resist. Facing these women, Xiaofu lightly laughed as he walked down, disregarding their words. He had heard these things many times, and he looked at them as he said, "Let's go. I'll spare your relatives if you cooperate." This caused the women's expressions to change, and thinking about their relatives, they could only fall silent and follow behind Xiaofu. Within the refining building, a cacophony of moans and thumps sounded out, resulting in a chaotic scene. Xiaofu put on his clothes and took the crimson ghost statue, which was no longer resisting, with him, leaving the women on the warm ground. Xiaofu once again gathered the 10 generals and conducted the Great World Refinement. A massive explosion sounded out as heaven and earth essence chi rapidly gathered, forming a massive cauldron. A formless fire lit up, starting to refine the crimson ghost statue. The 100,000 Vietnamese indigenous residents were also prepared, kneeling on the ground and shouting that they were willing to submit to Great Ken and pledge their loyalty to it. All of the crimson ghost statue's aura was wiped away by the formless flame, and Great Ken's fate madly rushed towards it. The crimson ghost statue hungrily devoured all of the fate. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the enormous cauldron dissipated and scattered, and a statue giving off blood-red light appeared in the sky. It gave off an incredibly powerful aura and seemed incredibly shocking. The crimson ghost statue's appearance did not change much, But the light that it gave off was no longer crimson red but blood red. It also seemed even more savage, and it gave off a bloodthirsty, evil aura. The statue gradually descended, and Zhao Fu stretched out his hand to catch it. He looked at it closely before giving a pleased smile. He then renamed it Ken Ghost Statue. Now, Great Ken's nation armaments were the 12 metal colossi, Nation Suppressing Pillar, Great Ken Demon Saber, and Ken Ghost Statue. The Emperor Phoenix statue could also be counted as one now, and Great Ken's 2 clan armaments were the Imperial Ruler's Seal and Great Ken Emperor Peacock. Great Ken's strength was now simply monstrous. Who else had so many nation armaments? This was simply impossible. Zhao Fu placed the Ken Ghost statue next to the city heart so that it could also be nourished by Great Ken's fate, and that was the end of that. Now, it was time to deal with those 230 Vietnamese regions. Even though Great Ken had taken over those regions, they were not formally part of Great Ken's territory yet. Only land that had formally been made Great Ken's territory could cause the kingdom to level up. If Zhao Fu wanted to make these regions Great Ken's territory, he would have to clear out all of the factions and obtain complete control over those regions. He would have to then construct a great wall to protect those regions, only then would these regions form part of Great Ken's kingdom. However, most of Great Ken's soldiers were being tied down by the various attackers, so he did not have many soldiers to come and clear out regions. After talking about it with his subordinates, Zhao Fu decided to first construct a great wall to protect those regions first. After all, Great Ken soldiers were defending here and had to be wary of attacks from Laos and Myanmar. If they constructed a great wall, they would be able to leisurely clear out those regions without any worry. Now that Great Ken had such a large population, even though the formal army was tied up, Great Ken could make a few civilian armies to clear out the regions. They had all sorts of buffs and good equipment, so it would be no problem for them to deal with the ordinary villages. If they encountered any towns, they would just remember the location so that Zhao Fu could send some soldiers to deal with them later. 880 Secret meeting. While Great Ken prepared to extend the Great Wall and clear out those regions, the various dynasty legatees also started to act. People wearing cloaks, hiding their faces and auras, walked into a hidden room. There were 30 or so of them, and they sat in a circle. When they took off their cloaks and revealed their appearances, what was shocking was that they were all dynasty legatees or nation legatees. Even Great Zai's legatee, CG, was here, and apart from Great Ken, all of the dynasty legatees from China were here, and there were 20 or so nation legatees. They had secretly gathered here not because of anything good. Great Ken had already established an empire, and this greatly threatened and shocked all of China. They had only one goal, which was to destroy Great Ken. They had learned their lessons from previous times, and they did not feel too confident, so they were currently discussing what to do. This was because they had entered the final stage of the chaotic world, so even if Great Ken perished, there would not be any more invasion events. As such, they did not have to worry about any negative consequences of destroying Great Ken. Those gathered here included the Zaya dynasty, Shang dynasty, Han dynasty, Jin dynasty, Sui dynasty, Tang dynasty, Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty, Ming dynasty, Qing dynasty, 11 dynasties in total and 11 nation armaments, as well as countless soldiers. If they allied together, they were almost invincible. This was even more so the case with another 20 or so nation legatees joining. Together, even a large country would fear them, as no one would be able to defend against an attack from them. Only Great Ken could make them feel so fearful and willing to gather together. Seeing that everyone had arrived, CG said seriously, "We dynasty legatees can send 4 million soldiers each, and you nation legatees can send 2 million soldiers each. This way, we will have 100 million soldiers." At the same time, the dynasty legatees will send 50 city lords each, and the nation legatees will send 20 each, for a total of 1,000 city lords. However, this sort of power is not enough. We need to ally with even more factions and not just limit it to China or even those in the Midland continent. Those in other continents can use special methods to help. Only by doing this can we destroy Great Ken in one fell stroke. Speaking to there, a trace of a smile appeared on CG's face, and he took out letters and handed them out to everyone present, making them feel quite delighted. These letters came from many neighboring countries. Many legatees from other countries, such as Russia, Mongolia, Japan, the Philippines, India, Indonesia, Korea, Kazakhstan, Thailand, Myanmar, and Laos had all expressed their willingness to help. With their help, they had much more confidence in destroying Great Ken. Great Ken was indeed powerful, but it had no way of defending against all of them. The destruction of Great Ken was now already determined, because they were not only gathering their military forces but also 20 or so nation armaments. In front of their alliance, Great Ken now seemed incredibly weak. Great Ken could only blame itself for being too threatening and making them feel unsettled. However, someone read through those letters and frowned as he said, "In the end, This is China's matter, are we going too far? Hearing this, someone else immediately mockingly rebutted him, saying, who gives a damn if Great Kin's part of China, do you have the power to stop it? Only by allying and taking all opportunities can we destroy Great Kin. Otherwise, we'll be the ones destroyed by Great Kin. Do you want to be destroyed by Great Kin? Hearing his words, the person who spoke sighed and did not say anything else. At that moment, the entire continent was filled with an oppressive calmness, like the calm before a massive storm. This sort of dangerous and oppressive feeling was sensed even by the countless ordinary people, and they looked towards Great Kin. Suze, what did you want to see me for? A cheerful-looking woman with a seductive body sweetly smiled, and she looked at the handsome young man in front of her. This handsome-looking young man was called Suze, and he was the legatee of a large family. He was quite talented and handsome and was naturally liked by many women. The woman's name was Bayu, and she was part of the Flower Moon. She and Suze had been dating for 4 years, and they were extremely close and sweet. They had long since decided to spend the rest of their lives together. Because Flower Moon prohibited becoming close with any factions, as Flower Moon always remained neutral, this sort of relationship was prohibited. As such, the two of them could only keep their relationship a secret. Suze lightly smiled as he pulled Bayu into his embrace, and he looked down at her lovingly as he said, of course it's because I missed you. Bayu felt a warmth within her heart, and she gave a sweet smile as she tightly hugged Suze. There's something I want to talk to you about, Suze said as he hugged Bayu. Oh, what is it? Bayu softly replied. At that moment, Suze became slightly nervous as he said, can you give me the information that Flower Moon has on Great Kin? Bayu felt quite startled and looked at Suze as she asked, why do you want information on Great Kin? Great Kin and Flower Moon are currently working together, I can't agree to that. Suze's heart sank, but he explained, saying, Great Kin is going to be destroyed. We've gathered 30,000 or so city lords and 700 million soldiers, as well as people you can't even imagine coming to help. This time, Great Kin will definitely be destroyed. Flower Moon is currently quite close with Great Kin, and they've already decided to make a move on Flower Moon after destroying Great Kin. When that time comes, everyone in Flower Moon will be faced with death. Even though Flower Moon is working together with Great Kin has always been on its guard against you and has even taken your women and still not released them. You all work so hard to provide information reports to Great Kin, but Great Kin only sees you all as tools. Are you really going to allow Flower Moon to be destroyed because of Great Kin? I feel that this is unfair for Flower Moon, and I'm also worried about your safety. I'm sure that because of how wary Great Kin has been, Flower Moon does not have that much information on it anyways. Perhaps anyone could provide this information, and as long as you don't tell anyone and I don't tell anyone, no one in the world will know about this. Hearing this, Bayu started to feel quite hesitant. Indeed, she did not have a positive impression of Great Kin, and they did not have much information on it. However, it was still more than what other factions had. If she gave this information to someone else, it could cause Great Kin to stop working with Flower Moon and even more serious consequences. She did not dare to make this decision by herself. 882 Gongsu back at Great Kin, with so many dynasty factions making so much noise, it was impossible for Zhaofu to not know what was going on. Zhaofu could understand why they had allied together, as the reason was quite simple. Great Kin was too powerful, and because they could not defeat Great Kin by themselves, they would naturally find people to help. No one would attack when they knew that they could not win, that was just seeking death. This sort of thing had often happened in the real world as well in terms of armed conflict. The main reason that they had allied together was because Great Kin was simply too great. None of them were as dangerous as Great Kin, or else they would not be attacking Great Kin. This posed a problem. Being too strong was equal to being a threat. They were not as strong as Great Kin, or they would not be allied against like this. Similarly, the Devil Horn Empire had been suppressed by other worlds because it was too much of a threat. However, even if one was weak and was not much of a threat, others would not ally against them. Rather, anyone stronger could just take them down. Zhaofu understood this, so while Great Kin had to be on its guard against these factions, it couldn't just stop developing. Even if Great Kin did not develop, others would still be developing, and Zhaofu did not want to become weak. As such, even if there were problems, Great Kin still had to develop because being weak meant being powerless and humiliated. Facing the ferocious approach of the alliance, Zhaofu discussed with his ministers and generals as to how to deal with this. The ordinary players only dared to mockingly talk but did not dare to come and fight. Even if they came, they would hide at the back. As such, Great Kin would be mostly facing indigenous residents, against whom the reality-harming talismans were not as effective. Their attack was quite a crisis, and Zhaofu's expression became quite serious. They had to deal with this matter properly. In actuality, Great Kin had long since made plans, They would first devour Vietnam, allowing Great Ken to become a level 7 barony before dealing with the nearby system factions. That way, they would have 1,000 regions, allowing them to level up into a marquisate. When that time came, Great Ken would truly have the strength to deal with all attackers and would not fear them allying together. Some people suggested launching sneak attacks to deal with them, but they were not Vietnam, who only had one nation armament. They had at least 11 nation armaments. Great Ken could not launch a sneak attack on everyone, and if they launched a sneak attack, the situation would become much worse. If Great Ken really drove them to it, they would fight Great Ken at all costs. Even though Great Ken looked like it was completely fearless, Zhao Fu was still quite worried that they would go all out against Great Ken with their nation armaments. What was key was that even more people were being gathered, and there were now 20 or so nation armaments and countless soldiers and city lords. It could be seen how fearful and hateful the various factions were towards Great Ken. For now, Zhao Fu needed to take things step by step. Only strength gave one the right to speak in this world, not justice. Now that things had turned out like this and the factions wanted to go all out against Great Ken was in a tough spot. How should Great Ken deal with this massive army? Zhao Fu was not a god who could dispel any threat. If they did not take care of things properly, it was possible that they could be broken through. Even though they had the protection of the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon, it had only promised to preserve the foundation of Great Ken. Even if everyone in Great Ken died, as long as the Great Ken city was not destroyed, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon would not act. If that was the case, with only the Great Ken city remaining, Great Ken would essentially be finished. Facing this crisis, Zhao Fu and his subordinates conducted intense discussions. First, they considered the sealed-date aquatic beast kings. With their power, they would be of great help. Regardless of whether they submitted or not, Zhao Fu had to use them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Great Ken to defend. If they submitted, it would be for the best. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would have to use the method suggested by the Golden Dragon to wipe away their consciousnesses and turn them into puppets. However, they would lose their future potential for growth. However, by now, Zhao Fu had no other choice and could only use special methods. After concluding the meeting, Zhao Fu prepared to quickly leave. However, when he passed a courtyard, a 20-or-so-year-old woman dressed in green, with two sword-like eyebrows and giving off a valiant aura, suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Hearing this, Zhao Fu stopped and looked at this woman and the women beside her. When he had passed earlier, he had heard some faint laughing, but he had not paid much attention to it. "How dare you speak to His Majesty like that?" One of the ministers next to Zhao Fu chided her. The woman quickly came to her senses and bowed before saying, "Concubine Gongsu greets His Majesty." The women beside her also became nervous and bowed to Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu understood that she was one of his concubines. Because of how many women there were, he had forgotten about most of them. "What is it?" Zhao Fu looked at this slightly familiar woman and asked. Gongsu looked at Zhao Fu's chest and gently smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, you've obtained the clear sable sword, right? Because the clear sable sword's eye is one of kindness, does Your Majesty's heart ache when you slaughter people?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, "How do you know this? How could you tell?" Gongsun replied in a clear voice, "I am from the sword-making Gongsun family, and because that sword has been in the Gongsun family's possession for many years, I naturally know a lot about that sword." Hearing this, Zhao Fu suddenly thought of a young woman, which was Gongsun Lin. He had met her a long time ago, and she had forged 2 dark gold rank equipment for Great Ken. However, Great Ken had not been able to keep her, and she had left. Looking at this woman in front of him, no wonder she seemed quite familiar. She looked quite similar to Gongsun Lin, and she was also from the Gongsun family. As such, Zhao Fu could not help but ask, "Who is Gongsun Lin to you?" Gongsu was quite surprised and replied, "She's my little sister." 883 Sword-making forbidden technique. Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. He had not been able to keep Gongsun Lin, but her big sister had become a concubine. This was not something Zhao Fu had intended, and it was amusing how life worked. "The clear sable sword is in my possession. Do you have any way to deal with this?" Zhao Fu asked. Ever since he had killed civilians last time, he had been using his strength to suppress the eye, otherwise, it would cause him great pain in his heart. Now that he had met someone who knew about this, Zhao Fu naturally had to ask if there was a solution. However, Gongsu shook her head, saying, "There's nothing I can do about this. However, I have a sword-making forbidden technique that can reforge this sword. The clear sable sword is a world-famous sword and is a sword of kindness, which is not suitable for Your Majesty. What I can do is use this forbidden technique to reforge it into a sword of killing. By changing its attributes from kindness to killing, the eye will not harm Your Majesty anymore, and it will instead help Your Majesty." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and asked Gongsu about the forbidden technique. After hearing about it, he found that this forbidden technique was quite special. They would not be forging a physical sword but a type of formless sword that could not be seen or touched. It was like a thing of his mind that was formless and ethereal. Zhao Fu stopped suppressing the eye, and within the immense pain, Zhao Fu forged the eye into the shape of a formless sword. Right after it was forged, it became immensely powerful. Zhao Fu now held it in his hand. To other people, it would look like there was nothing within Zhao Fu's hand, and this was because the sword was still in its most basic form. It could not hurt anything corporeal and could only injure spirits and minds. Because it had only just been forged, it did not have any special attributes, but as Zhao Fu killed more people, that sword would become more powerful. Of course, the pain within Zhao Fu's heart was still there, but that was because the eye's attribute of kindness was still there. It required killing people to convert it into a sword of killing. With his formless sword, Zhao Fu could kill one spirit, which meant that if he used this sword to kill players, they would die a true death. At the same time, Zhao Fu realized that the mysterious faction that had sent him this sword was extremely likely to be the Gongsun family. After all, it had been in the Gongsun family's possession for a long time. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu felt a bit complicated. If it was any other faction, he would have felt somewhat angry, but Gong Sunlin had helped him in the past, and her big sister Gong Su had also helped him. Zhao Fu thought about it and said to a minister next to him, promote Gong Su's status to a higher rank. Right now, Zhao Fu's concubines had different ranks. The lowest rank was those who were not cooperative, and they did not have any rights. They were only there to provide great kin with Phoenix Chi and were essentially kept in captivity. Now, the Emperor Phoenix statue's strength was on par with a level 1 nation armament. Zhao Fu wanted to make it stronger, as it had the potential to surpass clan armaments, so why settle with how it was now? The lowest grade concubines had only been given the title and were not true concubines. Ordinary concubines only had a tiny bit of power, and the higher rank they were, the greater rights and power they had. Not everyone who was made a concubine had immense power. Your Majesty, can you allow me to leave great kin? I'm willing to accept my status as your concubine, but I don't want to be restricted to great kin. I hope your Majesty can understand. Gong Su looked at Zhao Fu as she spoke her aim. Zhao Fu fell silent. He could not accept his concubine wandering around outside, so he rejected this request. Hearing this, Gong Su felt a bit disappointed, but she said, Your Majesty, can you at least tell the Gongsun family that I'm fine here? There was no problem with this, so Zhao Fu quickly agreed and said, I'm not sure if you have any interest in forging equipment. If you do, you may freely go to the weaponry workshop in the future. Gong Su felt pleasantly surprised. Even though she could not leave, she could at least do what she liked, so she thanked Zhao Fu. After dealing with this, Zhao Fu went to the southern continent. Of course, Zhao Fu went secretly, and he went to the place where the 8 aquatic beast kings were sealed. Zhao Fu's body slowly sank into the sealed area. He had not seen them in a long time, and they seemed quite withered and powerless, as they had been tormented every day. Owner, you've finally come. I've long since been willing to submit and have been waiting for you to finally come back so that I don't have to suffer anymore, the Earthwater Dragon Tortoise said in its ancient voice with a tone of currying favor and being wronged. Zhao Fu had never thought that one of them would be willing to submit so easily. Zhao Fu had the Earthwater Dragon Tortoise hand out its spirit origin, which it did obediently. A white orb of light floated out of its head and entered Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied and put away the spirit origin. With his spirit origin, he could control the Earthwater Dragon Tortoise's life with his will. Following this, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the chains binding the Earthwater Dragon Tortoise retracted. Owner, I'm also willing to surrender. Seeing that the Earthwater Dragon Tortoise had been released and no longer tormented, the Sift Metal Stingray spoke up with his childlike voice, expressing that it was willing to submit. Following this, the Ghost Scale Flame Bird spoke with a woman's voice and also submitted. Even before, these 3 aquatic beast kings were not as resistant and wanted to negotiate with Zhao Fu. After being tormented for such a long time, they were naturally willing to submit. Zhao Fu's gaze turned to the 5 other aquatic beast kings, who did not show any intention of submitting. Zhao Fu once again said, I'll ask you one last time, will you submit to me? I don't have any patience to wait for you. If you're not willing, I can only refine you into puppets. The remaining 5 aquatic beast kings did not reply to Zhao Fu. The 3 Soul Great Snake looked at Zhao Fu disdainfully, and Zhao Fu did not say anything as he grabbed at the end, causing a formless power to enter their heads, slowly stripping them of their spirits. Roar. This process was incredibly painful, and seeing that Zhao Fu really was going to refine them into puppets, another 2 of the aquatic beast kings decided to surrender. Now, it was just the 3 Soul Great Snake, Reef Lizard, and Sin Flood Dragon. These 3 aquatic beast kings were not willing to submit, so Zhao Fu used his full strength to stab into their spirits. Roar. The massive amount of pain caused the 3 aquatic beast kings to madly struggle and give off pain roars. This caused the 5 aquatic beast kings who had surrendered to feel quite shocked. 884 gold talisman bolts in the end, the remaining 3 aquatic beast kings could not endure the intense pain anymore and submitted to Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed. These fellows would not give up until they saw death. Luckily, I had some special measures. Now that he had taken in the 8 aquatic beast kings, Zhao Fu felt quite confident because their strength would have a massive impact. Zhao Fu was not stingy and took out a large number of spirit pills to help them recover their strength. They had already been injured, and after being sealed and tortured for so long, they were in extremely weak states. Zhao Fu watched the aquatic beast kings ravenously devour the medicinal pills, and he then remembered that back during the invasion, they had devoured many city creation stones. I want all of the city creation stones that you devoured before, Zhao Fu said as he stretched out a hand. The aquatic beast kings looked incredibly awkward, and the earthwater dragon tortoise replied, Owner, we couldn't store them well in our stomachs, and they were digested by us. What? Zhao Fu felt quite displeased, as the aquatic beast kings had devoured many city creation stones. Now, they were all gone, and they could have been a great help to Great Kin. Hearing the displeasure in Zhao Fu's voice, the heaven cloud jellyfish said in fear, even though we accidentally digested them, we became much stronger as a result. Only then did Zhao Fu feel happier about this. Now, he also knew that city creation stones could be devoured and digested, which required immense power. He then thought about fusing the useless city lord seals into the ferocious beasts' bodies. After the aquatic beast kings had finished eating, they still needed some time to recover their strength. Zhao Fu took out 8 spirit pet rings that had been specially prepared for them and put them away, or else they would be too eye-catching when they returned to Great Kin. The various armies were gathering towards Great Kin, and Great Kin was also making preparations to deal with this crisis. On September 13th, the sky was filled with an austere aura that penetrated into people's hearts. The whole world's eyes were on Great Kin, as a massive battle was going to erupt today. The allied 800 million army gave off an enormous aura, shaking the entirety of the northern side of the Midland continent. All living creatures were completely terrified under this aura, their bodies instinctively shaking. Facing this sort of power, even godly spirits would look quite worried. The wind blew chaotically, and the clouds were dispersed. The massive tide charged towards Great Kin. Everyone was filled with immense confidence and lifted their heads high. In their eyes, Great Kin was as good as dead. There were not only Chinese people gathered here but also people from various other countries. There were even people from other continents, and with so many people and so many nation armaments, they would definitely be able to kill Great Kin's legatee and slaughter Great Kin. Zhao Fu brought his various ministers and generals and stood on the Great Wall, looking at the incoming army. His expression was incredibly serious, as the army was even larger than before. The dynasty legatees stood in the air, and CG felt incredibly high-spirited. With such a powerful force, he had enough confidence to face Great Kin's legatee. Great Kin's legatee, today is the day that Great Kin perishes. Even if you beg for mercy or retaliate, it will all be for naught, and Great Kin will still be destroyed. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too powerful. Now, offer to us your head and we'll let you die a quick death. CG gave off an enormous aura and spoke with a clear and loud voice, filled with overbearingness and arrogance. Hearing these words, morale of the army below him swelled, and they yelled, "Kill Great Kin's dog and steal their women and riches." The allied army's aura now completely eclipsed Great Kin's aura, making them even more dauntless and arrogant. "Are you bunch of clowns done?" Zhao Fu said calmly as his emperor's might weighed down on the entire battlefield. This caused the allied army to feel incredibly furious, and they directly rushed at Great Kin. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out as the massive tide gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy anything, and it started to flood towards Great Kin. Their footsteps shook the heavens, and they seemed completely unstoppable. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a chain of massive explosions sounded out as the ground beneath the allied army started to erupt continuously. The explosions were incredibly terrifying, and a white light instantly devoured everything. Everything that was caught in the explosions was reduced to dust. The ground violently trembled as the terrifying destructive power rippled out. The ground was obliterated, and the shockwaves spread out like wild gales, bringing a lot of sand and dust into the air as mushroom clouds also formed. Everything seemed to fall silent as everyone was temporarily deafened. This terrifying destructive power shocked countless people. There were blood and broken corpses strewn everywhere, and the stench of blood was enough to make some people vomit. It was like a hell on earth. Seeing this, Zhao Fu grinned. After using up all of the destruction crystals on the Vile Dynasty, Zhao Fu had Benosh and Carry focus on creating even more. He had used 10 or so in destroying Vietnam, and this time, they had used up the remainder of Great Kin's stock. There were 324 destruction crystals in total, and the shocking explosions instantly wiped out 200 million soldiers. This dealt a heavy blow to the allied army, forcing them to stop, and many people looked utterly terrified. The various factions' leaders' expressions were extremely unsightly, as they had lost a quarter of their army in just an instant. The city lords could not afford to be careless or complacent, and they exploded out with power and rushed towards Great Kin. With 30,000 city lords, they would be enough to destroy Great Kin. While they did this, the soldiers below regrouped and continued to yell as they rushed at Great Kin. Facing this charge, Great Kin stood there like an enormous mountain. In order to deal with the city lords, Great Kin soldiers wheeled out 100 large ballistae. These were all dragon-slaying ballistae. Originally they had 30, and they had obtained another 70 from events. These 100 dragon-slaying ballistae gave off savage auras, and each one of them had a 10 or so meter-long gold talisman bolt on it. Boom. 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 Rays of golden light, bringing with them immense power, shot through the air. They were extremely fast, traveling like a bolt of lightning towards the incoming city lords. This caused the city lords to feel greatly startled. They quickly put up their defensive barriers, but the massive golden lights easily pierced through the barriers before stabbing through their bodies, piercing through even more city lords behind them. 10 or so kilometers away, muffled explosions sounded out as 100 golden bolts with 2 to 3 city lords' corpses strung on them landed into the ground, creating a horrifying scene. Because there were so many city lords charging together, the 100 dragon-slaying ballistae had been able to kill 200 to 300 city lords in a single volley. 885 battle begins. This caused the countless city lords to quickly disperse, and they became extremely wary. These bolts were too terrifying and could easily kill city lords. Luckily, there were only 100 sets, or else it was possible that all of them could have been killed. Losing 200 to 300 city lords was not a big deal to the 30,000 city lords, and the remaining city lords continued to give off killing intent as they charged. Roar! 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 Dragon roar sounded out as wyverns bringing about massive flames or jets of icy air appeared. There were 2,500 of them, and they were at least 150 meters long. They gave off powerful dragon might and shot out flames or icy air from their mouths. The city lords at the front had never expected so many wyverns to appear. The 1,000 or so city lords at the front were hit by the attacks of the 2,500 wyverns, resulting in 600 or 700 of them being instantly burned or frozen to death, while the others were also severely injured. How could Great Kin have so many wyverns? They all had such powerful auras as well. Seeing so many wyverns suddenly appear, everyone was quite shocked. Roar! 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 1,000 giants clad in heavy armor and holding heavy weapons appeared, giving off bloodthirsty, violent auras. They leapt into the sky and swung their massive weapons, bludgeoning the injured city lords into meat paste. What sort of monsters were these? Sensing these giants' auras, the city lords felt as if they had plummeted into icy water. These 1,000 giants were naturally the corpse soul commanders, and they and the 2,500 wyverns had all fused with city lord seals, resulting in them becoming incredibly powerful. The 3,500 useless city lord seals that Zhao Fu had obtained had been fused with them. It was the first time that Great Kin had revealed the wyverns and corpse soul commanders to the world, and they were extremely powerful. They had killed 1,400 city lords in a few moments, and this caused the attacking city lords to feel a chill in their hearts. 1,400 city lords were enough to rule a large territory, and they had died just like that. However, they still had 28,000 or so city lords, and still held a great advantage, so they continued to rush onwards towards Great Kin. Boom! 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 8 colossal figures, giving off a heaven-toppling aura, appeared in the sky. Their might was almost corporeal, and all of the city lords felt their bodies sink. The air seemed to freeze, and countless people were struck with terror in their hearts. CG's expression became quite ugly, as the 8 aquatic beast kings had actually been subdued by Zhao Fu. They seemed even more powerful than before. Thousands of city lords were blasted back by the explosion of the 8 aquatic beast kings' power. If they individually faced these aquatic beast kings, they would be instantly killed. As such, the city lords could only work together to defend against these aquatic beast kings' power. However, CG did not feel too worried, as they had countless city lords, and 8,000 or so city lords were enough to suppress the 8 aquatic beast kings. He then split some city lords to deal with the wyverns and giants, and they still held a great advantage. However, the situation suddenly changed as a massive gray fog floated towards the city lords, causing their expressions to fall. They had a lot of information on Great Kin, and they understood that Great Kin was using the Dark Ghost World, which was a powerful illusion. As such, they immediately retreated. However, the gray fog came from all directions, surrounding them, and thousands of city lords fell silent. There were 200 ghost illusionists on all sides, creating the dark ghost world, while 100 ghost summoners, who had become city lords, summoned massive ghosts that were 10 or so meters tall that rushed into the ghost chi-filled region. These ghosts all had power rivaling city lords, and because the effect of the dark ghost world was quite weak against ghosts, the gray fog was Great Ken's domain. Pained howls sounded out from within the gray fog, and there were some sounds of fighting. It seemed that some city lords were still able to fight within the gray fog. However, half of the 28,000 city lords had been caught up in the fog, and they were either tied up or being slaughtered. The 100 dragon-slaying ballistae had also been continuously firing at the remaining city lords as well. Great Ken's various methods caused the countless factions to feel incredibly shocked. However, even if they had half of their city lords, they still had a massive advantage. The dynasty legatees no longer stood by and watched, they exploded out with power and shot towards Great Ken, while the remaining city lords also continued their charge. Great Ken's 8,000 city lords, who had official seals, also exploded out with power and met the allied city lords in the air. Zhao Fu was surrounded by 22 dynasty legatees, and both sides' powers caused massive clashes in the air. Explosions continuously rang out, creating enormous shockwaves and causing the heavens and earth to dim and for trees to sway. The soldiers below also charged at Great Ken. Terrifying ores once again burst forth from beneath the ground, fiery lights flashed in some places, causing the ground to be covered with lava, and the countless soldiers there did not even have the opportunity to cry out before being reduced to ashes. At other places, the ground suddenly turned into sand, and the bodies of the soldiers there turned into sand as well, dying in terror. In other places, intense chilling chi instantly froze everything, and the soldiers were frozen into ice statues, causing their life force to gradually fade. At other places, there were mines that exploded, causing soldiers' bodies to be burned to ashes. This was the power of the disaster pearls. Even though there were not many of them, they were extremely powerful and could cover dozens of kilometers. These traps caused the allied side to lose another 100 million or so soldiers. Boom. 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 At that moment, 10 pillars of black light shot into the sky, and deathly chi rapidly condensed, forming an enormous vortex in the sky. A black magic formation filled with deadly intent appeared. The 10 disaster cavalry had used the undead disaster. Roar. Terrifying roars sounded out in all directions as a massive amount of undead ore burst forth. The temperature quickly dropped, and 5 million or so powerful undead creatures, leading dozens of millions of skeletons, attacked the army from another side. These 5 million powerful undead creatures were the corpses of the aquatic beasts that Zhao Fu had collected from before, and they now came into use. Even though there were only 5 million undead aquatic beasts, they were essentially unstoppable. Countless people were sent flying or crushed into meat paste. The Great Ken Imperial Corps is ready for orders. The Sword Mountain Corps is ready for orders. The Fire Corps is ready for orders. Shouts continuously sounded out as the Corps quickly gathered before roaring out, Corps Aura Formation. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded out as countless black aura formed a 500-meter-long black dragon, giving off a terrifying aura as it raised its head towards the sky. 886 Corps Aura Formation Xing. A clear sword hum sounded out as countless white auras gathered to form a 200-meter-long sword of light that gave off an ocean-like wave of sword chi. Bang! Countless fiery aura gathered to form a 300-meter-tall flaming woman, who gave off an incredibly searing energy and caused the temperature around her to drastically increase. The 13 corps all created different things, but it was as if 13 godly items had descended, each of them giving off a powerful aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Even in the distance, one could feel how terrifying this power was. Following this, they started to slaughter. The black dragon brought with it black streams of air as it rushed at the massive army. It rampaged about, sending tens of thousands of soldiers flying. The black streams of air were extremely powerful and were not something that ordinary soldiers could defend against. The massive sword of light gave off boundless sword chi and flew into the army like a laser, slashing through the army many times in just an instant, causing tens of thousands of soldiers' bodies to be dismembered silently. The flaming woman brought with her countless flames as she flew at the army, creating seas of flame and burning innumerable soldiers to death. After the 13 corps aura formation were created, they started to madly attack. It was quite shocking to see 13 corps killing 200 million to 300 million soldiers with barely any resistance. At that moment, Great Ken's other soldiers wheeled out more ballistae before shooting at the soldiers near the Great Wall. Ordinary talisman bolts shot out, and even though they were not as powerful as the gold talisman bolts, it was still possible for them to instantly kill dozens of soldiers. Great Ken had many methods of dealing with both city lords and soldiers, and it held nothing back. If it did not use everything that it had, it would not be able to stop these attackers. This was Great Ken's true strength, and it shocked countless factions. They were unable to comprehend how they were unable to gain an advantage against Great Ken despite having so many city lords, and they were even being suppressed. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed out, creating a tornado of deathly chi and forcing the 20 or so people attacking him back. Everyone was quite shocked to see Great Ken's legatee's strength. With just a king seal, he was able to suppress the 20 or so of them. Seeing that they were losing more and more people, CG understood that if this went on, they would lose sooner or later. Everyone, quickly use your nation armaments power, or else we won't be able to kill Great Ken's legatee. CG shouted. Boom. CG was the first to explode out with a powerful aura as he unleashed his fate and released his nation armament's true power. A boundless might spread out as 9 massive cauldrons appeared in the sky, giving off a power that seemed to be able to suppress thousands of worlds. Boom. Another explosion sounded out as a tall and luxurious ancient-style building slowly appeared in the sky, surrounded by starlight and giving off a mysterious aura. Boom. Another explosion rang out as a shocking power burst forth, and a stone stele with no words on it appeared in the sky, giving off the aura of a godly spirit and causing countless creatures to tremble. Boom. An explosion sounded out as a terrifying power descended, and a crimson sword gradually appeared in the sky, dyeing the sky crimson, and it gave off a dragon-slaying sword aura. 11 nation armaments power exploded out, creating a heaven-toppling aura that caused the clouds to scatter and for the sun to dim. The entire human world sensed those terrifying ripples, and everyone felt a wave of fear, their bodies trembling. Almost everyone in the world knew about this great battle, and sensing these shockwaves, they could imagine just how intense and terrifying the battle was. The various factions felt that it was quite likely that Great Ken would be defeated. No one had the power to withstand 11 nation armaments. Moreover, there were still 10 or so nation armaments that had not been used, so how could Great Ken's legatee possibly deal with this? In actuality, only China's 11 dynasty legatees had released the full power of their nation armaments. Everyone else had only used a bit of their nation armaments power and did not plan to use their full strength. After all, this consumed a large amount of their fate, and they had just came to help the Chinese dynasties attack Great Ken. If they could destroy Great Ken, it would be for the best, but if they could not, they would simply leave. Why would they make such great sacrifices for China? They were not Chinese. If it wasn't for the fact that Great Ken's legatee was too dangerous, they would not have even cared if all Chinese people died. Apart from them, many city lords also felt this way. In fact, seeing how powerful Great Ken was, some of them wanted to retreat. However, after the 11 dynasty legatees unleashed their nation armaments power and the others also used a bit of their nation armaments power, the power that Zhao Fu faced was not something that he could deal with just his king seal. Die, Great Ken's legatee. CG roared as he gripped his violet sword with both hands. With his nation armament supporting him, he seemed to have enough power to destroy the world. His sword gave off boundless violet light as he slashed out, seeming to be able to tear through anything. It was not just CG, Di Wuxian attacked at the same time. He gripped his halberd with both hands and sent his nation armament's power into it, causing it to give off an immense destructive power. The space around it started to crack, and he howled as he stabbed out with the halberd, seeming as if he wanted to destroy the entire world. Liu Yi directly held his nation armament, and the crimson light covered the entire heavens and earth. A sword chi that seemed to be able to rip apart the world started to gather as Liu Yi slashed out, causing a crimson dragon with incredibly savage strength to rush at Zhao Fu. The other Chinese legatees also attacked Zhao Fu with their full strength, and the other countries' dynasty legatees also started to use some of their nation armaments power as they also attacked Zhao Fu. Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as the area 10,000 meters around where Zhao Fu had been was instantly reduced to rubble. There was nothing left, as nothing could endure that enormous power. Did we kill him? Everyone wondered. That destructive power had simply been too immense. However, they were disappointed, as Zhao Fu walked out from the chaos completely unscathed, a few nation armaments floating around him. A wave of power descended, causing all of the legatees to feel a sense of fear. However, things were not that simple. At the same time, 2 terrifying auras exploded out. At one place, there was an eerie demonic light that seemed to give off the sounds of tens of thousands of demons roaring and an extremely evil demon's intent, and a young man wearing black clothes slowly walked out. Elsewhere, in a place filled with blinding golden light, which seemed to have countless fish swimming about, the sky seemed to ripple like water, and a young man covered with golden scales, giving off an aura of destruction, appeared. 887 unexpected guests. These 2 people were the world protectors of the 2 other worlds. One was the Dark Daemon world's Mochi, and the other was the Fish Scale world's Yujuan. As world protectors, both of them controlled immense power. Mochi coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said seriously, "Your power is extremely monstrous, and I admit that I am inferior to you. Before, I did not want to join with others to kill you, but your threat is simply too great. If I don't get rid of you, my dark demon world will be in great danger in the future. You should feel proud about this. Yujuan also looked at Zhao Fu seriously, and he looked at the 8 aquatic beast kings before saying, you have my respect for being able to make those 8 submit. Before, I did not want to get involved in human affairs, but after you awaken those 2 terrifying stars, I can only apologize. You have to die in order for the fish scale world to remain safe. Boom. Boom. 2 massive explosions sounded out as Mochi directly exploded out with his full power and used his clan armament, while Yujuan did the same and also brought out his clan armament. Their power seemed to be able to cause the sky to fall, and it was unimaginably powerful. Hurry. Work together with them and kill Great Ken's legatee. CG shouted to the others. It was evidently him who had contacted these 2 world protectors, and he had most likely even given them Zhao Fu's information, resulting in them working together. The other Chinese dynasty legatees understood that this was the best opportunity to kill Great Ken's legatee, and they could not let it go. They were not following CG's orders, they were simply doing what they felt was best. They did anything that would benefit them. After all, the various Midland continent factions had been willing to join this attack because Great Ken threatened them, and they wanted to destroy Great Ken to get rid of this threat. It was not that China had the power to rally many supporters but that they all had a common target. Moreover, it was only because they held a great advantage that they were willing to attack Great Ken. Without such a big advantage, how could they be willing to step into these muddy waters? They had all acted according to their own interests, so they were not very united. Seeing how powerful Great Ken was, how difficult it would be to destroy the Great Ken, and how many losses they had suffered already, many of them already started to think about running. China's various dynasty legatees raised their nation armaments and attacked Great Ken's legatee together, while the other countries' dynasty legatees' expressions were quite unsightly and did not act. They were unwilling to unleash their full nation armaments power, and if they rushed up, they would die. They were not able to participate in this battle. The 2 other worlds' world protectors felt that the Chinese people had all gone mad. They had actually conspired with the world protectors of other worlds to kill their own world protector. Even though the humans hated Great Ken, distrusted Great Ken, and thought that it was too great of a threat, it was still part of their human world. In actuality, the 2 world protectors were an even greater threat to them. Perhaps even if the humans were conquered by Great Ken, they could become its subjects, but if they were conquered by other worlds, they would either die or become slaves. Last time, the fish scale world had drowned countless humans. This was the best evidence. The dynasty legatees of the other countries looked at each other and decided not to get involved. On one hand, they would use up too much fate, and they were also worried that after Great Ken's legatee was killed, the 2 world protectors would turn on them. At that time, who would be able to stop them? As such, these dynasty legatees from other countries turned into rays of light and flew away, not planning on helping out. Mochi, Yujuan, and the Chinese dynasty legatees didn't have time to pay attention to them. They were completely focused on attacking Great Ken's legatee. Facing his attacks, if they were not careful, it would be easy for them to die. On September 17th, the great battle concluded. It had lasted for 4 days, and it had been extremely terrifying. It was the most shocking battle in the human world, and no battle could even compare to it. The frightening power unleashed had caused the earth to crack, for the weather to change, and the sun to grow dim. 10 or so regions seemed to have been obliterated, turning into a desolate wasteland devoid of any life. It was like an apocalyptic scene, shocking anyone who saw it. After the conclusion of the battle, the 2 world protectors escaped back to their own worlds with heavy injuries on the brink of death, shaking the dark demon world and fish scale world. Out of the 11 Chinese dynasty legatees, the legatees of the Shang dynasty, Jin dynasty, Sui dynasty, Song dynasty, and Qing dynasty died true deaths. After the battle, Beiqi split Great Ken's terrifying army into 5 teams to simultaneously attack the 5 dynasties, conquering them and destroying them. The remaining 6 Chinese dynasty legatees escaped with heavy injuries, and they seemed to disappear and could not be found. They had most likely mass relocated. The results of this battle were that 400 million soldiers from the Allied army had died while another 400 million soldiers had run away. 7,000 city lords from the Allied army had died, and 23,000 had run away. These city lords and soldiers all came from different factions, different countries, and different continents, so they were not completely united. They had only been willing to attack Great Ken because of the apparent advantage they had, but seeing that things had gone sour, they immediately ran for their lives. No one wanted to die for something like this. On Great Ken's side, they lost 6 million soldiers, and after conquering 5 dynasties, they had lost another 5 million soldiers. 300 city lords had lost their lives, and the most important person to Great Ken, The person at the core of this shocking battle, Great Kin's legatee, may have died as well. This battle was enough to shake 3 worlds. No one in China would have thought that Great Kin would be able to defend against this attack. They had never thought that the other 2 world protectors would suddenly descend and work with China's dynasty legatees to try to kill Great Kin's legatee. Apart from in world wars in the real world, there had never been such great casualties before. It could be said that all of China had taken a great blow, and the result of the battle was that 5 dynasties had perished. The conclusion was incredibly severe. This time, Great Kin's true strength had been displayed to the whole world, whether it was the 8 aquatic beast kings, the countless wyverns, the terrifying corpse soul commanders, the dragon-slaying ballistae that instantly killed city lords, or the destruction crystals and disaster pearls. At the same time, there were the terrifying talisman arrows and bolts, the undead army, and 13 corps. Great Kin had unreservedly used all of its power, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. If they hadn't attacked with such a massive army, they would not have known that Great Kin's full strength was so monstrous. 888 Aftermath of the Great Battle. The results of this battle made some incredibly happy and others incredibly worried. The 100 schools of thought let out a sigh of relief, as they had remained neutral and not supported either side. The mocking voices once again disappeared and fell completely silent. Now, the situation in China had settled. After this massive battle, China was still unable to stop Great Kin's meteoric rise. 400 million soldiers and 7,000 city lords had died, and 5 dynasties had perished. This was the harsh reality. Within the real world, the Ying family also let out a sigh of relief. Great Kin had been able to withstand this massive pressure, and those in the Ying family who had been pessimistic and cowardly were all punished. Otherwise, if Great Kin's legatee found out that there were people in the Ying family who had given up on, the entire Ying family would be sanctioned by Great Kin's legatee, and he might not even acknowledge the Ying family anymore. Those who were punished voluntarily. As long as they could remain within the Ying family and not be chased out, anything was fine. Even though these people had been punished, they were still part of the Ying family, which was Great Kin's imperial clan. After joining Great Kin in the future, they would have great benefits. At the same time, the family leaders hurried over to Zhao Fu's villa, wanting to know how Great Kin's legatee was. At the same time, they wanted to express how he was the pride of their Ying family and someone everyone worshipped, and they also wanted to congratulate him and express their loyalty. However, the bodyguard stopped them, telling them that Zhao Fu had not yet woken up. The family leaders understood that after the battle, there were still many things to take care of, so they did not mind too much. However, they did not know that within the room, Zhao Fu's aura was extremely weak, and his chest was dyed red with blood. Of course, they had no idea that Zhao Fu was Great Kin's legatee. Right now, the space outside of the Ying family was crowded with all sorts of factions trying to curry favor with the Ying family, congratulating them and expressing their willingness to submit and do anything for Great Kin. In response, the Ying family's family leaders disdainfully refused to see any of them. Before, they had avoided Great Kin like the plague, and yet, they were now trying to stick onto Great Kin like tape. Did they really think Great Kin was something that they could join as they pleased? Facing the Ying family's disdain, the countless factions could only feel regretful. If they had known this would have happened, they would have chosen to continue trusting in Great Kin. Now, the situation in China had become fixed, and no one could change it. Great Kin was destined to unify China and become an eternal empire. When that time came, there would no longer be Chinese people, only Kin people. As such, these factions could only think of various ways to try to join Great Kin. Otherwise, if they waited until Great Kin unified China, they would not have any opportunities. The largest faction in China was the governmental faction, and even they had to lower their heads to Great Kin. This time, even though they did not have any dynasty legatees, they had sent a large number of city lords and soldiers to attack Great Kin. They had suffered great losses, and as a country in the real world, they expressed their goodwill to try to salvage their relationship, and they had no intentions of submitting to Great Kin. Within the ancient clans, a few elders smiled as one of them said, "It was your family's Nulu who was far-sighted and married Great Kin's legatee early, becoming one of his most beloved concubines. That's why Great Kin and the ancient clan's relationship has been relatively friendly. In the future, we should strengthen our friendship with Great Kin. After all, the world is destined to be Great Kin's. Quickly send gifts to Great Kin. Our old bones should go out and meet Great Kin's world-famous legatee. I wonder what sort of heroic figure he is." After hearing about this, Tina Pendragon slightly smiled. However, thinking about how CG had actually tried to work with the world protectors of 2 other worlds to kill Great Kin's legatee, her expression became quite serious. When Miss Ori Hano heard about the results of the battle, she could not help but laugh. Beside her, Shutenji slightly sighed and said, "In the future, he might come to destroy Japan. Hearing this, Masanori Hano's smile faded, and after thinking about it, she started to feel slightly worried. After looking at the report in his hand, Jeffrey's expression became extremely serious. What he was concerned about was whether Great Ken's legatee was still alive. Over at Flower Moon, there were a group of women sitting within a hall. Many women wanted Zhao Yuan to change her mind and give up on the partnership with Great Ken in order to avoid being destroyed. Su Yuan could only look at Zhao Yuan because her opinion could not change anything. Saying anything would be useless. Zhao Yuan continued to think and did not give any response. Big sis, you've been thinking for so long, so how come you haven't made a decision yet? Flower Moon has always maintained neutrality. In actuality, working together with Great Ken has already departed from this. We should once again stay neutral, it's not a big deal. A woman in red said, and many other women agreed, hoping that Zhao Yuan would cut off their relationship with Great Ken. Big sis, Great Ken really is doomed this time. I heard that there are even 2 world protectors helping to kill Great Ken's legatee. How can Great Ken win? Another woman said. However, Zhao Yuan continued to think and did not reply to them. Seeing that she still did not make a decision, everyone else felt quite worried. At that moment, the news of the result of the battle suddenly came in. Great Ken had been able to withstand the attack, making countless women speechless. They all looked incredibly shocked, and even though Great Ken's legatee might have died, Great Ken had indeed survived. If they had abandoned Great Ken, the relationship between Flower Moon and Great Ken would never have been the same again. They all felt quite relieved that Zhao Yuan had not made a decision in time. Now, it was inevitable that Great Ken would unify China. As a partner of Great Ken, they would receive great benefits. Su Yuan smiled as she looked at Zhao Yuan, who inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She had been bearing immense pressure to trust in Great Ken. She had even been considering what Flower Moon should do after Great Ken was destroyed. However, in the end, Great Ken had not let her down and had withstood the attack, and it had set a new status quo. Zhao Yuan felt that she had now truly seen Great Ken's legatee. However, at that moment, Beiyu and 2 or 3 other women's faces became extremely pale. They looked at Zhao Yuan and did not know what to say. Things were completely different than what they had expected, and now, they almost started crying. However, they still had a trace of hope, and that was only if the information that they had provided had not been leaked. Zhao Yuan looked at those women and could tell that they seemed to be hiding something, so she wanted to ask them about it. 889 Those who betrayed Great Ken. Things are bad. Someone's attacking our city. It seems to be people from Great Ken. Panicked cries sounded out from outside the hall, as powerful oars descended above Flower Moon's city. The women who had betrayed Great Ken immediately lost all hope as soon as they heard this. Tears streamed out of their eyes, and seeing this, Zhao Yuan immediately understood why Great Ken would attack them. Hurry up and leave. Don't enter the Heaven Awakened world in the future, you can only stay in the real world. Zhao Yuan's face became pale as she shouted. The other women did not know what was going on, but they still chose to follow her orders. They prepared to exit the Heaven Awakened world, but it was already too late. Their status was already in combat, preventing them from leaving the Heaven Awakened world. Boom. An explosion sounded out as dozens of people giving off powerful auras appeared before the women, looking at them coldly. In actuality, Zhao Fu was not only on his guard against the Flower Moon but had also secretly collected information on them, which was why they were able to find Flower Moon's headquarters so quickly. Su Yuan did not know what was happening, but seeing that Great Ken had suddenly attacked, she said angrily, could it be that Great Ken really is so rude and unreasonable? Why have you suddenly attacked Flower Moon? We're in a partnership. The man in the lead, who had the strongest aura, coldly harumphed as he said, we're here on orders of Prime Minister Li to capture those who betrayed Great Ken. Su Yuan was unable to understand this. How had they betrayed Great Ken? The man did not give them an opportunity to explain before capturing everyone in Flower Moon. In less than a day, the important members of Flower Moon's widely spread organization had been captured, and those who were related to Flower Moon had been hunted down by Great Ken. Flower Moon had been eliminated incredibly quickly. Great Ken also shook the nearby 2 worlds. For the first time, the people in the other 2 worlds heard of Great Ken and Great Ken's legatee, and they sounded like thunder in their ears, shaking their bodies and souls. The 2 most powerful people in their worlds, as well as 10 or so people with nation armaments, had actually lost. Even their world protectors had been heavily injured and nearly died as they escaped back to their own worlds. They all understood just how monstrous their world protectors were. Ordinary people could only look up at them, and if they had lost even after working together, then just how powerful was Great Ken's legatee? How could he be so powerful? Even though they had not witnessed the battle, they could imagine that it was on an apocalyptic level. After hearing about this news, the Dark Daemon world, which had disregarded the human world this whole time, fell completely silent. They had never thought that the human world would be so terrifying. Great Kin's legatee was truly a peerless expert. Now, no one dared to look down on the human world anymore. They all silently raised the human world into the dangerous category, as this was the reality. The fish-scale world's legatees all looked incredibly dumbfounded. All of them quite feared Yujuan, as he was powerful to the extent that he could deal with them with a single hand. Apart from his superb talent, he had spent a lot of time in closed-door training. As such, his power naturally surpassed the other legatees, and hearing that he was going to act, the fish-scale legatees had all been quite excited. They believed that with Yujuan's power, he would be able to sweep across the entire human world. That way, they would be able to take revenge for the humans poisoning so many fish-scale people. However, what they had never expected was that Yujuan would be defeated and almost die in the human world. Just what sort of being was Great Kin's legatee? It was not just the factions in those two worlds who greatly feared the human world's world protector. The countless ordinary people once again witnessed the might of Great Kin's legatee. They could only look up at him and sigh. Now, countless people wondered whether or not Great Kin's legatee had died in battle. After all, he had unleashed terrifying attacks against the two other world protectors, forcing the Chinese dynasty legatees away. The power that the three world protectors released contained a trace of the world's source energy, which was the power that the world's consciousness gave them. It could be seen just how intense the battle had been. All of their attacks had been incredibly destructive, but the two other world protectors had not been a match for Great Kin's legatee, and they had escaped on their dying breaths, while Great Kin's legatee had fallen from the sky with 6 fist-sized holes in his chest. With that kind of injury, it was very difficult to survive. However, with Great Kin's legatee's terrifying power, perhaps that sort of injury could not kill him. As such, there were only rumors that he had died, and no one could confirm them. It was unknown whether the two other world protectors had been able to harm Great Kin's legatee's body in the real world. After all, if his real body was fine, even if his body in the heaven-awakened world died, it would not be a big deal for him. At most, he would lose his cultivation, everything else would be bound to his soul. Right now, no one knew just who Great Kin's legatee was except for those in Great Kin. As such, everyone else could only make guesses. Over at Great Kin, countless ministers anxiously waited outside, because their majesty's life was in grave danger. Right now, Zhang Beishu and many other physicians were treating him, but the situation was not good. Everyone was helpless to do anything, so they could only nervously wait outside. Li Si ordered people to collect healing medicines to help save their majesty. This situation had gone on for over a day, and there was still no result. All of the internal affairs were managed by Li Si. He had been made the prime minister of Great Kin by Zhao Fu, while Beiqi controlled the military. Everyone else had to follow the orders of these two people. No matter if it was attacking the 5 dynasties or capturing Flower Moon's people, these were not ordered directly by Zhao Fu. Rather, because the situation was quite urgent, these decisions had been made by Li Si, Beiqi, and Great Kin's other ministers and generals. After anxiously waiting for more than a day, the people waiting outside finally saw Zhang Beishu open the door. Seeing him, they asked, "Imperial Physician Zhang, how is His Majesty?" Zhang Beishu's taut face slightly relaxed, and he gave a trace of a smile as he told them that Zhao Fu's condition had stabilized and that he was not in any danger. However, he was still incredibly weak, so they had to take care of him carefully and could not allow anything to happen to him. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was the first time His Majesty had been injured so severely, making them all desperately worried. 890147 regions right now, His Majesty is still unconscious, but his life is no longer in danger. We need to quickly take care of the remaining matters to avoid anything going wrong. Li Si looked at the other important subordinates and said. The 3 system factions around Great Kin had all participated in this battle, and they had moved their entire armies. However, they had lost and suffered the greatest losses. Right now, Great Kin needed to clear out these system factions. Originally, the plan was to take down Vietnam and then destroy the 3 massive system factions. They had already taken down Vietnam, and because of the massive battle, they had not yet had time to clear out the 230 regions. However, the northern side of Great Kin was more or less settled. In total, the 3 system factions had roughly 2,200 cities. Most of their city lords and soldiers had died, and even if they did not die, they immediately relocated their cities and did not dare to remain. After the conclusion of the battle, Beiqi split the army into 5 groups to attack the 5 dynasties that had lost their legatees. Those dynasty legacies had lost many people, but their residents fought back valiant. In the end, Great Kin's armies were able to forcefully take them down for a small cost and killed many people. Beiqi had been responsible for attacking the 5 dynasties, while Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Aizen had been responsible for attacking the 3 system factions. This was quite easy for them because the city lords and soldiers had died, so there were no problems while taking them down. There were many regions, 300 in the western side, 230 in the eastern side, and 190 in the southern side. Apart from the system factions, there were also some player factions, so it would take some time to clear them out. After taking down the 5 dynasties, because Beiqi was worried about Zhao Fu's safety, he quickly brought the armies and returned, while Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Beizeng continued to take down system main cities. What Li Si meant was that because Zhao Fu was still unconscious and could not make any decisions, as his subordinates, they had to take care of the remaining matters for him. Great Qin's soldiers had to take down these cities and regions as soon as possible. Hearing this, Beiqi nodded and left with some generals, while Li Si took many ministers to prepare to assimilate a large number of people by building new buildings and living regions. In actuality, Great Qin still had a revival pill, which allowed one to come back to life no matter how bad their injuries were as long as it was consumed within 8 hours. However, Li Si could not use this, as it was in Zhao Fu's Disaster King Ring, and no one else could take it out. Otherwise, they would have already used it. Great Qin's generals and countless soldiers gave off massive ores as they flooded in 3 directions. They were simply unstoppable as they conquered city after city, taking down 720 regions with immense momentum. With the 230 regions from Vietnam, Great Qin had taken 950 regions in total. Great Qin originally already had 520 regions, and with these 950 regions, it would have 1,470 regions, which would be enough to raise it to a level 1 marquisate. Their first task was to clear the 950 regions before constructing the third Great Wall to protect all 1,470 regions. Only then would they truly become Great Qin's territory. At the same time, leveling up to a level 1 marquisate required 3 barony cities and 6 capital cities. In order to obtain the 3 barony cities, Great Qin would have to level up 3 capital cities to level 3 and use the region's power to upgrade them into barony cities, which would save a lot of experience point. However, they still needed 6 capital cities, which would be quite difficult. After all, leveling up 6 cities into capital cities would take a notion of experience point, and fighting battles was the fastest way. Out of the 5 dynasties that Great Qin had taken down, Great Shang had already leveled up into a level 1 capital city. This fulfilled one requirement for Great Qin, and it now needed another 5 capital cities. Before, Great Qin had killed 7,000 city lords and obtained 3,000 usable city lord seals, while 4,000 of the city lord seals had become useless. Because these cities were quite spread out, it was quite difficult for Great Qin to find them. Some people understood that keeping the cities would increase Great Qin's power, so they decided to destroy them. As such, Great Qin had obtained another 4,000 useless city lord seals. Fortunately, they could be fused into the wyverns or corpse soul commanders. The 3,000 usable city lord seals provided Great Qin with nearly 800 million people, and this brought many benefits, such as replenishing a large amount of fate. Before, in order to face the 2 world protectors and 11 dynasty legatees, Zhao Fu used up almost all of Great Qin's fate. Right now, Great Qin had never lacked fate more. After taking down these regions and cities, Great Qin once again stabilized and went into another development phase. Even though there were not any orders from Zhao Fu, things progressed smoothly because of the various generals and ministers, and Great Qin once again enjoyed peace. It was now October 1st, and a turn of events once again shook Great Qin. Great Qin's Majesty's injuries had once again worsened, and his condition became quite critical. Facing those terrifying injuries, even the intermediate water of life did not have much of an effect. This was because the injuries were not caused by any ordinary power, and this caused all of Great Qin to fall into panic. Li Si once again thought of that revival pill. The situation was becoming quite dire, so Li Si planned to take Zhao Fu's Disaster King Ring, wipe away the seal he had made, and open it to take out the revival pill. However, this Disaster King Ring was reinforced with Zhao Fu's Emperor's seal, and even Beiqi could not wipe away the seal. Everyone felt incredibly worried and planned to gather all of the city lords to join together to wipe away the same. However, at that moment, the Flower Fairy suddenly walked out and said in a clear voice, "Can I try? Perhaps I will be able to save His Majesty." This made everyone feel quite delighted. They all trusted this mysterious Flower Fairy, and they had no other option except breaking open the Disaster King Ring. However, that would have negative impacts on the Disaster King Ring and could even break it. The people led the Flower Fairy to the young man lying on the bed. His face was incredibly pale and his aura was incredibly weak. His chest was bound by white bandages, through which blood continuously seeped out. Seeing this, the Flower Fairy did not hesitate and sat down next to the bed as she stretched out a hand. A rainbow-colored light came out from her hand, which she lightly pressed against Zhao Fu's chest, causing the rainbow-colored light to enter Zhao Fu's body. 891 November The flower fairy continuously sent her power into Zhaofu's chest, and this continued for 5 or 6 minutes. After taking her hand away, a rainbow-colored flower grew out from Zhaofu's chest. This was not a corporeal flower but one made of light. The appearance of this flower caused Zhaofu's wounds to stabilize, and the golden crystal formed by Phoenix Chi in Zhaofu's body started to give off a large amount of Phoenix Chi to restore Zhaofu's body. Standing by the side, Xianru could sense these changes, and she marveled at the Phoenix Chi's powerful recovery ability. Under the cooperation from the flower and the Phoenix Chi, Zhaofu's wounds took a turn for the better, allowing everyone present to let out a sigh of relief. In the next few days, Zhaofu's injuries became better and better. Because Zhaofu had not come out for a long time in the real world, Zheng Yukan forced open his door and found that he was lying on his bed, covered in blood. She was immediately scared out of her wits, and this matter shook the entire Ying family. If something happened to Great Qin's legatee within the Ying family, the consequences would be unimaginable. The family leaders personally came and ordered people to use the best equipment and medicines to save Zhaofu. After hearing about this, Wu Qingnian put a pause on the many things she had to do and personally came to visit Zhaofu. Seeing there were so many women by Zhaofu's side, she could not help but frown. Since when was this guy so lucky to have so many women looking after him? However, she found that she recognized some of them, as they had gone to the same university. Zhaofu had most likely brought them here to protect them, and now that the world was so chaotic, one had to be quite careful. Wu Qingnian did not know what had happened to Zhaofu. It was most likely something within the heaven-awakened world. He had so many layers of protection in the real world that it was almost impossible for him to be injured so severely without anyone noticing, and no one knew how he had been injured. Thinking about that shocking battle from before, the destructive shockwaves had spread through all of China. A sense of darkness and despair spread out, making everyone feel incredibly powerless. Even though Wu Qingnian had not been directly involved, she understood how terrifying that battle had been. In the face of that power, she had felt incredibly weak and small. Zhaofu had most likely been caught up in the shockwaves of that battle. Wu Qingnian felt that Zhaofu could not remain by Great Qin's legatee's side, as it was too dangerous. After he woke up, she would talk to him about leaving Great Qin's legatee. As Zhaofu's body in the heaven-awakened world gradually recovered, his body in the real world also recuperated. This made Wu Qingnian feel quite relieved, and she soon left. During this time, Zhaofu's grandparents came often to see Zhaofu. They had wanted to stay and take care of him, but because there were already people assigned to look after him, the Ying family did not allow it, and they could only come to see him. Zhaofu's uncle and auntie had also come once or twice because their luxurious lifestyles had been given to them by Zhaofu. They were worried that if Zhaofu died, they would lose everything, so they came to see him every now and then. Zhaofu's cousins did not come because they knew about Shengzhou and Mai Zioyan. This was especially so for Zhaofu's younger cousin, seeing how lewd Mai Zioyan, who did not even allow him to touch her, acted in front of Zhaofu. He felt quite angry towards Zhaofu. However, both of Zhaofu's cousins had found good girlfriends now, so they did not feel as hateful. However, they broke off relations with Zhaofu and decided not to visit. It was now November, and the heaven-awakened world had gone into winter. The weather became quite cold, and there was often frost on tree leaves early in the morning. Everything was a lifeless gray and black, and countless creatures went into hibernation. Zhaofu, who had been sleeping for more than a month, finally woke up, causing all of Great Qin to celebrate. Li Si and Beiqi hurried to the palace to check up on how he was. Just as they entered the palace, they heard a weak but dignified voice say, "How long have we been sleeping for?" Hearing this, Li Si felt incredibly happy. He had never thought that Zhaofu would start referring to himself as we. Li Si had reminded him to speak like a king, but Zhaofu still often used I out of habit. Now that Zhaofu had started to use we after waking up, it seemed that he had gone through some changes after being injured and recovering. Li Si replied in a soft voice, "Your Majesty, you've been sleeping for a bit more than a month." After falling silent for a moment, Zhaofu asked, "What has happened after we fell asleep?" Li Si respectfully replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. All of the generals and ministers have done a lot in this time. Not only have we taken down the 5 dynasties, but we've also started to clear out the surrounding regions and build the 3rd Great Wall." Hearing this, Zhaofu let out a sigh of relief, and he started to ask about more specific things, which Li Si replied to in detail. Now that Zhaofu had finally woken up, all of his subordinates let out a sigh of relief. They once again started to consult Zhaofu when making decisions, and even though most things were discussed in a big group, there were sometimes things that Zhaofu was not pleased with. As such, they had to bring things up with him, as Zhaofu was the king of Great Qin. Zhaofu's body quickly recovered over these days, and soon, his wounds had essentially fully healed. His strength had not fully recovered yet, and because he was still quite weak, He would have to go to the Yinchi Valley for a while. After his wounds fully healed, Zhao Fu first went to thank the Flower Fairy and gave her some rewards. He also took out the revival pill and placed it in the Imperial Physician's Pavilion in case something like this happened again. Zhao Fu had never thought that his injuries would be so serious this time. However, given that he had fought against 2 world protectors, it was not too surprising. One of the first things that Zhao Fu planned to do now was to give titles to concubines and refine the 5-nation armaments. Thinking about those 5-nation armaments, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. Despite being injured so severely, it had been somewhat worth it. They had destroyed the Shang Dynasty, Jin Dynasty, Sui Dynasty, Song Dynasty, and Qing Dynasty. Out of them, the Shang Dynasty was one of the 5 ancient dynasties, and Zhao Fu had used his heart sword to kill the Sui Dynasty, Song Dynasty, and Qing Dynasty's legatees. CG and the other dynasty legatees had chosen to immediately escape with their lives, but Di Wuxian had not been willing to run, and he had roared as he rushed at Zhao Fu. However, he had been quickly killed. Zhao Fu then caught up with the Jin Dynasty's legatee, but right as he killed him, the 2 world protectors' powerful attacks had hit him, injuring him heavily and forcing him to stop chasing after the other dynasty legatees. The Shang Dynasty's nation armament was the Star Plucking Tower, the Jin Dynasty's nation armament was the 8 silver dragons, the Sui Dynasty's nation armament was the Great Dragon Boat, the Song Dynasty's nation armament was the Emperor Cloth, and the Qing Dynasty's nation armament was the Dragon Vein. 892 Refining Beichi had captured women from the 5 dynasties, and these women included all sorts of relatives of the legatees. Of course, many of these women were on the ancient beauty rankings. Just Di Wuxian alone had the 3rd-ranked beauty, Su Deifai, the 8th-ranked beauty, Zhao Hanyu, the 17th-ranked beauty, Ziaji, the 12th-ranked beauty, Dong Xian, and the 39th-ranked beauty, Li Hongzhu. The other dynasties' legatees also had many women on the rankings, because not only were they beautiful, but they also had a large amount of phoenix chi, which everyone needed. Out of them, Su Deifai was quite strange. Beichi had expected these people to escape if they had the opportunity, but she had led Azure Hill's women to wait for Great Kin with countless treasures. Di Wuxian had many women, and everyone knew how dissolute he was. He had 300 or so women, and they were all incredibly pretty and beautiful. There were younger women and more mature women, and it was said that one of Di Wuxian's greatest hobbies was collecting beauties. These women all had some phoenix chi, so Beichi had brought them back to help Zhao Fu refine the nation armaments and also take for himself. Zhao Fu originally had only been with virgins before, but as time had passed, he did not mind too much about this anymore. Before, Zhao Fu had seemed to like mature women more, and some people had discovered this, so most of the women presented to him were more mature ones. Perhaps this had to do with Zhao Fu's younger years, but that was not too important. The way Zhao Fu treated these women was also different to before. As a monarch, the person with the most power in Great Kin, he could do as he liked without any restraint. However, there were very few women who could actually make Zhao Fu feel much, and he had barely paid much mind to most of the women. That was how Zhao Fu's personality was, but he would still provide for them. Sitting on his throne, Zhao Fu had the women brought in. There were 500 or so of them, and just the women from the Shang dynasty alone made up about 60%. The most eye-catching and bewitching one was, of course, Su Deifai. Her alluring eyes could steal one's soul, and her Azure Hill clan was a type of 9-tailed fox, and they were innately incredibly charming. When Zhao Fu had been recuperating, he had often heard Little Nine talk about a big sister Su. Because they were both 9-tailed foxes, Little Nine immediately came to like Su Deifai. She was the only woman who had been given preferential treatment from the 5 dynasties, and this was not because of Little Nine but because she was good at establishing relations and had impressed Li Si and many other ministers. Moreover, she had brought the entire Azure Hill clan to join Great Kin, and Zhao Fu had summoned her. Things had happened between them, and he had been surprised to find that she was still a virgin. How could Di Wuxian, who was so lascivious, not have touched her? Su Deifai's explanation was that the Azure Hill clan liked to submit to those who were powerful. Even though Great Shang was not bad, it was not the best. It did not even have a kingdom, and she had agreed to give herself and the Azure Hill clan after Great Shang established a kingdom. However, it was a pity that Great Shang had been destroyed by Great Qin. Now, Zhao Fu understood why the outside world had said that Di Wuxian and Su Deifai's relationship had been quite hazy. It seemed that Su Deifai had always prepared a way out for herself and had not been completely loyal to the Shang dynasty. However, the other women, such as Zhao Hanyu and the others, were no longer virgins. They looked at Zhao Fu with complicated expressions. They had been sent by their families to Great Shang to be Di Wuxian's women, but they had been caught by Great Qin. They had no control over their own fates. That was their tragedy in this chaotic world. However, Something to be happy about was that Zhao Fu treated women well and was not ruthless and licentious like the rumors had said. Moreover, with Great Qin's powerful strength, they would be able to live peacefully here. After making them all concubines, Great Qin obtained a notion of phoenix chi. As expected from the women from the 5 dynasties, the golden crystal within Zhao Fu's body became somewhat larger as well. Following this, Zhao Fu took the 5 nation armaments to the heaven and earth refining formation and prepared to conduct the great world refinement to refine them together. This required even more people to gather the heaven and earth fate. Great Qin did not lack such people. After destroying the 5 dynasties and refining their generals' corpses, they had obtained many great orbs and innate talent blood crystals, which had been given to those who had performed well. Zhao Fu took 25 people to the heaven and earth refining formation and placed the 5 nation armaments at the center. Zhao Fu could not help but feel somewhat excited. After refining them, Great Qin would have another 5 nation armaments. If Zhao Fu had only relied on the 6 paths demon image's power in the previous battle, he would not have been able to withstand the 2 world protectors and 11 dynasty legatees. At that time, the various clan armaments and nation armaments had all been a great help. The 25 people followed Zhao Fu's orders and started to send their fate into the magic formation, causing all of the energy stones to instantly disintegrate. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out throughout all of China, and countless people once again looked in the direction of Great Qin. After the battle, Great Qin had fallen into silence as it had been busy devouring the nearby regions. What was it doing now? Now, there was no one who could stop Great Qin. Just like Great Qin in history, the 6 states had been powerless to stop Great Qin from unifying China. The weather started to change as massive winds blew, causing sand and stones to fly and trees to shake. All of China felt a massive amount of fate gathering towards Great Qin. They were going to refine 5 nation armaments, so the amount of fate Great Qin gathered was naturally quite large. After all, in total, China only had 12 nation armaments, and this was nearly half of them. In the sky, a massive rainbow-colored cauldron gave off a boundless power as it stood between the heavens and the earth, seeming as if it was suppressing the world. The 5 nation armaments flew into the cauldron and were refined by a formless flame. The 5 dynasties' ores were gradually burned away while Great Qin's fate madly rushed into them. The 5 nation armaments absorbed a massive amount of Great Qin's fate and slowly went through changes. These 5 nation armaments belonged to China, and because Great Qin also belonged to China, the refining process was much simpler. After a while, the marks of the 5 dynasties had been burned away, and Great Qin's own aura and mark had been instilled into the nation armaments. Boom! Another shocking explosion sounded out as the rainbow cauldron dispersed into traces of fate, and the 5 refined nation armaments gave off terrifying mites as they slowly descended from the sky. Zhao Fu smiled as he stretched out his hand, took hold of the 5 nation armaments, and looked at their information. 893 Human King. The first was the star-plucking tower. It was 30 centimeters tall, and there was a stage made of stones below it, which took up 2/3 of its height. The tower looked quite exquisite and luxurious, and it was made of wood and gave off a dense, starry, mysterious aura. It had the Shang dynasty's unique script, which had been turned into Qin's script. This was originally the Shang dynasty's nation armament, and as the nation armament of one of the 5 ancient dynasties, it was more powerful than ordinary nation armaments. Zhao Fu decided to rename it Qin Star Tower. The second nation armament was 8 silver dragons that were each 30 centimeters long. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, looking incredibly fierce. Now that they had absorbed a lot of Great Qin fate, they had become a dark silver color and gave off an even more savage aura. This was originally the Jin dynasty's nation armament, and it had most likely been created during the War of the 8 Princes. Zhao Fu named it 8 Qin Dragons. The third was a boat that was 30 centimeters long. It was made of jade and had a dragon's head at the front and a dragon's tail at the back. There were 7 floors and had many small buildings on it. It was covered with jewels and looked incredibly precious, and it now gave off the powerful aura of Great Qin. This was the Sui dynasty's great dragon boat, and Emperor Yang of Sui had sailed on it many times up the Grand Canal. Even though Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, was a good emperor, he had been proficient at slandering. Emperor Yang of Sui, the former emperor, was not a very muddle-headed emperor, and Li Shimin's older brother, Li Jiancheng, had actually been quite a talented military strategist, and he was not as useless as he had been said to be. However, the Tang dynasty's historical records had said that Emperor Yang of Sui and Li Jiancheng were incredibly hopeless, and many people had believed these things. It was only in recent times that more historical evidence had shown otherwise. That was how the system of victors and losers worked in ancient times. Zhao Fu decided to name this beautiful boat Qin boat. The fourth nation armament was a yellow cloth that did not look very special, except for the fact that it gave off a faint golden light. There also seemed to be a dragon's shadow swimming about within it, giving off a king's aura. Now, it had become a black cloth and gave off a black light. This was originally the Song Dynasty's nation armament, the Emperor Cloth. Legend had it that it was the yellow cloth from the robes of Zhao Kuainian, the founding Song Emperor. Zhao Fu had already taken down later Zhou, and its aura was quite similar to the Song Dynasty's, as Zhao Kuainian had been a general in later Zhou and staged a military uprising. Zhao Fu decided to name it an Emperor Cloth. The final nation armament was a backbone that was 30 centimeters long and seemed snow-white like jade. It seemed to be the backbone of a dragon, and it gave off a dragon's might. This was the Qing Dynasty's Dragon Vein, which Zhao Fu renamed Qin Dragon Vein. After looking at these 5 nation armaments, Zhao Fu satisfiedly placed them next to the Great Qin city's city heart to be nourished by Great Qin's fate. Now that Great Qin had 9 nation armaments, Great Qin's nation power once again rose to a new level. Zhao Fu also wanted to make the imperial rulers seal Great Qin's clan armament, but after thinking about it, Great Qin was part of China, and because it was enough for Great Qin to just use it, it was better not to do something like that. Apart from the 5 nation armaments, there was something else that was quite important, which was that Great Qin's grade had once again increased. Every time Great Qin took down a nation legacy, it received an evolution point, and every time it took down a dynasty legacy, it received 5 evolution points. Now, the Great Qin city had finally obtained 30 evolution points, and it had leveled up from an legendary rank city into a human king grade city. It was the human world's first human king city. The Great Qin leveling up into a human king city had caused many abnormal signs, but because Zhao Fu had been unconscious, he had not seen them. It was said that the entire Great Qin city gave off golden light as the clouds swirled, and a massive amount of fate gathered towards Great Qin, forming a massive golden dragon that entered the Great Qin city. As a human king city, it greatly surpassed legendary rank cities, and its stats had greatly been increased. It now had 5 effects. The first was human king might, which allowed the city to give off a king's might. It had fused with the Great Qin city's barony level and formed a kingdom's might. Within a certain range, Great Qin's territory would give off a might that would cause ordinary beasts to instinctively feel fear and not come near. This not only applied to beasts but other creatures as well. For example, without anyone controlling them, undead would feel quite fearful as well, making it so that they instinctively avoided Great Qin. The second was human king fate, which allowed this city to gather heaven and earth fate. This was extremely powerful, as very few things could gather heaven and earth fate. The third was human king might, which was not king's power but the power that a city gave off. It was a type of king's power, and it caused the Great Qin seal's power to once again increase. The fourth was human king shield. When the Great Qin city was met with danger, it would give off a powerful barrier that would protect the Great Qin city. The barrier was a high-grade barrier and was many times more powerful than ordinary barriers, and it provided great protection for Great Qin. The fifth was the activation of the Human King's Guard profession. This was a profession unique to Human King grade cities, and it was a B-grade military profession. This was quite important, because as a legacy city, Great Qin's professions would become stronger as the city became stronger. Before, Great Qin soldier was a D+ grade military profession, but as the Great Qin city's grade had increased, it had become a C-grade military profession. In other words, Great Qin's most basic military profession was already C-grade, which greatly increased Great Qin's overall strength. The higher the grade of a military profession, the better its effects and stats. After looking through the Great Qin city's information, Zhao Fu happily smiled. The Great Qin city could still be upgraded. The next grade was Human Emperor grade, which was even more powerful, and it was not something that the Human King grade could ever compare to. However, the requirement was even more difficult, as the requirement was to unify an entire world. Great Qin definitely could not achieve this right now. Even though it had obtained victory this time, it did not have the power to face an entire world. After all, most people from the other continents did not act, or else, it would not have just been 30,000 city lords attacking. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu turned his attention back to Great Qin's main tasks, which were clearing out the regions and constructing the third Great Wall. Even though these things progressed quite quickly, Zhao Fu still felt that it was too slow. This was because if they cleared 60 regions in a month, it would take half a year to clear 950 regions, and the time it took to complete the Great Wall would be even longer. The real world had not been destroyed yet and had not been fused into the Heaven Awakened world, so the more powerful Great Qin was now, the greater the advantage it would have in the future. 894 Development. When that time came, there would be various worlds invading, and the human world would become quite complicated. Great Qin was only a small pebble in the Heaven Awakened world. It would no longer have such an important position like it did right now in the human world. When that time came, Great Qin would be nothing, even a dukedom would be able to casually come and destroy it. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to develop as quickly as possible, as this was the best time for development. They could not afford to waste any time. Zhao Fu discussed with his subordinates and decided to add another 50 million soldiers to the army, bringing the army up to 250 million soldiers. Great Qin now had 2.7 billion people, and after clearing out the regions, they would have even more. Apart from expanding the army, Zhao Fu also planned to establish a people's militia made of 100 million people. The people's militia would do some regular training and could be used in emergencies. When there were not enough proper soldiers or the proper soldiers were tied up, they could be used. This brought Great Qin's overall military to 350 million soldiers. 50 million were left to defend Great Qin, while the remaining 300 million soldiers were split into 30 teams to clear out the regions. They could clear out 30 regions per week, which was 120 regions per month. It would take roughly 8 months to clear out the 950 regions. After taking care of these things, Zhao Fu felt quite bored. The less important matters were given to the various generals and ministers to do, and Zhao Fu realized that he had not left the legacy land in a while. As such, he went to the outside world and found that almost all of the grassy people were talking about the human world. Zhao Fu felt quite intrigued and made some inquiries, and he found that it was about the Celestial Emperor Star and Nether Emperor Star. It had been quite a while since those stars had descended, but it seemed that they were still hotly discussed. With their strength, they did not know the abilities of those two Emperor Stars, but they understood that those stars were incredibly powerful. Some people said that a demonic genius had descended, which was why those stars had appeared, and they warned everyone not to offend the people from that world or risk being destroyed. Others mourned that the heavens were unjust, giving the world after there is such a person but not their world. That person would definitely be a scourge to the grassy world in the future and might even destroy the grassy world. Some people were incredibly curious as to what race the people from the next world were they humans or from the death race? Was it a single terrifying person who had awakened those stars or was it two people? Those two stars' attributes were completely different, and when they thought about that, everyone felt quite startled. Could it be that there were two demonic geniuses? Those were only some guesses from the common people, and the grassy world's various kingdoms also took this matter incredibly seriously. All of the kings held emergency meetings and listed the human world as a grave threat, and the human world could even be a greater threat than the Landong people. Because of this, they did not plan to attack anymore, and they instead started to focus on defense. Even though it was only a new world, it was growing incredibly powerful. If the heavenly domain boundary disappeared one day, it was possible that it would not be the grassy people attacking the human world but the human world attacking the grassy people. If that happened, what could they do? After hearing about these things, Zhao Fu felt quite amused. Great Qin did not have that kind of strength at all. However, the grassy people choosing to defend instead of attacking was an incredibly good thing and would lessen the pressure on the human world. However, if they personally saw the true strength of the human world, they might change their minds. In actuality, Zhao Fu somewhat wanted to attack the grassy world, but Great Qin had not even unified the human world, so this would have to be put off for a while. After buying a large number of talisman stones, Zhao Fu once again returned to the human world. Even though Great Qin had won this battle, it had used up a large amount of resources to achieve this victory. Things like the disaster pearls and the 5 million aquatic beast corpses were things that could not be replenished, so they could not be used again. Zhao Fu had already thought of the plan for the future. After clearing out the regions, they would continue to develop outwards and destroy Myanmar and Laos. Zhao Fu did not have much to do now, so he started to fish at a creek while cultivating. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to raise it further. At that moment, Li Si came over and reminded Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty, you have not dealt with Flower Moon yet. Would you like this subordinate to take care of it?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts for a while. Before, Zhao Fu had very rarely trusted people, and out of all of the players, only Xianru had received Zhao Fu's trust. This was because she had been with Great Qin for so long. Factions were made up of many people, and it was impossible for everyone to be of one mind. As such, Zhao Fu never fully trusted factions, and that was why he did not allow any factions to join Great Qin. Even though the leader of Flower Moon did not do anything, its members had betrayed Great Qin. Even though they had not leaked any important information, it was still a betrayal. Zhao Fu returned to the palace and had Flower Moon's people brought out. Su Yuan's expression was quite complicated as she looked at Zhao Fu with an intense look of bitterness. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be Great Qin's legatee. She had actually been fooled by him for so long, and she had even given her first kiss to him. None of Flower Moon's people knew that Zhao Fu was Great Qin's legatee. After being imprisoned in Great Qin, they found this out from other people and felt incredibly shocked. Zhao Fu, who they thought was just a puppet, was actually Great Qin's legatee, the human world's most terrifying king. Long time no see, Superstar Su. Zhao Fu slightly smiled as he looked at Su Yuan kneeling in front of him. Su Yuan angrily turned her head to the side because she felt quite wrong that she had trusted Zhao Fu and felt quite positively about him. Otherwise, she would not have given her first kiss to him. In fact, she had wanted to do it with Zhao Fu, but he had instantly destroyed Flower Moon. "Turn your face, we want to look at you." Zhao Fu's voice became dignified, and it had a trace of domineeringness to it, making some of the women feel afraid. Su Yuan's eyes became teary as she felt quite wronged and turned her face to look at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu walked down from his throne and came before her, and he lightly smiled as he asked, "Are you afraid of us? You may rise." Hearing this, Su Yuan felt both angry and aggrieved, but she inwardly let out a sigh, as it seemed that Zhao Fu did not plan to kill them. After much tussling within Zhao Fu's chambers, many women lay on the bed as Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You women from Flower Moon are all quite good." Zhao Yuan lay on Zhao Fu's right arm, her face red as she inwardly sighed. They had not been able to escape from this calamity, but at least they had managed to stay alive. 895 Demon God, Your Majesty, we're all your people now, and Flower Moon is also yours. It's no longer a partnership between us, we belong to Great Kin. Now, you can completely trust us, so can you give us another chance? I promise this won't happen again, Zhao Yuan said as she flirtatiously looked at Zhao Fu. Lying on Zhao Fu's left arm, Su Yuan lightly harumphed. "That's right, we're all yours already, you baddie. Moreover, it was only a few of us who gave away information, and we did not collectively betray Great Kin. As the Emperor, you should do things fairly. You also caught all of us and took all of our bodies, don't you think you've gone too far? After all, Big Sis and I have always supported Great Kin. Also, Beiyu and the others who leaked information were the ones who served you the most just now. Look at them, they've all fainted. Since you've taken all our bodies, how about you just punish them lightly?" Zhao Fu was not in a rush to make a decision, and he replied, "I'll think about how to deal with them." Following this, Zhao Fu cuddled with them for a bit longer before getting up, feeling quite refreshed, and he headed to the Dark Daemon world. The Dark Daemon world's world protector, Mochi, was still unconscious, and his wounds were not healing. The entire Demon Heaven sect was incredibly worried, and they were quite shocked as to how powerful the human world's world protector was. Zhao Fu came here mainly for the Night Dynasty. In actuality, Zhao Fu had an incredibly far-sighted plan, and he had changed his original plan. The original plan was to make the Night Dynasty a chess piece, which would be useful when the Dark Daemon world started to invade the human world. However, this would be a waste. Right now, Zhao Fu did not even put the entirety of China in his eyes. After unifying China, he would unify the Midland continent before conquering the other continents and unifying the world. The Night Dynasty had a big advantage, and even though it could not unify the Dark Demon world, with Great Kin's help, it was possible for it to unify the southern continent. If both the Night Dynasty and Great Kin developed and fused together, the combined power would be monstrous. Now, Great Kin's main task was to clear out regions, and there was nothing big to do. Zhao Fu could now turn his mind to the Dark Demon world. Right now, the world protectors of the two other worlds were sleeping, so there was not much to be afraid of. Apart from developing the Night Dynasty in the Dark Daemon world, Zhao Fu felt that he could also develop a faction in the Fish Scale world. After the Heaven Domain boundary disappeared, Great Kin would be able to quickly devour 3 worlds before attacking the world above theirs. This would cause the previous world's people to go mad. That was the far-sighted plan that Zhao Fu had made, which went from defending in fear to taking the initiative to attack. China and the human world were unable to satisfy Zhao Fu's rapidly growing ambition. Zhao Fu wanted Great Kin to become a true empire. As such, the situation was quite urgent, and Zhao Fu felt that there was not much time. Great Kin had to quickly unify the human world. After going to the Dark Demon world, the Night Dynasty's first goal was to destroy 3 dynasties and a sect. Within the Heaven Awakened world, sects often controlled many cities and regions, and some even had sect armaments that were no weaker than nation armaments. These factions had helped the Vile Dynasty to attack the Night Dynasty before. Now, if the Night Dynasty wanted to destroy them, no one would help them, and no one would complain. Even though Mochi was heavily injured and unconscious, there were still countless other people Zhao Fu had to be wary of, so he could not do things too overtly. It was better not to be allied against by even more people. Right now, the Night Dynasty city was a level 1 capital city and had 250 million people and 22 million soldiers. Their military force was not very big, and they would not be able to simultaneously destroy 4 factions. After all, the Night Dynasty received a lot of its resources from the Night Dynasty in the real world, so it was unable to develop very quickly. If the Night Dynasty wanted to get rid of future problems, they would also have to get rid of those dynasties and sects in the real world as well and devour their power. That way, they would not be able to do anything to the Night Dynasty. In other words, They had to simultaneously attack in the Heaven Awakened world and the real world, which required a large military force. Zhao Fu sent people into the Dark Daemon world's real world and expanded their army from 8 million soldiers to 20 million. That way, the Night Dynasty had 20 million soldiers in the real world and 22 million soldiers in the Heaven Awakened world. Originally, Zhao Fu had wanted to bring over 10 million ghost soldiers, as they would not reveal anything about where they were from. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu found that transportation would be an issue. Right now, the transboundary teleportation channel could only teleport one person at a time, and teleporting 10 million ghost soldiers would take far too long. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to bring city lords, but he could not bring too many, or else the southern continent would go into a state of panic. As such, he only brought with him the 800 city lords from last time, as they would be enough to deal with this. The Night Dynasty had 300 or so city lords, so in total, they had roughly 1,200 city lords. If the situation required it, they could also ask the Demon Path sect for help. Now that they had decided to destroy the 3 dynasties and 1 sect, they first gathered detailed information about them. The first dynasty was called the South Glass Dynasty, and it had 40 million people, 3 million soldiers, and 60 city lords. It did not have a nation armament. The second dynasty was called the Void Demon Dynasty, and it had 30 million people, 3 million soldiers, and 70 city lords. It did not have a nation armament. The third dynasty was called the Zhuan Dynasty, and it had 50 million people, 4 million soldiers, and 70 city lords. It also did not have a nation armament. The sect was called the Demon God Sect, and it had 20 million people, 1 million soldiers, and 40 city lords. It had a sect armament. In total, these 4 factions had 140 million people, 11 million soldiers, and 240 city lords. These 4 factions had all been heavily wounded in the previous battle, and their city lords and soldiers had not fully recovered yet, while the Night Dynasty had greatly developed and was now stronger than them overall. Originally, their combined strength was greater than that of the Night Dynasties, but they were not very united, so they were suppressed by the Night Dynasty. At the same time, even though they were dynasties in the real world, they did not have enough fate. Even though their legacy stones were all epic rank, they did not have nation armaments. With how precious nation armaments were, they were not something that any dynasty could create. However, the Demon God Sect had a sect armament, and the sect was even more ancient than the Night Dynasty. It had once been the #1 sect in the southern continent, but it had gone into decline and had become a second-rate sect that relied on allying with other factions. Despite this, because it had quite a long history, it had an immense amount of fate, allowing it to create a sect armament. 896 Demon God sect armaments were something condensed from a massive amount of fate, and it was very similar to a nation armament. However, it was also quite different. Nation armaments required a king's fate to control, while sect armaments required a sect's fate and a sect's acknowledgement. As such, ordinarily, only sect masters could use them. Moreover, their attributes were different as well. Nation armaments had a nation's power, while sect armaments had a sect's power. Neither was weaker than the other. Often, sects were as powerful as nations, but they were simply run as sects. What Zhao Fu was concerned about was whether this sect armament could be refined by Great Qin. After all, Great Qin had only refined nation armaments and had not encountered sect armaments before, so Zhao Fu had no idea if Great Qin could refine sect armaments. Zhao Fu decided to first consider how to destroy the 4 factions. These 4 factions had been wary against the Night Dynasty this entire time, and it would be difficult to launch sneak attacks. The Night Dynasty had Great Qin secretly supporting it, so Zhao Fu decided to openly attack and ordered the soldiers in the real world to make preparations as well. Great Qin's people did not do anything for now, and Zhao Fu did not bother hiding the news of the Night Dynasty attacking. It was best that everyone knew. The 300 city lords and 20 million or so soldiers split into 4 teams and gave off powerful auras as they simultaneously attacked the 4 factions. This news quickly spread through the Dark Daemon world's southern continent. The various factions all watched on in amusement. The Night Dynasty had finally made a move against those 4 factions. After all, there had been hatred between the Night Dynasty and those 4 factions for a while now, and no one else wanted to get involved. After all, the Night Dynasty had the help of that mysterious faction, causing it to develop rapidly. No one wanted to anger the Night Dynasty. The 4 factions were quite terrified, as they only had 11 million soldiers and 240 city lords in total. After hearing that the Night Dynasty was attacking, they spent a great amount of resources to raise their total forces to 20 million soldiers, hoping that they would have enough strength to defend. Because the 4 factions were on the defending side, they had been keeping an eye out for the Night Dynasty the entire time and had the geographical advantage, which they used to construct solid defenses. Zhao Fu personally led one of the Night Dynasty's armies and he chose to attack the Demon God sect. He wanted to personally see what the sect armament that was going to be Great Ken's was like. Yi Kang led one of the other armies, while the two other armies were led by the Night Dynasty's ancestors. There were many city lords from Great Ken with each army, ready to attack at any moment. 5 million soldiers arrived at the bottom of a large mountain in a grandiose manner. There were tall walls built on the mountain, and they were 20 meters tall and gave off a solid aura. There were many people from the demon god sect standing on the walls, and they looked down at the Night Dynasty's army with serious and wary expressions. Zhao Fu was wearing his black cloak that covered his body and face.